Madrid. Civilization here is almost as old as the game of chess. Some claim the queen was given her powers to honor Queen Isabella. Now that, my friends, is a chess legacy. Passion for chess continues to thrive in Madrid. For the first time in 30 years, Spain's capital plays host to the Candidates, the most important tournament in chess. At the Palace of Santona, the stakes are high. 8 of the world's best players competing for the right to challenge for the most coveted title in chess, the World Chess Championship. The Candidates is grueling. The winner requires mental endurance and unbreakable focus. There are those familiar with the biggest stages in chess, yet still chasing unfinished business. And others from the next wave of stars with little patience for yielding to those before them. Mis amigos, the next challenger to the world champion of chess must come through Madrid. Like Queen Isabella before them, the Candidates is all about leaving a legacy. It is round 5, the Palacio de Santoña. It is beautiful. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful building. Fans enter through that amazing entrance every single day as they file in to the live audience hall where our Spanish broadcast is. It's where Dina Belenkaya does her interviews. So much beautiful art. I don't even know how they focus on the chess looking in that room. But I know that there are some guys here that are focused on the chess, and those are the players, and those are not the players. But that is where they throw down daily here at the 2022 FIDE Candidates with so much at stake. We are upstairs daily, and I am joined every day so far by Elmira Skripchenko, and there's someone else here. Elmira, did you see this guy sneak in?
Yes, finally, you know. There is an Epic Friends episode, you know, where Rachel's neighbor is driving her crazy by singing, "Morning is here." So I will be singing literally every day, like, "Robert is here."
Every day. Robert, welcome in, my man. We tried to spell chess without you. We did the best we could, but how excited are you to be here in Madrid and help us take this thing home the rest of the way?
I'm pumped. I've been watching the shows. I've been missing out being with you two, so I'm really thrilled to be in on the action.
Well, we already have the chat's going nuts for you. So there's been all kinds of comments. We're just here for the Hess. I don't know if they forgot the C, but I think they're just here for the Hess. Maybe they just got here. We've got hype for Hess. Everybody's hype. And believe it or not, chat, Hess the chess. I think the people most excited are indeed me and Elmira. Not that it hasn't been great, but it's going to be even better now that we have Robert. And well, so much to get into. But where I want to start is just taking a look back at how we've gotten here. Elmira, Jan Nepomniachtchi, dominant yesterday, but really his tournament so far, he seems to be on form.
Well, Jan is leading the tournament, of course, but what is more important is that he has not shown sign of weakness and has been patient during these 4 rounds. What do you think, Robin?
Yeah, no, I think Elmira put it well. He's patient because sometimes Jan, he can be a little bit hasty. He'll make moves quickly, but as we saw yesterday, when he's not sure of something, he sits, he thinks, and he plays great chess.
He has been playing great chess. Of course, we know that yesterday was maybe some of his best chess so far. And on that note, after that victory versus Alireza Firouzja, he caught up with our own Dina Belenkaya, and here's how that conversation went.
Jan, congratulations on your win today. What would be your thoughts about how it all happened?
Well, it's actually very, very nice that I don't know, I was really confused with the bishop c4 move because as far as I know, like after f5, a4, there is like long force theory, but I believe this was like quite popular like 10 years ago. So this line is not the most, I don't know, I would say a little bit out of fashion for black, and normally black plays other lines, but this line is quite nice. But after bishop c4, I was like quite puzzled. So maybe like if the game would take place like 10 years ago, I would be more into this topic. So I just decided to go for some logical moves. Just obviously his idea was d5 takes and put knight on d6, so I decided just to interrupt if we have 6. I'm not sure if it's objectively good, but I felt like, okay, I just give away a pawn, put my knight on g3, and at least I shouldn't be worse, as my next 5 moves are very natural. So like knight g3, I don't know, some prophylaxis, maybe bishop h6. So I believe bishop f1 was quite unfortunate because, okay, he just develops me and gives away an important tempo, but I believe it should be analyzed with the engines here.
In general, hadn't your opponent blundered the pawn on b4, would he be still suffering for a long time?
Well, I'm not sure he just blundered it because somehow I felt he was quite desperate, but I obviously was expecting rook e5 or something. Rook e5, then probably I should go for something like d6, and then it's like a very curious position, so perhaps d6, if he takes on d6, it's like 2 minor pieces for a rook. And the pawn, and I mean, the question if these pawns like f7 and e5, if they go somewhere, okay, black is okay. If they don't, I'm probably in time to take away like, you know, this b4, a3, like develop my king. So, I mean, indeed, rook e5 was something I was expecting. But, you know, other way was maybe to play d4 instead of king h8 and just try to play with an extra pawn. But maybe after bishop h6, I just go for knight d3 and I just try. I'm not even going to take the exchange. I'm trying to put some pressure onto e5. So anyway, it's like, it's very complex.
You know, as we see him break down the variations there, Elmira, you get a feel not just how well prepared he was, but how much the feel that he has for those types of positions, the sharp positions, how deeply he sees those lines. How well do you think that Najdorf suits Nepo's style?
Well, he's clearly in his element, you know, he loves these positions and he excels in them. And I think also in yesterday's game, he took a few very good practical decisions which earned him the victory.
Yeah. Nepo's style being well suited, he's on form. At this point, is it his tournament to lose, Robert, or are there some other guys in the standings that you think have something to say about that?
Yeah, it's kind of a fair question, the way he's playing, and considering he won the previous candidates, but I do think that we have a situation where it's way too early.
Right.
Levon Aronian, who now plays for the US, formerly from Armenia, he's led in candidates past. He's never won a candidate, so it's way too early to make any kind of declarations like that.
Well, Jan Nepomniachtchi leading the standings, but as Robert said, likely way too early, and it's fair to say that the two guys from the United States of America nipping at his heels, one of them plays Jan Nepomniachtchi today, Elmira.
Well, looking at the standings, you know, I wanted to say that 2 Americans chasing a Russian, this looks like a classic scenario of an action movie, you know, only we are here in Madrid. And what I wanted to say that I really like how Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura played in this tournament so far. Fabiano hasn't lost a game. And Hikaru, well, he lost only against Fabiano, but their games have very high quality. The average, like the quality of their average move is very high. So this is very important.
Obviously, in terms of the standings, there's no argument right now that Fabi's had the better tournament than Hikaru. But let me just ask you personally, looking at both of these two fellow Americans, Robert, who have you been more impressed with at this point in Madrid?
I've been impressed in different ways. For Fabiano, he's, as Elmira said, shown that steady hand. He won his first game. It hasn't always been smooth. Yesterday against Ding was a little bit shaky, but he played well when he needed to. And for Hikaru, the resilience to rebound from an opening loss. So many players and candidates past, they lose an early round, they're never in contention. So for him to immediately score a victory over Rajabov, that's huge, and it shows that he has the confidence necessary to win an event like this.
Was it a steady hand or a shakier position than we thought? Let's see how Fabiano felt about it. He caught up with Dina Belankaya after the game, holding that draw with black against Ding Liren.
You finished in a draw. That was the last game for today. Having had to defend for a while, did you anyhow regret having given that b6 pawn after all?
Well, I wasn't sure because I already thought my position was rather unpleasant. I must have misplayed it at some point. Maybe bishop a6 is not the most accurate, or maybe rook a8, because I started to dislike my position, and I sacked the pawn because I just wanted some activity. I didn't want him to get the c-file, and I'll have to defend passively. And yeah, it was quite lucky, of course, that this endgame is holding, the rook endgame. It seems to be holding at least. I think the last very important move was rook a8 instead of rook c8, because rook c8 was a bit more natural, but then after rook a1, I win a pawn, but his passed a pawn is much stronger than my c pawn. So yeah, after Rook 8, I didn't see anything. It's very close. Very often I'm defending by one tempo, but it seemed to hold.
So overall, you're satisfied with the result?
Yeah, considering that I was in quite a dangerous situation, I'm quite happy.
On another note, how did you spend your rest day?
It was pretty boring. It was there wasn't much besides a bit of preparation and mostly resting and trying to conserve some energy.
Everyone's goal here, of course, to become the world champion, to win the candidates. Was there, or when was the point in your career then you realized that becoming a world champion was actually quite possible?
I don't know exactly the moment, because when I was growing up, I mostly took things as they came. I wasn't, let's say, the youngest grandmaster in history or the highest rated junior or anything. So I tried to make steady progress, and that's more or less what happened. And I guess at some point I adjusted to the fact that I was among the top players in the world, and I had my chances in the candidates. Maybe like the first time I played the candidates and I got very, very close, I felt like it was a realistic possibility to someday win the candidates. And if you win the candidates, then of course you have a chance at becoming world champion. So maybe I think that was the year of 2016 I played the first time in the candidates.
It's interesting just to hear him talk about 2016, the first time he played the candidates, but in his mind, he took things as they came. He never considered himself breaking records or anything, but the candidates in his eyes is when he arrived, Almira. Interesting.
Well, it's actually this last question, and especially Fabi's reply surprised me. It shows how humble he is, first of all, because when you consider chess player's career, you know that this is the life which is filled with sacrifices. You sacrifice almost everything to achieve your goal, to become the world champion, and that he considers like playing the candidates, the first candidates, as a turning point, is it's very important for me.
Yeah, I think humble is a good word. It kind of surprised me too. But Robert, your thoughts on, both his 2016, 2018, and now here, and can Bobby win this thing?
Yeah, he definitely can. In his 2016, he didn't just have a chance. He was tied for first with Sergei Karyakin going into that final round. The rules were different back then. The head-to-head record mattered, so he needed to win with the black pieces. He was not able to do that. He did not make his way to the world championship. So of course, he has a chance. He's extremely well prepared. We've seen even in the quicker time controls, he's shown incredible skill as of late. So why not Fabi? He's showing everything it takes to be a challenger for the world championship title.
I want to talk about that point too, and come back to it, because we have some time here. The players are filling in. Welcome everybody, getting set for round 5. But the tiebreakers were different than they are now. If there is a tie at this event, there will be a tiebreaker match. And part of it is because fans have been screaming for that sort of thing, right? In 2016, those who don't remember the story, he was tied with Karyakin, but then denied, right? So how much do you think that's going into the players' heads? Do they feel a little more confident because they know if they get there that they have a tiebreaker, an opportunity to win it? Robert, I'm sorry.
I know we put me on the spot.
I realize I have two people. I need to dictate. My bad.
I think somebody like this player right here, Hikaru Nakamura, he'll feel very confident in the shortest of time controls, right?
Yeah.
Because he's been a superstar online and over the board for so many years now. But I think just having a chance, knowing that you don't, if you're playing somebody, you don't need to win to leapfrog them in the standing. You just need to be able to tie with them. That's important because it should always be duked out over the board.
Yep.
Well, I think it's also logical for the whole cycle because they go through so much. The path to their qualification is so difficult. So just to have some logical continuation to play the tiebreak is, I think, is very important for the players.
Yeah, it makes sense. And I don't know if I'm personally rooting for a tiebreak. How exciting would that be, right? All right, well, we're going to get set for the exciting matchups of today before we talk about whether we'll have an exciting tiebreaker. I think we have to go to the top, look at Nakamura versus Nepomniachtchi. They've each dealt 2 fatal blows to the other in their careers against each other, Almira. How aggressive will Nakamura be with the white pieces today?
Well, he will be very aggressive because the tournament situation is dictating, for him. He needs to push with white to show his preparation because he's facing someone who is also very well prepared. And actually, their score does not reflect the intensity of their games. They've been very wild. Yeah. So I'm actually looking forward to this match.
You and all the fans, for sure. All right, well, the next matchup, Fabiano Caruana, playing Richard Rapport, has a good record against Richard. Robert, your thoughts on how Fabi will be with the white pieces?
Laporte needs to survive the opening. I think the onus is more on him than it is on Fabi. You know, we see him here every single day. He's been in hard-fought battles. But in game one against Duda, he could have been lost in 10 moves. And then against Ding Liren, he's fortunate he didn't lose that game either. So Fabiano, we know as being one of the best prepared players on the planet. And here in round 5 against Laporte, I mean, he is going to show something. Laporte better be ready for it.
Especially with the white pieces, I think you're really, this is why you're very good at what you do. I think everyone take note of Robert Hess's foreshadowing there. I'm with you that if Laporte is still in the game by move 15, it'll be, not to say he's going to be losing, but I think Fabi's really going to be showing something in the opening here. So.
He was playing some of the very peculiar openings against Fabian, especially with black. I remember he played like on the move, on the start move, knight f6, Fabi pushed e5, and then knight g8. So, and he won this game actually. So Richard is not afraid to be worse.
Yeah. He may need that lack of fear today. We'll see what kind of prep Fabi brings to the table. Okay, let's take a look at some of the other matchups here. Of course, we have Firouzja versus Duda. That might be, the biggest storyline of all that we're not talking about. That's a donut that Duda has in terms of his record against Firouzja, and we know that Alireza is going to be looking to bounce back from his loss yesterday, Robert.
Yeah, usually when you see a score like that, you think it's the younger player with the disadvantage. You think that they've lost all their games when they were like 13 years old against someone slightly older. No, this is Firouzja in the last couple of years, just absolutely dominating this matchup. So, I mean, you look at it on paper, you think about this tournament, the stakes. Will Alireza be able to put his best chest forward after yesterday's game? And that remains to be seen, but the score speaks for itself.
Yep. Our last matchup, of course, Rajabov versus Ding Liren, 2-1 in favor of the man from China there. 7 draws, though. A lot of games these two have played. So we'll see how aggressive Rajabov tries to be with the white pieces or not. But Almir, I'll ask you while we're getting set here for all the players to come in. How hard is it to sleep when you're a young player after losing a game like he did to Jan Nepomniachtchi, and how anxious do you think Firouzja is to just play that first move this morning?
Well, it's actually very hard, and the most important here is that he's well surrounded, that he's here with his family, so he has someone to talk to, not only to prepare for his game, maybe even to forget about the tournament, to go out, to do something like what any youngster would do at his age, and to come back stronger.
Well, there he is, hopefully coming back stronger. For all those rooting for Alireza Firouzja, we'll see what he does. He had a very impressive performance as white versus Hikaru Nakamura, at least in terms of the preparation. Does he bring similar heat to Jan-Krzysztof Duda? We will find out. But it's time to find out also what everyone is waiting for. Just kidding. Is who's Danny going to pick today? I'm gonna go with it. I'm gonna go with the American with the white pieces to provide absolute drama to us in this event by taking down Jan Nepomniachtchi. Going to Firouzja, I'm also going to take Alireza Firouzja to bounce back from that loss to Jan Nepomniachtchi in style. Timur Rajabov, I think, is not going to take too many risks against Ding Liren with the white pieces, and this game will ultimately end in peace. And then you have Fabiano Caruana and Richard Rapport. I'm going to say this is going to be an incredibly exciting battle. Maybe I'm going to shock you guys. 3 decisive games I'm saying we'll have today.
So you're going for the bloodbath, yes?
Well, maybe you think I did that just for the drama, but I actually really do think that's going to happen. What do you think is going to happen? Use the command guess, or just type in the URL directly, go.chess.com/candidates-guess. It's not just for kicks and giggles. It is for cash money, which is as good as cash money these days, along with premium membership prizes. Of course, cast your vote daily before the games begin. We're keeping track of who's playing along and who's winning. And I can't wait to start showing you who might be most likely to win those cash prizes in our community. So, all right. What is most likely to happen in the first stage of things here? We got
somebody blocking the cameras. That's what's likely to happen.
People walking in front of cameras before everybody settles down. We have all 4 games getting set to begin. I'm not sure if we've had our special guest make the honorary first move yet, but let's continue to circle up on this. Almira, Alireza Firouzja, again, you said he needs to do things that normal 19-year-olds do to forget about them. What exactly do normal 19-year-olds do in Madrid?
Well, actually, when I said that, I was thinking that I don't really have, an experience of doing so, because I myself was preparing at that age and quite a lot. So it's like I'm living now, basically. So maybe go out, have a nice dinner, play a game of Mario Kart.
Yeah, play a game of Mario Kart. Okay, Robert, what opening do you think is going going to be the spiciest for us here. I'm asking you to put your prediction hat back on. Hikaru Nakamura and Jan Nepomniachtchi, or I guess you already foreshadowed your thoughts on what Fabiano might be able to do. Yeah, I see you nodding your head over there. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think actually, if we speak specifically about Hikaru and Jan Nepomniachtchi, we have spoken how their games have been quite wild, but they've tamed their repertoires a lot. Like, Hikaru is known as this crazy tactician, but if you look at his classical chess, a lot of it has been in quieter openings. So I do think it's going to be Fabiano against Report, and a lot of the onus is on the player with the black pieces to choose where they're going to go, and who knows what Report's going to choose.
Right. Well, and like you said, Fabiano, so well prepared. We already know that the only win he had in this event came as the white player versus Hikaru Nakamura. This is a fun moment there. Alireza suggests e4. Again, we don't know.
I think it's going to be e4.
You think it's going to be d4?
No, e4.
Oh, e4.
Yes,
okay,
yes,
so you
yes.
think that it's not a troll.
No.
And that is indeed Alireza's intention. Remember, he played d4 against Hikaru Nakamura, went to that Nimzo, so that's why I was saying, okay, we'll see. Moment of truth. What will Mr. Firouzja play? Indeed, it is the king pawns, Bobby Fischer's favorite, and Hikaru Nakamura follows suit.
Yeah, no surprise from Hikaru, no surprise from Alireza. I think anything but the king's pawn would have been quite a shock for us, and I think their opponents as well.
Well, e4 is on the board here. We'll see what the other two games are. You and I were talking about it, kind of making a joke in our prep, but I actually do think we're going to see some sort of anti-Berlin. I expect Jan has already played e5, and Hikaru quickly plays knight f3. Oh, okay, nope. Okay, you're expecting this Petrov. I see you nodding over there.
Well, actually, I was not expecting this because Petrov is not, a very often guest in Jan's games. And, I remember he beat Van Hau at the last Candidates. It's a very nice style. But I think that's why Hikaru paused a little bit, because he was more expecting the Sicilian.
Okay.
He paused, knight f3, and he was thinking, is there a chance that he's going to play Petrov again? And here it is.
Yeah. Well, for those wondering, the DGT boards are struggling to relay the moves. Sometimes that tech can be finicky, so that's not just us, but an actual physical relay error, I'm being told, from the tech downstairs. So we'll enjoy a lot of wide shots of our players and continue to talk about what we're seeing without getting too deep, so that people don't feel lost. But we see a mainline Petrov ensues after knight takes e4. Hikaru responds d4. Robert, your thoughts on the line we have ahead for us?
Honestly, my thoughts are, why are these chairs so tall? I'm sure you've discussed it on air before, but these are freakishly tall chairs as it pertains to the actual chess board. So far, nothing too abnormal. We'll see how the game continues, because there's already some pressure in the center of the board here, right?
Yep.
You can see that knight for black hopped right in there, and white just put the bishop on d3.
Yeah.
Now, there's various ways for white to continue at this point, including the castle, but where that knight on b1 goes is the important question.
Right. Well, Jan plays the knight to c6 line. As you can see, we're still in opening theory, very, very popular opening theory, a lot of different options, a lot of different results too. But Hikaru, so what are the sharpest lines? You said that the knight's choice of development is one of the key features. Often white castles and goes for c4 in some of these positions as well, right? Trying to undermine protection of the pony here.
Yeah, that's definitely a viable option. And knight to c3 at some moment can actually be way spicier than it would initially appear. Like, well, knight c3 just offers a trade of pieces. If you take on c3, you get these double pawns. But look at that bishop on d3. Once that knight clears out, it's staring over where the black king is likely to castle to, so it gives white the ability to maybe launch an attack.
So you're saying that despite the symmetrical structure, it doesn't mean we may not have fireworks, Almira, in these positions?
Well, first of all, I agree with Robert. I like this variation with knight c3. One key element to understand this position is this knight on e4. Sometimes the whole strategical battle goes around this knight.
Yeah.
Because even if you play c4, then black will play bishop f5 and take with the queen on d5 and try to maintain this beautiful and strong piece on the e4. And knight c3, first of all, gets rid of this knight. And there are some lines where you can even sacrifice your bishop. Like if you play an early bishop g4, then you have to watch out for this move, bishop h7, in some variations. So
Well, Hikaru is the first one to kind of pause and perhaps considering the critical decision that you're both alluding to. Of course, both c4 and knight to c3 have been played in this position many, many times, as well as the move rook to e1. And even the move you initially kind of foreshadowed, which is knight bd2, is also a variation that has been played hundreds of times. So, okay. Let's, we'll come back to this one and ultimately see whether it's prep or whether Hikaru was surprised by Jan Nepomniachtchi and is just kind of taking a tamer line. In the meantime, we look at that all 4 games are underway. Thanks for being with us and making chess a part of your day. I want to head over to, okay, what's funny is the Firouzja Duda game, actually, same opening. So I think that's the natural call to action, is to go see what's going on with Alireza and his battle versus the #1 player from Poland, because we have the same opening.
And before we talk about any moves, it is deeply uncomfortable to have the same opening as somebody else a few boards away. There's a famous example at the Grand Swiss in the Isle of Man, where the 2 boards next to each other had the same exact game. So they had to take 2 of the players on one board and move them to the other room because all 4 players involved were like, this just feels weird. I have an example of this as well, where I was playing a game in the US Championship and somebody a few boards away was playing the same opening. And it's super uncomfortable because you don't want to like be copying somebody else, but it may objectively be the best choice. So you just like deviate to something random just to avoid the awkwardness.
Is there a psychological trap in that you might be afraid to play your preparation because you almost don't want to reveal it to another game that has nothing to do with your game, Elmira?
Well, and you're almost tempted not to make your move until the move is done on another board. But where they're going to put those players, hopefully we are having another variation on the board. But if that would be the case, what would be the decision of the arbiter?
Well, quickly to show where the deviation was, just so even though it is uncomfortable, as both Robert and Elmira shared, they already are at least in a little different territory. After bishop d3, Jan-Krzysztof chose to play the move bishop f5. Of course, if you're just tuning in, Jan Nepomniachtchi played the move knight to c6. So at the very least, we do have a slightly different version of whatever this mainline Petrov is going to be. But the themes you both highlighted, right? What's going to happen with this knight on e4? How are we going to try to undermine it? Are we offering a trade with knight d2 or knight c3? Or are we building up the pressure first? These are the big decisions of how white can approach these positions. This already is a little bit of a more defensive line, I guess, in terms of the pressure white could get on the king side by Jan-Krzysztof here with this bishop f5 move.
And there's already one huge difference.
Okay.
That the move c4, which we did see Hikaru play against Jan, then now black can take it. So that's another option in black's arsenal because the knight on e4 is already defended. So if you are going to play c4, you very likely will throw in rook e1 first, just to bring another attacker against that knight on e4. Right. But these little differences actually are very important at this level.
No, it makes a ton of sense that the overprotection of the knight gives you more flexibility, but does that backfire as white is forced to bring more pressure here? Okay, it'll be fun to bring up these 2 games and really compare the type of position they get. But before we go any further, let's talk about the other 2 games as well. We want to make sure we touch on all of them so that the stage is set and we know in the back of our minds what type of game we might get. Fabiano Caruana playing the white pieces versus Richard Rapport. We have a Sicilian over there. Now, okay, we're going to head to that game. The last time I got super excited about Fabiano playing the white side of a Sicilian, his opponent, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, came super well prepared in that game. Fabi's on the clock. What do you expect Rapport's preparation to be in the time on?
That's a really difficult question to answer.
As good as Jan-Krzysztof's in the Najdorf?
I think that Jan-Krzysztof has proven that he can come to the board exceptionally well prepared. Okay. Rapport, I think, just doesn't like opening theory that much. He's the type of player, he wants to play 960, Fischer random chess, where the pieces are scrambled to start with. I mean, they're mirror images of each other, but still, like, he wants randomness, chaos. He thrives in the chaos.
Yeah. Well, Elmira, you said you looked into their games, and obviously the record favors Fabiano, but that in recent times, Rapport has actually done well. Here with Fabiano thinking, what do you think he's considering to play?
Well, I wanted to say that the Taimanov is maybe more flexible opening than the Najdorf. First of all, the lines are not so concrete, and that suits Richard very well. On the other hand, I went through their games, and Fabi recently started more with d4 or c4, and here he is clearly surprised, I think, maybe by the opening choice. Because he has a few options here, so he can take on c6, he can play bishop b3. So I think that he's trying to guess also what would be Richard's plan.
I love that point because, okay, you know I want to see bishop e3. I'm an English attack player, and as I said, following Fabiano Caruana's games when you're someone who plays the white side of the Sicilian just becomes a necessary part back when I was playing real chess, right? I'm expecting him to play bishop e3, but I think the point Almira made, Robert, I want to elaborate on that, because she and I were talking about something a couple of days ago about half your preparation and maybe your critical thinking in moments like this is also the games not what games they've played, but you're trying to guess what game have I played that he's maybe thinking about? What game did I play that maybe he's going to improve upon? You think that's why Fabi has paused here before moving forward so quickly?
Absolutely. The great example of this was just yesterday between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Alireza Firouzja.
Right.
Firouzja plays this rare bishop c4 move, or rare at the modern times. So what Jan Nepomniachtchi sat and thought, well, what is he expecting from me? And maybe I should choose a different line where he knew that he's no worse and has a good initiative. And that's exactly what Jan said. So I think at this point, it's not like Fabiano's unfamiliar with this position 5 moves in, but he's thinking, am I going to play these bishop e3 lines? You can push your pawn to f4 in many different variations. Do you want to push that pawn to f4? Sometimes you leave it a little bit more flexible with the pawn to f3. So it's not about the here and now. It's about trying to figure out what path this game should go down that favors his style more so than reports.
As Almira said, everyone, of course, knight takes c6, also an option. Bishop e2, also an option here. Even g3 is an option. There are so many different ways that white can play on the white side of this Taimanov. I'm still guessing Fabi's going to go for his famed and well-known English attack, not just because I'm biased and hopeful to see it. But, okay, time will tell, and Fabi really is taking his time here on move 7. You see he's 7.5 minutes in. So we'll back up and take a look at the last game we haven't checked on while Mr. Caruana lets us know where that game's going to go. Rajabov has the white pieces versus Liren, a completely different type of game than what we're seeing. All 3 other games have e4 on the board. Almira, we've got a d4 sort of double fianchetto Catalan hybrid system here.
Yeah, well, it's a very solid opening for white, and well, French. Do you know how French would call the players which are at the bottom of the standings? They would call them red lanterns.
Okay.
That's actually coming from some ancient times, and it's.
What does it mean to be a red lantern?
It means that you're at the bottom of the standings. Also, it's used in Tour de France standings, and being last actually gives you, brings you some honors. So, well, it's not the case in the chess tournament.
I don't know that Liren and Rajabov feel a lot of honors. But, okay, they are in last place, but as we've said, we're only 4 rounds really in. Here's round 5. Robert, your thoughts on the chances that either player is aggressive here? They need a win to get back in the standings.
I'm sorry, it's my first day here. Just seeing the difference in their chairs. Like
it's huge.
Rajabov has this monstrous chair, and Liren has like this really tiny chair that I would definitely prefer to be in the chair that he's in.
Me too. We made the comment that he actually has a better view to maybe the other boards.
Yeah, and well, speaking of his board in particular, because I know that's the question you asked me, is I think everything he's doing is sensible. These positions can be a bit frustrating on this h1, a8 diagonal. We see that both players have a bishop on the long diagonal, and there's already tension from the c4 to d5 squares. So right now, a common motif from white's perspective is to move this knight away from f3, maybe to e5, saying if you were going to take me on e5 with your knight, my pawn gets to replace it, start attacking some of your pieces, and putting pressure on black's center. So I think that Liren has no issues at the moment, and for Rajabov, here is a critical time to figure out, do I want to play this knight jump, which can give some trades, or am I just going to continue maneuvering, optimizing the placement of my pieces?
The only thing I find sort of awkward about this position, over to you, Almira, is the bishop on b4.
That's exactly the point that I wanted to bring. I even wanted to ask Robert, because normally or traditionally in these lines, white is trying to ask black a question, what to do with this bishop on b4 and play an early a3.
Right.
So the last move, queen e7, maybe prevents white from doing so, but on the other hand, I was looking at the variation. You can still play a3, you can sacrifice, play rook a1 and rook a7. Does it make sense?
I was going to show this too, because I think that it's one way. The other awkward thing that can happen in this position, I don't know that it works, is a move like c5 in some positions has to be considered, right? Because, okay, in this particular moment, it doesn't work, and that's why the eval bar likes black, everybody, because black can take here and then have won a pawn. But there are all kinds of tricks in these positions where if you weren't able to take, and white was able to take on a3 with c5, that bishop is forever in a really awkward spot. And as you can see, this was the idea I was trying to illustrate, and the computer likes it. So again, we all kind of took notice of that bishop, because normally you see it pinning a knight on c3 or already back on e7, right? So it's really curious to see what Rajabov cooks up against that awkward piece.
I think it just gives Ding a little bit more breathing room, right? Because with the bishop on e7, it's hard to connect those rooks, except for black playing this move c7 to c5. Now that's a move that you don't play lightly in this kind of dynamic, because you're opening up the position in its entirety. The bishop on b2 is waiting for that pawn d4 to go out of the way. You can be left with what's called a hanging pawn structure, where black has c5 and d5 pawns, and white is just aiming all the pieces around at them. So without having to play c5 here, black is a little bit more flexible. Now, the a3 question is an important one. It forces off some trades, and I think Ding is perfectly okay with that in this particular position, because it's a forcing sequence. Like, there's not much to think about after a3. Black has to keep taking. White will bring the rook actively up to a7 to regain the pawn. When all is said and done, black can defend that bishop on b7, and while white has control of the only open file, and that's important, the position remains closed, so it feels like black should be in an acceptable situation there.
All right. Well, despite the awkward start, maybe black is going to be just fine with that bishop on b4. But let's back up, because we've now checked in on all 4 games. Take a deep breath, everybody. We have action here in round 5. And
I know where your eyes are about to latch onto.
I'm looking at Nakamura's position with Nepomniachtchi, but if you have something else we want to go to. Oh, Fabiano just played g4. Oh my gosh. Okay, so let's quickly look at Hikaru's game, because it's where we started and he's about to move. But everyone, if you look at that upper left corner, Caruana's choice of g4, and then a quick response of knight e7. Are we even more impressed by that from Richard Report? We might be getting the spicy English attack I was hoping we were getting the last time Fabiano was white. So, okay, Hikaru's position versus Jan Nepomniachtchi. We see this move knight to b4, chase the bishop on d3 back to e2, which means Hikaru chose the c4 line. If you remember, our question was whether it would be c4, knight c3, or rook e1. We got our answer. And now, after castles, we're still in theory. Hikaru checking up to the sky, trying to see where he put his post-its when he came in late last night, hid them all around the historic Palacio de Santonia. I'm kidding, obviously.
I think he actually did not expect this. The way he's using his clock right now is not somebody who's just verifying their lines, making sure that they're not going to make a mistake. I really don't believe he had this mapped out for today's game. Of course, he's looked at it before, but just the sense I'm getting, Hikaru actually moves quickly in the opening when he's feeling really good about it. And for Jan, I mean, he clearly expected this. He's blitzing out his moves. I think it's a good sign for the tournament leader.
Well, knight c3 quickly met by bishop f5. Again, a very similar position, albeit without the c4 structure going down between Alireza Firouzja and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. For those just tuning in, that'll be an interesting storyline for us today. Maybe not even just for this game, Elmira, maybe for future games in the candidates. And that's one of the fun things that I think fans can forget early, is that these openings they're playing is their best prep, because the most possible high prize in chess is at stake, right? So what ends up happening as the event goes on is we continue to refer more and more to what they played. We see more things revealed. Talk to me a little bit about what it means that they both prepared Petrovs, meaning Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Jan Nepomniachtchi, to play the candidates.
Well, first of all, in the modern era, like, you cannot keep your opening preparation for a long time, because before all these ideas could be used like in many tournaments. Now, as you can see, it could be used in one game, and then well, you cannot use it like against a next opponent, because so it's very important to target your opponent's preparation and to be precise, and not surprise value is also very important when you prepare. So you have to weigh all of these options and to see, like, if this is the day, for example, if I'm going to use it, or should I save it for the last round, for example. So, but both of these players prepared the Petrov. I think it's a very interesting psychological choice, because, for example, from Jan's perspective, he knows that Hikaru will push. He wants to win, you know. So even if he doesn't play this opening very often, it's probably a very wise choice. Jan-Krzysztof is, well, the picture is a little bit different, but he has expressed that he's given an interview and he said that the most important is not to lose, once again. So he's probably very happy with the draw in this
Yeah.
game. So
Interesting.
it's very different.
But what you're explaining says why the Petrov isn't a good choice, perhaps for both. But speaking of choices, Hikaru Nakamura seems to have made up his mind, Robert, in his head, not just because of the move he played A3, but he then rattled off very quickly, capturing back, and then quickly rook E1. And for the first time, really today, Jan Nepomniachtchi is on the clock.
Yeah, and I feel like I'm watching a Krumnik-Anand battle or something, you know?
Yeah.
They put so many games in this Petrov, and what's the good news for white is you have more pawns towards the center. These double C-pawns, we typically don't like the thought of double pawns, but here there's already a trade on the table if white ever wants it. And the semi-open B file can come in handy for white, but there's that bishop on F5 that's really annoying Hikaru to this point because you can't play rook B1, you'd just be dropping material. So that's one of those key dynamics here, white with the better pawn structure despite the currently double pawns, and black with some activity. You see that all three of black's minor pieces, the knight and the two bishops, are developed, but the pawn structure favoring white, the development favoring black. So white, I would say, is to be slightly preferred, but there's nothing major happening yet in terms of somebody who could potentially fall apart. It seems like it's a very stable position for both.
Good to highlight again, as Robert said, the double pawns are currently an issue, but a capture on D5 in some cases followed immediately by an advance on C4. So what kind of move do we think? So let's say Jan is ready for that. Maybe he moves the bishop, something in the position to try to continue to coordinate his pieces. Is this immediately an idea for white to take here and play C4, or do you have to worry about the D pawn being weak?
Yeah, it's always an idea, but here specifically, black just teams up on it too easily. But it's something you need to keep an eye out for every single turn.
Okay.
Maybe he should take on C4. Sometimes you can play knight A5. But what I wanted to show that very often you should keep an eye on those two pieces, knight A5 and bishop F5, because rook E5, you know, is coming in some variations. So with a double attack.
In fact, we can easily show it. Knight A5, bishop F1, and if you make a careless move like H6 or, you know, well, C6 protects the knight. So that's too good of a move.
It's a good move. Okay, so something careless, and suddenly we see rook to E5.
Yes.
That's an interesting way for the eval bar to shoot up. It doesn't look very obvious, but rook E5 is a fork of the two minor pieces in the middle of the board, a common tactic in these Petrovs. The reason I played C6, and I was trying to make a random move, but it actually is a good move because it defends the knight, and in some cases even prepares ideas where one of the whole purposes of knight A5 is to eventually maybe get a grip on these light squares, an opportunity for the pieces to relocate. So
maybe you can play C5 even in that position and start attacking the center immediately.
something like what?
C5.
Oh, C5, yeah. Even bishop d6 is common in some of these positions, just to kind of continue to improve, and it would stop rook e5. So,
yeah, black has a sort of flexibility in choosing where that bishop on e7 goes. To d6 or f6, of course, after you've exchanged pawns on c4. So the position is still rich. There's so much life in a situation like this, and Jan, he's doing the right thing. He's sitting, he's recalling preparation. He's also trying to make sure that, you know, when he goes forward, he's choosing the right plan. And that's the key at this high level, this elite level. It's almost never about this one move, because if you made them play bullet, they would bullet chess where you have 1 minute for the whole game, they'd probably make this move instantly.
Right.
But what they're making sure is that 6 moves down the line, they're not getting in a passive position where they feel like they have no counter chances. So that's what Jan is doing right now, is ensuring that he is able to get a position a few moves down the road that he feels comfortable with.
half of it being comfy too is even if objectively many positions are possible, they're all almost close to the same evaluation. But you want to have one that you feel good about playing on that day, right? Having a plan is sometimes even more important than whether you're a little bit worse in some cases, right, Almir?
Well, I think it's also very important. It's a very important factor to consider when you prepare, because sometimes computer might as well give like a very nice evaluation, but you don't have the feel for the position.
Right.
And I think that, well, I personally would reject it.
Right.
Yeah.
No, and of course, we know that Fabi talked to us about that at the World Championship coverage, and we talked about it a few days earlier, that having a feel, having a plan, even if you're a little worse, is a place where you can catch someone, right, where they maybe thought the advantage was bigger than it actually is. So, okay, Jan is thinking. We're going to back up and take a look at all the games in progress. From my perspective, there is one game that I would like to get back to. It doesn't look like more than 2 or 3 moves have been played since we left it, but I think we have to set the tone for how sharp that Caruana versus Report game is going to be. Fabiano chose to play that move G4. You see that pawn is extended up the board on the king side. But I'm even more impressed as we dive into this game here with how quickly Report responded. So this position was on the board. This is defined as a time on-off. There's many options. Bishop e3 and f3, as we were saying, are things that Fabi has played. And often those are moves you play before you play the move he chose with g4, Robert, but he is all in the most aggressive of attacks. Knight ge7, bishop e3, and b5 is where we stand. I'm surprised how much time Fabi's taking here, though.
Yeah, and he is a player who plays especially quickly when he's in his preparation. So it's clear that he was not anticipating Report to play this way. Now, the move that Report responded to g4 with, knight g to e7, just to point out that the knight often wants to go to f6. Here it's not a good idea because then the pawn goes to g5 and just kicks it away and spend another turn. So the knight e7 can replace the knight on c6 once black captures in the center. That's another idea. And whenever you pawns two squares away like this, e4 and g4, just look at that square in between. You can't control it with a pawn. So that knight at some point can come over to g6, aiming for f4 or h4. That seems a bit far down the line, but there is a possibility of white's not looking out for the squares. Whenever you push pawns, you leave some behind.
I like the point you made, too, about the Taimanov development is a little different than other Sicilians. One of the specific things is that, like in a Knight, for example, this knight is taking a completely different route into the queen side. The knight replacing the other knight on c6 is a very common thing in the Taimanov, and so Report perhaps has direct variations like that in store. Again, I guess if we go back to Jan-Krzysztof Duda playing black in the Knight against Fabiano, I was all excited. Jan-Krzysztof neutralized him. Here, if Fabi's taking a lot of time and fails to get yet another advantage, I don't know that's going to happen, but if he fails to be happy with his prep on the white side of a Sicilian Elmira, what kind of impact do you think that makes to what him and his coach Chuchalov are cooking up back at the hotel?
Oh, actually, I was thinking about the position because the more Fabiano thinks, the more it indicates that, first of all, how important it is to choose here the right plan. I've played some of those positions with black. I know, well, how difficult, because this is sort of, you adapt with black. First, when Fabiano played g4, because I wanted actually to ask you a question, because it could be a transposition, it could play bishop b3, knight g7, g4. That's actually what he was thinking about now. So I think that he's trying to, well, to find a way to play out the nuances of this position. Can he start with the h4 here? So I actually like white's position. It's very unusual.
One of the main lines we should show, if you did choose bishop e3 instead of g4, is in that move order, often black's most popular response is queen to c7, right? And so it's a really good point you're making, Elmira, that because of the g4 move order being met with a different move, now that you're transposing into the standard development, and again, to remind everybody, this is a very natural thing to do. You want to get the queen out, get castled long at some point. Obviously, the bishop supports the center. We are getting a unique move order, I guess, right? So perhaps I should be changing the way I'm reading Fabi taking his time. He really wants to make sure he doesn't miss his chance to pounce on a potentially incorrect move order from Report.
I would say that's 100% what's happening right here.
Okay.
Because in the game against Duda, it was a bit more concrete, where he allowed Duda to simplify, to trade off the queens and all these pieces, and then he didn't have too much left to work with. Here, we've talked about that knight on e7, knight on c6 dynamic. These superfluous knights. They're kind of doing a similar role. The knight on e7, what's its future? Maybe to replace the knight on c6. So one key idea for Fabiano, in addition to h4, which Almir mentioned can be played right now, perfectly good move, is moving the knight away from d4 to b3 first, because that eliminates the possibility for Report to free that knight on e7, and the reason that knight on e7 doesn't want to be there is that bishop on f8 is sitting home doing nothing. Right. So knight b3 is a standard type of move, but whether it's necessary is what Fabiano's calculating. He might just go forward with h4, sending the pawns down the king side.
That's a really important point, because if the knights continue to step on each other's toes, like you said, it's not just a thing that optically looks awkward, right? You say the knight, it's like the old lady who swallowed a fly. The knight blocks the bishop. The bishop prevents you from castling, which means the rook isn't in the game, and it's a chain reaction of problems for black. So, man, the more you talk about that, I actually really like this idea of knight to b3, which would be that would be a specific response to expose the move order that he's seen. h4 is saying, you know what, maybe I could have done something, but I'm just going to go all in. But knight b3 would really be challenging Report's choice here, Elmira.
Well, I agree with this. I was also looking at some ideas of how to develop white's pieces. Sometimes you put your queen on e2, you castle long with the idea of playing knight d5. when the knight moves, for example,
Yeah.
from e7. It's a very important idea in this opening. So maybe he's trying to make everything work at the same time.
Yeah.
So you see,
Well, hopefully, if you're a Fabi fan, he doesn't take too much time trying to be perfect here, and then he doesn't have enough time left later on in the game. But okay, Fabi's a big boy. He knows how to manage his clock, so we'll let him continue to think. And ultimately, I feel like we painted a good picture here of what maybe could happen. So we'll see what lines he chooses.
Can I just say one quick thing about this?
Yeah, let's do it
Is
before
that
we go back.
Black would like to play the move d7 to d5 and strike in the center, but considering how underdeveloped Report is here, you have to be very careful because
Yeah.
as soon as that position opens, Black's situation might just completely collapse. So
Yeah.
d5 is an idea, but don't be rushing this move b5 to b4 just to play d5.
Right.
That may be too soon for your own good.
Okay.
maybe loses some.
All right, well, we'll come back and see which of these ideas ultimately became the storyline of the game. We look at all 4 games in progress. Interesting rook a2 move over there from Hikaru Nakamura in your lower right. Not too much action in the Rajabov-Dingley-Wren game since we left it. E3 was chosen instead of A3. I guess Firouzja Duda maybe deserves a little bit of a call. We can certainly compare some contrasting differences. It's funny how they both came from almost could have been the same game. But they're not going to have the problem that we described, right? They're not going to have the problem of, oh, this is too similar to another game.
Look at Duda's clock. That's the biggest thing of the round right now.
Yeah.
Is Duda is just blitzing out his moves, and Firouzja now has spent about half an hour, and the position, at least to our eyes, in the bottom left, should be completely playable for Black.
Agreed, Tim. Population us. Oh, man. First time I've used that awkward joke.
But it's a-
I'm just happy to be here.
You're just happy to be here. Welcome, everybody, to round 5 of the 2022 FIDE Candidates Tournament. And
But here
Well-
we see a completely different structure. You know,
Yeah.
When you play with white, you always feel you have a slight advantage. But Black already exchanged the light square bishop, which is one very important, strategic idea in this opening. But somehow you have this differences because white is in the position of the e5 square, where the Black cannot put its piece on the e4. So that's probably one of the key elements which gives white like a small advantage, a long-term advantage.
Yep. It's interesting because I think Robert pointed out the biggest thing that stands out is definitely on the clock. Although you wonder what Alireza's mapping out in his head, because the position is objectively still pretty good for him, right? There's a lot of options here, so it's not like he has anything to be worried about at
But
this point.
not his style. Alireza, he's an electric player.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to grind somebody down from a symmetrical pawn structure where he has control of the only open file for the time being. Like, there's a lot of life in this position. And if you told me that Report was playing this, I'd say, no, he'd probably be pretty happy here.
Right.
But Firouzja doesn't want this. He didn't want to see a Petrov that just is, seen just one pawn and one minor piece traded, and now they're fighting for control for, these squares. Kramnik, somebody like that, go ahead. Throw them into this game, and I'm saying they're happy. But Firouzja, he just has a more dynamic style, and I feel like he's just not getting the positions that he really wants.
Well, the question is that part of the plan? We know that he didn't play a lot in 2022. We know the style we've seen from Firouzja that got him here, right? But obviously he's been working on something over that time, right? So my question is this going to continue to be something that we see in the candidates, him trying some new openings, new positions, Almira, and maybe was that part of the plan?
Well, this is certainly part of the plan, because what I think that on this high level, on the elite level, you have to work on your universal style, so you can play any types of the positions. So maybe what he was doing is like, just for example, taking this position and playing it against a very strong opponent in a training session, like until he feels like every possible nuance. So maybe this you should work on your own weaknesses. That's what I do.
I of course agree with that, and that's 100% what the players do, but look at the clock consumption. Duda is just right at home. He's like, okay, I'm going to be slightly worse out of a Petrov. That's normal to me. It just feels like he's playing into Duda's hands more so than his own, just based on kind of all elements, the tournament, the position, and the clock usage. I just, of course he's a great player. He's been working hard, and he may, in fact, win this game. But I don't know, something is off for me about the openings he's getting.
I don't disagree, and the only question is whether it's too early for us to make a judgment on that, and it was a plan, or whether it's just a couple of games, right? Coincidence. Because I want to point out a stat before we get to a fun thing here. part of it might be that he wasn't expecting Duda to play e5. Duda's only played e5 about 25% of the times he faces e4. So maybe Firouzja came to the board prepared for something different. Maybe a Sicilian, like Duda played against Caruana. So maybe that's one of the reasons Alireza's uncomfortable. But while we watch and wait, we're going to listen in to something Nepo had to say about Alireza when Dina caught up with him yesterday following the match with the teenage sensation.
Many people were putting high expectations on Alireza. How would you rate his performance so far, yet only 4 rounds, but still?
I believe he had like 3 games with black out of 4, so that's never easy. And I mean, there are lots of examples when you start like poorly, but then okay, you find your play, you find, I mean, the wind blows to your sails, and you start scoring a lot. So I guess it's too early to judge.
It's interesting, right? Too early to judge, and that's kind of what I was saying about the openings too. Maybe he's prepared some different type of positions, and he's trying to continue to grow and reinvent himself as a player. Maybe the slow start has to do with that, or maybe it's all just coincidence at this point. Too early to judge. What do you think, Robert?
Of course, I listen to what a player like Nepomniachtchi has to say, and I take that very seriously. And it's a fair point. It's an argument to be made. I just, I can't get over what we're seeing here, where he's down 30 minutes on the clock. He doesn't feel at home, and part of that could just be because he lost the game yesterday. We were talking earlier about, can you sleep after a tough loss like that? And for Duda, he understands how important it is to not lose, which is probably why he chose the Petrov symmetrical line against Firouzja, whereas he didn't choose against Caruana, because Caruana likes bullying people from positions where he's slightly better, and he's going to increase his advantage incrementally. So I think that Duda is doing a great job of picking his openings thus far, and I think that he may have caught Alireza off guard. You used the stats, right? 25% of the time he's playing e5. He has played the Petrov before, for sure.
He played this particular line against Carlsen.
Yeah, and so you know that Firouzja looked at it, but maybe for this particular game he was hoping for a bit more of a fight with Sicilian.
Okay. Bishop d2 has been played from Alireza after a bit of a think.
Yeah, well, because usually you would put your bishop on f4 in this line. Yes, so we should understand what are the differences.
You want to look at the bishop f4 line?
Yes, just 1 second.
Yeah, okay. So bishop d2 here chosen from Alireza. Bishop f4, the most, I mean, optically it looks like the more natural square for the bishop.
So, now I understand. If black wants to play knight c7 and knight e6, then he probably felt that, the bishop would be soon under attack. So maybe this is the difference.
Yeah, and those subtleties, they do make all the difference at this level. We're putting your bishop on maybe a less active square, but one where black's plan doesn't include attacking that bishop, could be a tempo that is necessary to leave white with the edge. So I think bishop d2, completely reasonable, takes away the b4 square, which I think is what a lot of people were probably initially thinking when they saw the game move, bishop d2. Oh, knight b4, that looked annoying, let's deal with it. But no, as Elmira said, it's actually deeper than that. The knight doesn't want to go to b4, because once it goes to b4, the queen moves, and then you just kick the knight away on the next turn. So I think one-move threats are tempting, but that's not what Duda is looking for at this point in the game.
So a very thematical, strategical idea in this opening after playing bishop d2 is to double your rooks on the e file. I'm pretty sure that Alireza Firouzja knows everything here, so he's trying to find a more precise move order.
Chat paying attention and doing their homework as well. We love that when we have an active chat pointing out the amount of times Duda has played this line as black. Maybe only plays e5 25% of the time, but he's already played this line. He drew a game against Carlsen. He's also won games in this line as black. So I agree with what you said. Jan-Krzysztof has been on point with his choices from a practical perspective. And remember, he was also on point as white, almost won game 1 against Richard Laporte. So we haven't talked too much, I guess, or added too much hype about the fact that maybe he's someone whose score could be different at this point. Played very well so far.
Yeah, no, he's been steady, very steady throughout. Sure, there have been some big advantages that he let slip, and sometimes you get in an uncomfortable position you have to defend accurately. But Duda has been playing well in this game. I really like what he's done, but he does need to be accurate right now, because another idea that white has, we keep talking about how the position is symmetrical. Let's not count out the idea for white of playing pawn to b3 and then pawn to c4. We saw Hikaru play c4, and then white gets to strike at the center. So the side that controls the pawn breaks is often the side with the advantage. And here b3 to c4 is a pawn break available to white. Black doesn't have a similar pawn break, so he instead retreats his knight to c7. He'll later play rook to e8, get ready to swap rooks down the only open file, and he's hoping that there's just not enough firepower remaining after these trades for white to attack anything.
Yep. Well, he plays knight c7. As we said, he's been on point with the openings he's chosen to play, and that's one of the reasons he's right in the middle of the thick of things, as we see there. We talked about Hikaru Nakamura being in third behind Fabiano Caruana. Really, Hikaru was tied with players like Jan-Krzysztof and Richard Rapport. So JKD.
And all these players are just a win away from leading in the tournament, yes.
Every single one of these players is a win away from the leader. Of course, what will the leader do in his game versus Hikaru Nakamura remains to be seen. But Firouzja, what other plans are available here? So b3, c4 seems like the most natural strategic plan. Putting the knight immediately on e5 has to also be considered. The moment you put the piece there, black already has to start asking questions. How long can I put up with that pesky pony? But if f6 is played, you retreat the knight happily, and maybe you poke some new weaknesses open. So Firouzja, again, he's taken his time. Perhaps that goes to the practical wit of Jan-Krzysztof. Surprise him in the opening, but still this position, plenty of life for Firouzja to try to get an edge.
Well, he can play rook e2 once again and rook a1 to take over the control, to take the control over the e file. But then knight d6 and knight c7, they protect the e8 square like very well. So you can trade rooks, play rook, bishop f6 and rook e8.
Robert, I want to come back to something you were saying about Firouzja's, I guess his style, his choice. If we're saying this is not a position that he feels super comfortable with, and then we're going to look ahead real quick about his matchups coming up. Is it something that he should be worried about and thinking about? He has white here. He's going to get white against Caruana next, but let's say he does fail to get an edge in this game, maybe quickly, and gets nothing more than a draw. Are you looking to go back to some more aggressive openings immediately in your next round?
Well, as we look at the pairings here, I mean, that's a nightmare stretch for Alireza in particular. Yeah. Black against Ding Liren, you want to face someone who's got a boa constrictor style, who's going to say, you're not getting any tactics against me. And then, of course, in round 6, he gets the white piece against Fabiano, who's notoriously a very difficult opponent for him. And we see the record there. Fabiano's beaten him twice, never lost. And Fabiano always shows a high level of preparation and just has a consistency to him that he's not particularly blunder prone. Yep. So I think that Alireza has been circling this game, especially after yesterday's loss, looking for some way to play for an edge. And if you want one way, there is this move, h4. And I know a lot of people say, what are you doing? Your king's over there. How are you throwing this pawn? You're losing a pawn directly. But h4 is actually a common idea where if you can distract black's pieces, even at the cost of a pawn, it could be worth it to get white's initiative rolling.
I think it's an idea we're going to have to look at when we're analyzing next, but I want to highlight, you pointed out Fabiano's good record against Caruana. Of course, many fans will remember Firouzja's only loss in the tournament that got him to the candidates at the Grand Swiss was a loss to Fabiano Caruana, who actually got second in that event, which also qualified Fabi for the event we now have. So, yeah, definitely some storyline there. We're going to be talking a lot about tomorrow when Alireza Firouzja plays Fabiano Caruana. That'll be the first time they've met, actually, since the Grand Swiss.
No, they played one time in the Grand Chess Tour event.
There's a rapid, though.
No, it was classical. In the Superbet tournament in Romania.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, and they drew, but Fabiano had the white pieces again in that game. Fabiano was a bit better.
Okay.
But now at least Alireza gets the white pieces. You know, he keeps getting the second move against Fabiano. Now he gets white, so that's a huge difference, of course.
Okay. Well, a lot of storyline ahead on that, but let's talk a little bit about this h4 move Robert just said, because if Firouzja indeed does feel the pressure to get the win, like Robert foreshadowed, maybe he finds h4. And this is, okay, first thing you got to prove to me is why can't black just take it?
Right, so that's something that I'm thinking about as well. You take on h4, you have to. You gave away the pawn, you need at least the bishop for it. And then play bishop b4. So all of a sudden, the natural way to defend rook to d8 loses material, because I take your knight on d6 and fork you on f5. So that's very clearly good for white. That would be a big mistake. So that means that after bishop b4, you then need to put your knight on an awkward square, the c7 knight, and e8's the only available square, because if you go forward, you get kicked out, and then you lose a piece. And that means bringing the queen back. And so all of a sudden, white, seizing the initiative here, getting the pieces active, and this is something that maybe I can get behind. And perhaps there's a queen f6 might be more accurate than queen to d8, just to keep the f5 square under black's control. But it's starting just to look, no, it's in fact knight h5.
Knight h5 right away.
Wow.
Well, even if you play queen d8 though.
Oh my gosh. Do you see that tactic, by the way? Knight takes g7.
It's got to be queen g3. Oh, knight.
After queen
g3
h6
first, there's knight f5, so you take.
Yeah, just take on g7, queen g3, no matter where the black queen went, and you lose the knight on d6 back, and that's game over. Wow.
But even if black sees queen d8, Almir, what does it say about a position where you're down a pawn, but the computer likes you, right? So talk a little bit about the big picture macro features of the position as to why the computer even would say that white is better in a pawn sack like this.
Well, first of all, the interview which was given by Hikaru comes to my mind, where he explained this, that recently the computers have changed our way of seeing those positions, right, especially by proposing the move h4 in every possible way. So here's the perfect illustration of this thought, and it's very important to understand that players are looking now for a long-term initiative than like a small advantage.
Yeah.
They're specifically looking for those positions while they're analyzing, the openings and while preparing against also a specific opponent. But here, I really love this idea.
I like it too, and I love what you're saying about it's changing the way they're preparing. Long-term initiatives, things like pressure on the dark squares, outside ideas of tactics that could occur against the king. Opportunities, really, for your opponent to go wrong. That's what they want, especially because so many people are so well prepared. They all have the same tools. So you really are just trying to create chances where your opponent might misstep. But okay, now that we've said all of that.
And especially how the players were preparing before, they were stopping their preparation like at the moment where like the computer would, or they would feel that there is like plus equal,
right,
slight advantage, and they were fine with it.
Right.
While now they're going for very complicated positions, and they're very happy with those.
No, I like it. Although I was going to say that despite all of our hopes about seeing something like that, unfortunately, I see Robert smiling because we're like, oh, darn, he went for b3.
He played b3 already. So.
It's completely sensible, and I think that we need to point out that after the move h4, black was not obligated to take that pawn.
That's fair. I guess it was my fault that we got into that bad position.
No, I mean, that's the question that needs to be asked. Can I play h4? The answer is clearly yes. It says that white remains with a slight pull, so we like that. But yeah, black should not take is the verdict on that one. Instead, Alireza went for plan A, b3 and rook e8, and now he can continue with pawn to c4, start gaining some space and creating tension in the middle of the board.
All right. Well, looks like we'll have a bit of positional tension, but let's watch out for this h4 idea, because even though it wasn't played when Robert first suggested, I have a feeling we might be seeing that theme at some point in this game.
But it's also very thematical in a picture of yours, because when the bishop retreats to f8, very often your only plan in this position is to play h4, h5, h6, and to create some weaknesses.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure that he's going to use it later in the game.
No, and I agree, Almir. It's a thematic idea. It's an AlphaZero idea. We keep calling it that, right? It's because even if the pawn isn't taken, h5, h6, maybe in that particular case you use the g5 square depending on how black is dealing with it. So, all right, Alireza is thinking about it. Let's back up and check in where all four other games are, because we have liftoff here in round 5. We're going to have a lot of interesting chess. Oh my gosh, that Caruana report game is going to give me everything that I desire. Well, okay, the Jan Nepomniachtchi game was what I was waiting for, but it doesn't have everything the body needs, but it has a lot right there in that Caruana report game. Okay, the Hikaru Nakamura battle with Jan Nepomniachtchi looks like it's slowing down a little bit, with Jan having taken a deep think, so that's interesting. And Jabov and Ding Liren following Robert's plan of playing c5 as black. Going to be an interesting battle of the Fiend Kettle Bishop. So, all right, I think the table is now set out. We've got our silverware in order. You know how you do that thing with the silverware, like smaller to bigger or whatever, because you start with appetizer, salad. And so we're getting closer to the main course here. But before we dive in to all that these games are going to give us in round 5, we're going to take our very, very first break. But before we do, I want to remind you that Friday we have an amazing doubleheader. First, it's the Women's Speed Chess Championship. It continues. The 2021 quarterfinalist Katerina Lagno takes on the qualifier Vantika Agrawal. This has been something we talked about yesterday. I'm really excited for this clash. Tune in on Friday at 5 a.m. Pacific time for that one. But as we said, it's a doubleheader. After that, we have the next semifinal. One of the commentators in this room already lost the other semifinal. Shamarn it, Eric Rosen. Anyway, but the second semifinal for our I'm Not a GM championship goes down with Canty taking on Lawrence Trent. Again, the winner will take on Eric Rosen in the title match. Make sure to tune in on Friday, June 24th at 9 a.m., right after the WSCC match we just previewed. So, okay, so much ahead. All the games are in progress. Hikaru Nakamura is trying not to fall asleep. We hope he doesn't fall asleep while we're at the break. But don't go anywhere because round 5 of the 2022 FIDE Candidates continues in just a moment.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. This curriculum is designed to work with Common Core standards and global educational guidelines. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds, Chess Kid helps you organize your students and monitor their progress. Each child receives a weekly report card that shows how many lessons, puzzles, and games were completed. You can also organize kids into clubs and send them messages. Chess Kid is the online home of scholastic chess for thousands of kids, parents, schools, and coaches. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
I was told by the locals of a chess school.
And there's people out there. We should go while they're opening the door for us. Let's go.
Let's go. School of Chess.
Don't cost nothing.
Dodging traffic. A game as old as chess itself. And half as dangerous.
This is the most dangerous part of our career.
Game on.
Gotta give the people what they want.
Game on. Keep going. Don't stop.
So we tell them that chess education gives you better life decisions as we get hit by a car crossing the road in a non-crosswalk. At 5:20.
5:20. What time we got?
Oh,
Starts in 20
really
minutes.
close. Dude,
Should we just stay and crash?
of all the places we could film in Spain, the fact that it's going to be a class and we're here, we can film other stuff, but we got to stay for that.
Yeah, I agree.
People say crashing weddings is fun. We're crashing a school. If the chess is not taking place, check it out. Flamenco dancing. Huh? You thinking what I'm thinking? You want to be my partner? Are there partners in flamenco? We're not even graffitiing a building. We're like trying to help local kids, and yet somehow I see this going poorly. This would be like, you know, being at the public courts and like Federer comes. But we are walking quickly. I heard the word seguridad, and I was like, no seguridad, Mike Levy-dad.
Yeah.
I said Feliz Navidad, but we got to go.
You know, they obviously kind of knew that we were, you know, they kind of knew we were a big deal. They opened up their arms and...
So this is why when we were kids, our dad told us to say open sesame, which gets you into the building, but if you say open address, you do not get into the building.
You don't get into the building.
No,
So-
it's open sesame. You got to remember that. Dad was right.
I play a lot of it.
Yeah?
I love it.
You could have gotten us into the building. You play on chess.com?
Yes, of course.
Do you know who that is?
No.
You don't?
You don't need to. No, you just need to use the app.
He's the face of chess.com.
Do you have a diamond membership?
No,
That's
I
like the
don't.
paid membership.
Yeah, no.
I'll give it to you.
Seriously?
Yeah.
For now, you get a pegatina.
There you go.
Pegatina?
So just next time you're on the site, just send a message of support and say, I met Danny in Spain. Say, I met Danny, and Danny said I could get a diamond membership. Okay? All right?
I love your work.
Okay.
I love your work.
Thanks,
Big
guys.
fan.
Bye-bye. So it's funny, Danny, we were sold a bill of goods. They flew us here to do real work.
Yeah.
And I realized our entire job is just to go around giving
Hand
out
those
stickers.
Honestly, well, there you go.
I can't even do that well.
Welcome back. Chess, super chess in Madrid. This is giant chess. I could throw down some bullet on that giant chessboard. There is big chess in El Retiro Park. We've shown many different angles of that beautiful location. Now we see the beautiful location, the playing hall in Palacio de Santonio. A lot of beautiful games in progress, a lot of beautiful faces, a lot of beautiful people here in the studio. My lovely co-host.
We should offer him, like, a dictionary of synonyms, yes? Like,
Yeah.
I ran out of words besides beautiful. Don't judge me. We're just gonna go. No, I'm kidding.
For next birthday,
That was intentional.
I'll get you a thesaurus.
But seriously, no. The three of us checked on a lot of stats at the break. Some interesting knowledge we have about Nakamura's game. He has had this position successfully so earlier in his career. We're going to talk about that in a little bit. Fabiano Caruana's game, he did choose the knight to b3 line, so trying to expose the specific move order by Richard Rapport, and now it's Rapport who's finally on the clock, really for the first time. Lots of interesting chess ahead. I think, well, I'll let one of you choose. Where you want to go? Where you want to start?
Almira, the choice is yours.
the choice is mine, thank you. Then I wanted to have a quick look at Caruana Rapport.
Okay.
This is such an unusual position. That's why,
Yeah.
like, I feel that I'm still a chess player, So I want to understand all the ideas in this position. Fabiano just played Queen d2.
Yep.
And went for a quick walk. So how much time did he spend on this move?
On Queen
Especially on this
D2,
sequence.
Fabiano spent 5 minutes on Queen d2. We see that Rapport is just about 12 minutes in before choosing his ninth.
Okay, and knight b3 then, because there's a sequence of moves, knight b3 and queen d2. So.
Yeah, Fabi took 17 minutes before playing knight to b3, so that's interesting. But if you're just tuning in, Robert kind of called that might be what Fabi was thinking. I was getting a little bit, I'll be honest, I was getting a little nervous. I wasn't sure what Fabi was thinking about. Robert calmed me down, knowing that his good friend was actually just trying to be precise. So we're gonna analyze exactly what he was trying to be precise about, because now that it's on the board, it's even more instructive. The move order that was played here was specifically designed to expose the knights on c6 and e7. So if we back up, everyone, right here, instead of the traditional move order, bishop e3, Fabi chose g4 first. One of the key things about g4, to summarize Robert's point, is this aggressive move order makes it a little more scary to play knight f6. Whereas in the main lines, for example, if white plays bishop e3, you often see queen to c7 and eventually knight f6. So just this subtle change by Fabi with g4 now makes Rapport think twice instead of putting the knight on f6, goes to e7. But when the knights are standing next to each other, they're sort of stepping on each other's toes, right? Like a couple of brothers wrestling for a pair of socks. I don't know why I made that analogy, but they're like, hey, it's mine. No, it's mine. I want the square. Give it to me. Because of that, Fabi actually had the opportunity to take away the option to trade the knight, where Report was going to back up the c6 square on the next move with knight to b3. And then as soon as you suggested that move, Robert, I really liked it. And we see how desperate Report is to get rid of that knight. He now brings it to a5 and queen to d2 on the board. This is where we stand. I guess Report is not sure how to continue here. You definitely don't really want to take on b3 and allow white to take with the a-pawn. That's a bad idea.
Really bad idea. It's playable, but it clearly gives white the upper hand in that position because the white king is not castled. So the rook on a1 stares at this pawn on a6, and through that pawn to the rook on a8, there will be tactics available if black's not looking out for them. And so in this position, I mean, we have the eval bar on screen. I don't really think it matters because the position is so unclear.
Yeah.
There's so many different possibilities at this point, and right now for black, do you play bishop to b7? Do you start in that direction, or do you start on the other side of the board with knight to g6 to free up the dark square bishop? Not an easy question to answer, and right now Report is spending time wisely because they're completely different plans. I mean, white is ready to castle queenside, use that semi-open d file, and maybe barrel down it and cause black some serious problems. And I guess the big question is, where's black's king going in this game?
Yeah. Almira, do you have the answer to that?
Well, I really like Robert's explanation, especially that I'm looking at this position from the Taimanov player's perspective. I was looking at knight g6, but I wanted to take control of the dark squares, you know. But then I was really concerned with move f4, which is very concrete once again, and I wanted to know what would be black's response to that. So knight g6 and simply f4. Queen h4, bishop f2, and queen g4. Can I take those pawns?
Let's analyze it. Okay, so knight to g6, f4 right away, or castles on first?
No, I wanted to try f4 right away, just
okay.
To
and
see.
The question is?
The knight on a5 is loose. So bishop f2 will just parry the threat, and you take g4, have fun with that.
You'd have to just come back.
Yeah, and even if you take on b3, which is actually possible here because the queen's under attack, you take on g4, but that rook on a8 being loose is a huge problem. Just knight takes b5. Have fun with my kingside pawns. Black is woefully underdeveloped. As you're pointing out, there's a huge threat on c7. This is miserable for black.
Okay.
That's why I wanted to delay castle a little bit and to see if there's a way to exploit this move immediately. So,
no, it seems. Again, I think Robert, you did a service to the chat, so they don't stress too much about this eval bar. This is the eval bar in the middle because the computer has no bleeping idea what's going on, right? It's just as lost as the rest of us.
And it's one of those positions where, you know, oftentimes you give the players just the eval. That's a huge hint. You tell the players, oh, it's zeros. They're like, why? What do I do here? So, you know, there are moments in a game where even if a player just got that one time hint, this is the evaluation, that changes the entire game. Here, you give them that hint, oh, zeros, or plus 0.3 or whatever. It is just so, there's no clarity whatsoever.
Yeah, it means nothing.
Is white going to play Almira's f4, which I really like? Is white going to play for h4, which you talked about earlier? And it looks like, wow, Report takes on b3, and you see the eval bar sliding up, and the reason why, after a takes b3 back, I'm pretty sure Fabi's going to capture that way. The b5 pawn is threatened, so bishop b7 is kind of a forced move, which is a useful move regardless. And then white can continue with bishop to g2. And, I mean, look at the position. d5 is firmly under white's control. If you ever make that move, you'll be left with an isolated pawn. That's a problem. And as I mentioned a long time ago, b4 is kind of a cure for that. But then that b4 pawn's a target, and the knight just walks into those weak dark squares. And that's another issue that black has to contend with.
How surprised are you to see knight takes b3, Almira? I feel like we were just talking about how that's exactly the move that black isn't going to play.
Well, but this explains why even computer hesitates, because should you stick with the d5 plan and play bishop b7 and do something about it, or choose the knight g6 plan, or choose something else? You cannot play d6 here anymore because this pawn is going to be weak forever.
You can actually still get in the Vote Chess prizes before Richard Rapport moves. Remember, move 10 is the benchmark.
So that was move 10.
So
okay.
this was a purposeful thing. A good reminder to everyone that if you're not playing along with us, you should be. Before every game, you can vote on the results of the game for a chance to win cash prizes, and that was your last chance to do so, which is very rare, Robert, that there's so much maybe revealed by move 10 that players can actually vote with some, sorry, members can actually vote with some informational advantages.
Yeah, no, this is a ton of information. Unlike the symmetrical Petrov we were seeing in the Firouzja Duda game, here, like, the contours are laid out. And as we look at this position, another big moment for Fabiano, and we keep saying that, but it's not just because we like hyping up a moment. I especially don't like doing that if it's not true.
Guilty of that, I do.
But right now, there's a big question for Fabiano is, do I play bishop to g2, which looks like a pretty natural square? And the reason why I'm saying, do I make that move, is, am I actually afraid of d5? I mentioned that earlier, like d5 is a pawn break that black would like in theory, but in practice, it may be too soon because look at black's development. The bishop on f8 stuck behind the knight, the rook on h8, rook on 8. Black is not with harmonious pieces the way that whites are set up. White's pawns, perhaps a bit overextended as the game continues, but for now they're taking control of vital squares, and I really like the look of this from Fabiano's perspective.
The question is there anything really better than bishop g2? I mean, like, would you castle long still, even though your rook has been opened, and just continue with the straight up traditional English attack? We know I would, but that it's a rhetorical question for me. But still a good idea?
Absolutely.
It looks like a very natural way to continue.
Well,
but why I like bishop g2 more than maybe f3, I don't know yet like what to do here.
And Fabi's played it.
He played f3.
No, he plays bishop g2.
Bishop g2. Yeah. I was so sorry. I was afraid that I was going to make a point and he is going to prove me wrong. Is that what Robert said, that it controls the d5 square once again. So you cannot make this breakthrough in the center, this push easily.
Well, and I would argue too that if you are going to go for the f4 plan that you like, you've saved a tempo, right? So I'm with you that multiple reasons I like bishop g2 better increases the pressure on black's break, and if we're all in on the pawn storm, at this point, why waste f3, right? In the English attack, you play f3 to reinforce and often support g4. Why? Because there's a knight on f6. So without f3, sometimes you can't play g4, it gets taken. But in this particular position, I think it makes a ton of sense to leave the f-pawn, take advantage of the rule that pawns move twice, and then see where the attack builds to. So
I would say the one hesitation I had was knight g6 was a plan we were looking at from black's perspective. Now knight g6, aiming for h4, there is a target, but it's just too many moves with the same pieces. In fact, just if we go like 2 moves down the line, knight g6, white castles queenside, you play knight h4, you are attacking my bishop, that isn't particularly friendly, but as you were showing, bishop g5, and once black plays bishop e7, I can take that knight on h4. Like, yes, you have this bishop pair, but what white has is a monstrous control of the board. The d file is white's, so if you castle, you may already lose a pawn directly on d7. If you want to play d5, well, your wants are never going to be actualized because all of white's pieces are staring at that square. And what's your dark square bishop doing? The answer is not particularly much for the time being. So I really feel like Fabiano has firm control, and Rapport now, the burden of this game is on his shoulders squarely because it's not even easy to figure out the next 3 moves.
Okay, I like it. Maybe that's why Rapport is leaning in. He agrees with you, Rob. He's like, I hear you, Robert. Now I'm going to work hard and try to figure this one out. But all right, we're working hard. We hope you're hardly working, chat, as we're making our way through all 4 games in round 5. Let's back up and take a look at where the other positions stand at this current juncture. I think we need to head over to Nakamura and Nepomniachtchi to talk a little bit about the research we uncovered at the break. Because while we were kind of thinking that Hikaru's time management, the way he was looking at it, that this was a position that was uncomfortable for him. Maybe you were both half right and half wrong, Robert. Maybe he was surprised by Nepomniachtchi's approach, but as we learned, this move rook a2 is actually not a very popular move, but we know it's prep because Hikaru used this move at the 2016 U.S. Championship to beat Firouzja Nakamura as white. So he has played this position before successfully. So your thoughts on that updated information?
It's good from the point of view that he has experience. It's bad because that means that Jan could expect exactly this.
Yeah.
So right now the players, they're about even on the clock. I'm not too worried about them from a time management perspective. but the eval bar hovering at zeros. Jan Nepomniachtchi undoubtedly has researched that exact game.
Yep.
And now that he's here and that rook's an A2, you have to wonder where is the coordination from White's pieces coming from? Because rook A2 to me indicates that that rook probably would like to go to E2 at some point and control the open file. That takes a lot of time. Going to the B file, it's a one-move threat. We were talking about the semi-open file is good for a rook, but that pawn on B7 is easily defended. So I think right now Hikaru is like, where am I going to get an edge from? I'm okay with my position, but I'm not loving it.
Amir, again, we're about to see a move, but we've talked before about how the preparation is both to expose your opponent's weaknesses, but also try to anticipate your own weaknesses and how they might try to expose it. What chances you give that Jan really knew that Hikaru would go back for this old position?
Not only he knew, but I think that his seconds felt that Hikaru repeats the positions which he feels well, and especially if he won this game. You know, he's feeling rather confident. So they were targeting this line. Okay, the position is equal, but I think that it's still full of play, and it remains complex because of the very strange pawn structure. Maybe you can also, because in these positions you want to bring your rook to the B file. So maybe if rook A2 is looking very awkward, so maybe you can play rook B2, because in many variations which are we analyzed in Petrov, you play rook B1, rook B5 at some point, you know. So maybe this is also possible by playing rook B2, rook B5. So let's say you take on D5, looks very strange, but queen D5 and rook B2.
You're coming to B5.
Yes.
I like that idea.
Yeah. And black plays B6, so you're also attacking the pawn down the line. And after rook B5, I guess the black queen can just slide right back to D7 and keep everything defended. And I'm worried about the long-term prospects of this position from White's perspective. Early in the game, when you have an extra pawn in the center, that's a really good thing. But White has an isolated pawn on A3, and I can envision a near future where pieces start getting traded off. And then if the rooks come off the E file and many of these pieces are gone, then White is saddled with an isolated pawn. We talk about pawn islands. White has 3 pawn islands, C to D file, and then the king side, and then that lonely isolated A pawn. Black has 2 pawn islands, which means that it's harder to actually get at black's pawns. So I actually do believe in the long-term possibilities of a position like this for Nepomniachtchi. Even though the evaluation is it's fine for White, I'm not too stressed about Hikaru's position. It's one of those situations where you kind of start feeling the trajectory shift a little bit from an opening advantage for White to, wait a sec, I need to make sure I'm not going to be worse at some point in this game.
And I love how you said it's the long-term prospects, right? Because the immediate prospects, again, there's activity for Hikaru. He's going for the maybe this idea of rook b2, rook b5, but always keeping your eye on the forest through the trees, the big picture here, especially because it's not just that that pawn is weak. There's already a natural predator, right, for that pawn. That the natural predator is just sitting over there on the long diagonal. And okay, we'll see what Hikaru's ideas are, and we'll get you updated on exactly when this game is deviating from Hikaru's victory over Varujan Akobian from the 2016 U.S. Championship. So, okay, Queen D5 already responded, and neither player at the board. As Elmira and I said, the most exciting event in sports. Neither player at the chessboard, besides sudden death dodgeball. So, okay, well, here we go. All 4. Not many people at the boards right now, by the way.
Yeah, they're taking their mid-game respite. They're just trying to walk around, enjoy maybe a snack. In the top right.
Well, hold on. We've got Hikaru. He did come back to the board. And real quick, before we go check on the game that I know Robert wants to, we're going to watch and see what Hikaru comes up with in his next turn. And we know that Hikaru caught up with Dina yesterday. They talked about a lot of things. We want to check back in and see one of the opinions Hikaru gave on a new place like Madrid for a huge event such as the Candidates.
I mean, I I think it's quite important, especially if you're coming from another continent. I suspect Fabiano had been in Europe for a while, but at least for me, coming from the US, where there's a 6-hour time difference, certainly makes a difference. But even beyond that, I remember when I played in 2016, I think I got to Moscow maybe 3 days before the event started, and I never really got on track, sleep schedule, or anything. I never had a good routine. So yeah, I think it's important to come maybe a week and a half early. I mean, I know in the old days, people would come like a month early, you know, the times of Lasker and those guys, but I think a week's enough. But it's important to be on the time zone and feel like you're ready to play.
You have some great memories connected with Spain. You won your first elite tournament actually in Spain. Is there some kind of aura or some extra power that you feel here?
I don't know. I mean, San Sebastian was so many years ago now. I mean, that was, what, 2009, I think it was. So, you know, I feel like I've actually probably had my best results in Spain and in France, in particular, those two countries. So I don't know if there's anything special, but I feel like I play well in these places. So that's what it is.
Perhaps my final question for today. How has your audience been reacting so far to your 6 hours long games than they usually are used to see you playing 3 minutes?
Well, I mean, I think as long as you're competitive, it's always going to be hype. I think there's a certain view that the streamers, when they play tournaments, aren't going to do very well, or people want to see the sort of the car crash or the train wreck. But I think as long as you're playing reasonably well, then good things happen. That being said, I mean, every game, like I said, I found a way to make sure it goes longer than it should. I mean, today, luckily, it didn't cost me where the game went 6 hours. But I mean, there's suspense, and I think people always watch that.
There definitely is suspense, and people do want to watch Hikaru, it seems, no matter what type of chess he's playing. And here we see him in round 5. He will get white again against Liren in the next round. And when you look at 2 of 3 of his next few games, what stands out to you, Robert?
Well, I think what stands out to me, if we just look at 7 in totality, those are 4 blacks, 3 whites.
Yeah.
So he's not in a position where he needs to force the issue. Yes, he has white today. He gets white in the next game as well against Liren, but he doesn't need to force things. And so he's in a pretty decent spot.
Yeah.
I think that today may not be going the way he drew it up at home. I don't really believe that he's thrilled about his position. You're the Hikaru face reader. We see that, you know, kind of glance there. He doesn't look very happy right now.
Yeah, that's a rare one you see there, kind of the tuck in furrowed eyebrows, like he's maybe agreeing with you, Robert, that he doesn't know exactly a clear path for white to get an advantage. But Almira, apologies, Almira. You said that Hikaru, though, does maybe better than anybody in the world besides Magnus Carlsen at pivoting given the opportunity, right? He maybe comes in with an idea for a win, but okay, if he's surprised, he knows a draw is okay, right? Similarly, if he comes in with a draw mindset and gets a winning chance, he'll take it. Your thoughts on whether he'll be calm here and just not try to go too crazy with white?
Well, I have a feeling that Hikaru has changed over the last years, and he came to this tournament, like, if I might say, like, spiritually completely different. You know, he feels the support of his community. He's well prepared. He's confident because his last results also has shown that he is playing great chess. So he is wise. You know, this wisdom coming out of Hikaru. From Hikaru's interviews, so I like it very much, and so I agree with Robert. If he feels the necessity to push, he will do so. If he needs to make a draw, he feels that the advantage is slipping away from him, he will shift gears. Yep. And well, he has another white tomorrow, so
takes a quick look over there. He's okay. That was almost Hikaru Nakamura number 11, which is sort of rare. All right.
I think this comes down to what you asked me at the top of the show.
Yeah.
Like, we're 4 rounds in, coming into today, Jan Nepomniachtchi to the lead. Is this his tournament? The answer is it's a wide open race. So Hikaru is playing the tournament leader, but he doesn't have to be the person that brings Jan Nepomniachtchi down. There are 7 other players in this field that in any single game could beat Jan Nepomniachtchi, and they can all beat each other. So I don't think that there's this tremendous pressure on Hikaru to win this game right now. He doesn't need to feel that. He's playing a good tournament. He lost game 1. He rebounded in style in game 2 in just this pressure-filled game where he just never let Radjabov off the hook. So why should he feel in this moment on day 5
Yeah.
that it's the end of the tournament? No, we're
makes sense,
right in
yeah.
the thick of things.
And we'll see what move he comes up with here, but more than likely the rook b2 move as predicted will be on the board. Here we get a look at Report, who looks like he played knight g6, but then got an immediate response from Fabi that was highly interesting. This move, rook f1. Let's head over there and see what's going on. I know last time we were in our bird's eye view, we mentioned the game in the upper right. We will get to Rajabov Ding Liren, but I gotta say that rook f1. If we were looking at this game in real time, none of us would have predicted this move.
No, but I like it a lot.
Okay, tell me why. I need to learn.
I think Fabiano has been playing with a theme in mind, and it's when you have more space, you want more pieces on the board. Black does not have the control that white has. We saw this earlier when he brought his knight back to b3, when the knights were staring at each other. And now he's saying that in this current position, if you play knight h4, my bishop goes to h1, but the good thing about a bishop, it's a long-range piece. It's doing the same thing that it was doing on g2. It's just tucked all the way in the corner. So knight h4 is a bad move. It's just playing for a one-move threat. But the point is that what is black going to do? White is going to play f4, going to castle queenside, all this kind of stuff, and black just lacks space. So I really, really like this move rook f1 because I don't think that there's any clarity here. Let's say we play bishop b4 because I'm talking about how black would maybe want to trade pieces. That's not the piece you want to trade.
Yeah.
You don't want to give your dark square bishop up for this knight. And if you guys you're going through this, whether you have to take with the queen or the pawn doesn't really matter. Black has this dark square dominance. Actually, white has dark square dominance, and it looks really bad for him. I think every move in this game, I'm going to find it difficult to find what Richard should do.
And also what I think is that Fabi has this gift of playing the moves that your opponent, well, his opponents are least expecting from him. The surprise value of the move rook f1 is enormous.
No, it's super interesting, although like Robert said, as soon as we see it on the board, it makes a lot of sense because the bishop on g2 controls the same squares from h1. Right, and we were initially anticipating that we would deal with the threat of knight h4 with that line you gave Robert, castles long and bishop g5, which was also pretty good, right? But as you said, when you have more space, why trade any pieces? And space in chess, everyone, is defined as the squares you control behind your furthest advanced pawns. White has more space in a structure like this, so I want to keep all the pieces on the board that I can so that my pieces can use those squares. And that's why he's avoiding the trade, not with this bishop g5 trade, but with bishop h1.
And every move for black, like if you make the wrong one, there could be a huge drawback. For white, you have like 5 different pretty good looking moves. Whereas we've been talking about f4 for white. At any moment after f4, black can play this queen h4 check to win the g4 pawn. But white has such a lead in terms of space and development that even if you end up winning that pawn on g4, that may actually walk into white's hands because your queen is offside. Now you don't have as much defense in the d file, and it just feels like black's position could collapse any moment. And look at the faces of the players right now.
Yeah.
Fabiano's leaned in, he's taking the position, and Report's there. I mean, that looks like a person who's struggling.
Yeah, vintage Fabi right there. That's like Fabi has a little bit of a
he's ready to pounce.
A pounce,
Yeah.
exactly. When he's sitting straight up with that posture, usually feeling pretty confident. You mentioned queen h4. It makes me wonder, the only other potential thing to highlight about rook f1 is the h-pawn is loose, but I guess queen h4 would just be suicide to try to go after the h2 pawn.
Oh, you castle long, first of all. You threaten in mate in 1.
That's true. That's probably the easiest thing, is to just castle long, threaten maiden 1, and the queen tucks the tail back and just runs back to d8. Okay, so wow, this is this could be the white side of the open Sicilian I was maybe thinking we would get with Jan-Krzysztof Duda, but here Fabiano back with a potential very dangerous attack against Richard Report. So, all right, we'll keep our eye on it. Let's back up. There's a couple other games going that we really haven't checked in on in quite a while, and I think we need to go to that upper right corner with Timur Rajabov versus Ding Liren. We got some info on that game, which was interesting between these guys. Let's see, our own Peter Dogger's crushing it here. Said they're still they were in traditional territory with Queen E7, but 11c5 was a novelty from black. So even though it was what you were suggesting, obviously it seems very principled to push the pawn up and take on the challenge. of the center, maybe a hanging pawn structure, but apparently that move had never been played before, Robert.
And there's a reason why, because c5 allows that move a3, because the queen and bishop are no longer teaming up on that square. The pawn c5 is in the way, and then now black is left with not a particularly easy choice. Do I take on d2, handing white the pair of bishops in a position that isn't open yet, but will open up shortly, or instead of taking on d2, should black back up to a5, which is just kind of awkward in general. Not the end of the world, but that's a weirdly placed piece, because after c takes d5, now you have this problem where knight c4 is coming and the bishop on a5 is stuck, so you probably take with the pawn on d5. But as we see in the game, that's not what Ding wanted to go for. So a3 was probably a useful inclusion. I'm sure Ding's preparation kept on going, but that's just one of the biggest differences, that a3 could have been tossed in there, and then it would have been a completely different dynamic.
It's interesting that he didn't go for a3. Rajabov took on d5 right away. That allowed a piece to recapture because you're not worried about the piece coming to c4. A lot of simplification happening here. Almira, your thoughts on how happy Ding might be feeling right now? It feels like a position where black has gotten a comfortable position to play here.
Well, first of all, I was thinking that it might as well be a bluff on Ding's behalf, but a very well-calculated bluff, because Timur could have played a3 before. So this is also a parameter that you have to integrate while you are thinking about your plans and strategies. So he didn't play it before, so he doesn't want to go for those types of positions. So I might as well play c5, because you need those moves to define the center or to provoke some exchanges. So he said, okay, c5, here it comes. And now I think that his position is rather comfortable. But on the other hand, it's also, well, quite easy to play for white.
Yeah. It's easy to play. Pieces are already being traded. I mean, I like your point about it being a bluff, though, on c5, because perhaps a3 should have been played. But if you didn't play it a move before, maybe you're less likely to play it the second time around. So, okay.
And there's this notion of Ding Liren is the #2 rated player on the planet. If he's allowing a3, he's doing it for a reason, and maybe he's worked this out where it's not a problem for black.
Do you think that the players at this level think like that, though? Even for a guy like Rajabov to be psychologically...
I think we can actually get concrete about it. Like if we just go to that position, just to show, not go deep down the line, but show maybe why he refrained from playing a3
after c5.
After c5. Because, so a3, bishop takes d2. I think that looks just way better than putting the bishop on a5. And let's say knight takes d2. After pawn takes d4, now your bishop, if it takes on d4, maybe you have to worry about the a3 pawn at some point. Not necessarily now, but you have to worry about it at some point. And white, actually black can also play e5 and expand the center after bishop takes. And if you take with the pawn on d4, now how impressive is that bishop on b2? The answer is not very. It's staring into a bad bishops defend good pawns. But maybe he just didn't want the long-term prospects of, we talk about hanging pawns, maybe white gets the hanging pawns and it's not super comfortable. So I think this is the type of position that Rajabov wasn't positive about. And so if he's not sure about it, he's like, let me just get a symmetrical structure where I'm not going to be in danger of being worse.
Makes a lot of sense. And I think interesting when a concrete line is planning to part ways with the bishop pair. You don't normally think about that, right? Like this would be good for white. But in this particular case, because the pawn is going to be permanently blocking the bishop, a3 is a target. Black would be more than just fine. So, okay, the concrete answers are what we now have as to why Rajabov didn't go for a3, but now he's on the clock, 7 minutes behind Ding Liren, and I think we'll back up and check back in with the Alireza Firouzja versus Jan-Krzysztof Duda battle. So, all 4 games still going here in round 5. Wow, I'm glad I said that particular game. Intuitively, I was just thinking that we haven't looked at it in a while, but a lot has changed in that Firouzja versus Duda battle. But immediately, before we even jump in, I observe the clock. Big edge for Duda.
Yeah, he's retained the lead on the clock, but the position is just, it doesn't even look recognizable.
Yeah, this is very different than what we left at. First, observing the live position, we have a passed pawn for white and a 2-on-1 advantage for black. So as far as at least taking a symmetrical structure to something dynamic, right? You were saying Firouzja wants those types of positions. At least now we have some imbalances on the board, Almira.
Well, I wanted to underline that b5 is a very thematical idea. So you want to have the d5 square for yourself. It's important, yes. After white has played b3 and c4, then you take on c4 and you play b5.
Yeah.
to ensure this very nice outpost for the knight. On the other hand, it creates a lot of weaknesses. C5 square, you can no longer play b6. So in the long term, you could play knight e4, knight c5.
Right.
And
Maybe there's this bishop b4 idea that we talked
bishop
about
b4
earlier
and
still.
bishop a5 as well. So first move I was looking at was bishop a5. And I was trying to make it work here. So
Let's take a look. It's probably what Firouzja's thinking about right now, bishop a5. We should also observe a pair of rooks has been traded too. We'll back up and actually go through all the lines of how we got here, everyone, but I just wanted to dive into the position at hand because it seems like it's already way more spicy than where we left it. What does black have against bishop a5? I actually really like that move.
Yeah, that's a nuisance. I mean,
Yeah.
you can play knight c4 to force white to part with that bishop on a5, but that also is playing into white's hands. Bishop takes knight, you're okay doing that. Putting your knight in e4, Almira mentioned the c5 square, and not just the c5 square, g5 square. Watch out for a sudden attack because you don't have too many pieces defending there on the king side. And there's also knight c3 to put pressure on b5 and go to the d5 square. There are all sorts of weird knight maneuvers that are going to cause black some issues. And then there's this d-pawn. It is not an isolated pawn. Yes, it is, but it's a pass pawn. Sometimes this can backfire where you think, oh, my pawn, full steam ahead, let me go get a queen, and then your opponent blockades it and starts piling up pressure on it. A best blockading piece is a knight. White has two of them. Black only has one. It's going to be very difficult to blockade that pawn successfully.
And score one for Almira, because Alireza Firouzja agrees, plays bishop a5, looks at his opponent before he takes a step up. Going to go take a little walk, stretch those young legs, right? Yeah, this is, I mean, it's funny because the eval bar not giving a ton to white, but from a practical perspective, I really prefer white's chances, although Duda played these positions, as we noted before, likely not too stressed. Let's back up and real quick while he settles in for a think. I just want to see how we got here because we left the position on b3. Black played rook e8. Firouzja played c4, of course, that's the natural follow-up to b3. And that's when the simplification begins, because it's interesting that, Robert, I see you want to jump here, because Duda is the one who forced the type of position we're getting. So if we like Firouzja, it's interesting, because he's the one who sent us down this forcing sequence.
Yeah, and taking on c4, like, that wasn't necessary.
Yeah.
But I guess Duda liked the dynamic chances he was about to obtain. But if we pause here, c takes d5 is definitely not a threat. Because my knight can take, and now you're saddled with this isolated pawn. Now that's an isolated pawn, and it's not a good one. Capablanca would be
would roll over in his grave.
He'd be salivating at the prospects of that position. So black probably could have played a different move. Duda had choices here. A common move to play is g6. Even moving his knights, maneuvering those around. But I understand he probably didn't want to sit in this position forever. White has a few plans to get active, potentially a knight coming to e5, that bishop on d2 going over to a5 like Almira just suggested in the game, or to f4. You have these options for white, and then when you start feeling like they're tentacles just like coming at you, you think, let me trade some stuff off, simplify. But I do believe the simplification is very nice for Firouzja in this game.
It's funny because he, like you said, he forced the issue, went for this, and is now facing the prospect of bishop a5, staring down the barrel of the diagonal gun here, and we're going to see what he comes up with. But while we watch Duda, let's take a closer look at the player from Poland who finds himself right in the middle of this tournament with 4 straight draws.
Although saddled with the lowest rating in the field, Jan-Krzysztof Duda has been playing well heading into the candidates. The 24-year-old from Poland also brings a solid record against Magnus Carlsen, should Duda manage to win it all here in Madrid and challenge for the world title. The second youngest player in the field, Duda defeated Carlsen at the FIDE World Cup to secure his bid here at the candidates.
I think he must have resigned.
Yep, it's over. Jan-Krzysztof Duda beats Magnus with black in the tiebreaker. What a performance.
Phenomenal result by Duda.
Duda enters the candidates with some steam, recently taking both the Oslo Esports Cup and the Grand Chess Tour in Poland. His success against Carlsen makes Duda a pretty interesting story to watch, especially should he get through Madrid. Amongst his triumphs, Duda stopped Carlsen's 125-game undefeated streak 2 years ago in Norway. He also beat Carlsen in his World Cup victory that punched his ticket to Spain. With some momentum and big match experience, Duda is looking to become the first player from Poland to challenge for the World Chess Championship. Time will tell if he can pull it off.
You know, it's interesting that we're obviously focused on whether Duda can get through the candidates, and I do want to get your thoughts on his next few rounds, Robert, but I don't even know that I've given enough credit to the storyline of just how well Duda has done against Magnus Carlsen and this early career, young career he has. I mean, what are your thoughts on what a challenger he would be?
Well, he beat Magnus famously to stop Magnus' 125-game unbeaten streak. That was great. He beat him in the World Cup. Albeit they drew their classical games, and then it was decided in quicker tie patrols. But yeah, he's a worthy contender. I think Magnus would be the heavy favorite, against pretty much anybody. But I think that Duda has proven his mettle, although not necessarily over the course of a full tournament. And I think that was one of the main criticisms in terms of his winning chances coming in the candidates, is the type of performance rating you need to have to win the candidates is like 2870 over the whole length of the event. And I'm not sure Duda's ever done that in classical chess. That's not to take anything away from his successes. It just shows that this is next level stuff.
Speaking of performance and the performance rating needed, Almira, what kind of performance will he need in the last 2 games? It's a pretty tough lineup, given how Nepomniachtchi and Nakamura have been playing.
Well, he will be having blacks for 2 games in a row. I think that he needs to maintain his stability. That's why those tournaments are played in a double round robin format. So I have a feeling that Jan-Krzysztof is waiting for his moment, you know? Yeah. So it's like to counterattack. So he's patiently waiting for his opponents to take some risks.
Okay, that's interesting. Well, we'll see if he gets some risk from Nepomniachtchi, because he'll get black the next day. But right now he has his work cut out for him, of course, against Alireza Firouzja. We did see 2 moves played at the break, knight c4 from Duda, and then the trade on c7. So the position that you both predicted, will we see knight e4 is the question, or does Alireza have something else in mind? But
there's something that I wanted to say about this position, even though, you know, this move knight e4 seems very strong. What strikes me is that every move Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he will be facing a very difficult decision. So while white can do whatever he likes, he can play knight e4, g3, h4, king g2, maybe e4, a4, like to swap on b5 to create another weakness. So all these moves seem very natural to me, whether it will be very tough for black.
I think it's a great point. Even in the current position, I mean, we highlighted knight e4 because we were quickly trying to build on the point of the c5 square that was made by Almira. But really, I mean, queen e4 is a move here. By the way, you know how much I love back rank checkmates. Don't say what you're about to say about back rank checkmates. I know. Knight h5, also a move. Knight f5. Okay, you can say it. How many times did I miss a back rank checkmate in my match?
I wasn't going to say that.
You
I support you.
Okay, whatever. You texted me afterwards and you were like, hey man, all the back rank checkmates. Anyway.
You have these insights in chess.com, and if you go through your insights, I think one thing that you'll find is...
For those who don't speak back rank checkmate very good, like me, I'll just show it for you right there. That is, okay, jokes aside, it's obviously not something that Jan-Krzysztof Duda will fall for, but it is a thematic tactic here that makes me think about not just queen e4, but sometimes the power of the d-pawn, the power of pressure when you have a looming weakness like this makes the opportunity for things to go wrong.
Yeah, because queen e4 forces the move if you want to make a normal reaction, like rook f8.
Right.
And that's not exactly a comfortable move. You want rooks on open files, not staring into their own pawns like that. So queen e4 is reasonable. Knight h5, as you were pointing out, like going the other direction, just aiming towards the black king. It's not like there are many defenders over there helping the black king out. So knight h5 could just be a bit of a pestersome move that Duda will have to sit and think and react to, because knight h5, queen f5, hitting that b5 pawn, hitting the bishop on f6. It seems like, as Almira was saying, there are attacks coming from all directions, and white has like 6 different moves that all look good, and black will need to respond and kind of parry off all the threats that the moves are creating.
Yeah, much easier position for white to play in. I feel like the longer we if we were sitting on this one and letting the eval go up, I feel like I feel like White's advantage is going to start to increase a little bit in this game.
No, I finally understood, because I was thinking that the whole time you were calling it the evil bar.
Oh, it is also evil. It is evil. It's an evil eval bar.
Don't get me
and
started,
often
Amir.
will give you heart attacks. But now I get it. So Dr. Eval bar. I like that. All right.
Who does number 2 work for? Sorry.
Who does number 2 work for? Man, Austin Powers. That is not a movie that aged well, I will tell you that. Okay, it's time to not talk about most of the humor in that movie and talk about what's going on in the other 3 games. C4 from Hikaru Nakamura, rather than rook to b2, was responded to with queen e4, and Jan is waltzing around. Again, just a guy who's already leading the tournament, feeling comfy, feeling confident. Jan just continuing to show that he's happy with his chess.
His queen's about to go on a bit of a journey there.
Yeah, that queen's going to get attacked. So we'll.
It reminds me like the game Kramnik between Anand, and at the end I think Anand lost a piece somehow. But yeah.
So let's take a look at that. So we left the position with rook to b2. Or thinking this was an idea, we were highlighting rook b5, but Hikaru plays for the more aggressive c4, and Jan, very quickly, by the way, just looking at the timestamps, 43 seconds only to play queen e4. So, is Jan still deep in his prep here?
I'm not so sure, because you first of all look at how the eval bar reacted. It started to say that White's advantage is increasing, and I think the first thought that the 3 of us had is, bishop f1 anybody? There's a queen on the e-file. Rooks usually win stare downs with queens, queens being a more valuable piece. And is that queen really going into b1? Just hiding behind enemy lines there. It's annoying for White to deal with, but perhaps if Hikaru digs deep right now, and he's already spent nearly 15 minutes on this move, he's trying to work through, like, is that queen getting into b1? And if it does get there, is that actually going to be a nuisance? Or can I use that queen, attack it, and then maybe go for Black's weaknesses?
But is queen b1 forced? Let's say bishop f1, queen g4? Because
I guess you just let me kick your queen around for
so
a while?
h3, and you would say that I don't have a very comfortable square.
Yeah, that doesn't look so pleasant to my eyes. And I mean, queen b1, at least it looks fun. So, right, how often do you get to play that move?
That is a fun move, right? Queen to b1 would be fun.
Well, but
and it rhymes. Wow.
I have some traumatic experiences of losing my queen in the Scandinavian. Like you make too many queen moves and then it's finally lost.
I don't want to talk about the experiences I've had with the queen because most of them are painful. But all right. While we wait for Hikaru we're going to see what happens here. We have the coach of America's team in the room, Emily. I don't know if you knew that. The coach for the upcoming Chess Olympiad is with us. That, of course, is Robert Hess. Yesterday, Dina asked Fabi, I don't know if you knew this, Robert, about a notable name not on the team for this year's USA roster. And let's see what Fabi had to say.
One more question. Would you have preferred to have Hikaru in the Olympiad team for US?
Well, in general, I'd like to have the strongest team for the United States, and yeah, Hikaru is one of the best players in the world, so it'd be good to have him on. But I kind of understand that he doesn't want to play the reserve board. It's, you know, let's say he probably considers himself of a higher stature than to not play all the games in the Olympiad. If I was in his position, I would still probably play the Olympiad, but I understand also why he doesn't.
Robert, you're the coach, right? You're Fabi's coach. Does that feel good? You're Fabi's coach. You're going to be the coach of the U.S. men's Olympic team again. That's big news if you didn't know it, and we're excited for Robert. But what are your thoughts on Fabi's comments and also not having Hikaru on the team?
Well, I have to say that the team was selected before I was. They vote on their coach. So
Okay.
I have no say in any of that stuff. I mean, everyone would want Hikaru on their team. He's an amazing chess player. He brings, you know, this dynamic energy over the chessboard, and that's always something you want. You throw him in the lineup, and you feel confident that he'll do well. His reasons, I don't know them, you know, in full, so I can't speculate. I'm sure his streaming career, and there are many reasons why he would sit it out, and I
It's
don't
a long
blame him.
tournament, and
Yeah. You know, he's got a whole life on Twitch and YouTube and all that stuff. You know, creating content and earning the big bucks. So from Fabiano's perspective, I think he said it well. Like maybe Hikaru would want to be in a position where he played every single game, and on the U.S. team, which I feel incredibly privileged to be the coach of, like. It's hard to know who to play whenever because everyone's so strong. And you know, Hikaru's not playing. In steps Sam Schenkel, and that's somebody who's 27, 20 plus, who's won the U.S. Championship ahead of Fabiano Caruana, Wesley So, has played really well in Olympiads past. So when you're kind of spoiled for choice, yes, you would like Hikaru on your team, but you're also sitting there like, next option, not so bad.
Almir, Fabi said that if he was in Hikaru's shoes, he still would have played, right? You think that's maybe a different mentality they have? I mean, Robert just talked a lot about Hikaru streaming, but why do you think Fabi said that? That even if he was in his shoes, he still would have played? Do you think Fabi just feels very patriotic in that sense?
Well, we're all very different, so I think I've declined the selection even for this year's Olympiad a few times because, well, for different reasons, family, you know, training. So I can understand that it's not easy to combine everything, like what is going on in Hikaru's life right now. And I wanted to say that they also won the Gold Olympics already once. It's not like they're, and even this team, like even the same, they are fighting for gold medals this time. What I wanted to underline is that in France, it's a completely different story because I was surprised that it's the coach who selects the players. You know,
France?
In France, yes. So it's, I find this way.
Danny would have been playing if I got to select.
And we would have won gold.
And I find this way of of doing things more fair. So it's very important. So you don't have any conflicts between the coach and the players.
Yeah.
Also, so it's. I'm looking forward, you know.
I think that's a good question for chat. Is who Robert would have picked on his team? We know he would have taken me.
Yeah, I would have chosen you just so I could bench you every single round.
You could bench me every time.
But I actually want to say something quickly about what Fabiano said. He's not in Hikaru's shoes, and he knows that.
Yeah.
Fabiano loves playing chess, right?
Yeah.
The guy always wants to play. I mean, that's his career. Right now, Hikaru is a chess player, but he's also, by quantity of time, predominantly a chess streamer or a streamer who focuses on chess most of the time. So it's impossible to put yourself in Hikaru's shoes because there's literally nobody else on the planet who can put those pineapple shoes on and entertain the masses like him.
That's right. That's right. Well, anyway, interesting topic, and of course we are super excited and wishing Team USA and Robert Hess, the coach, the best of luck.
They made a mistake. What can I say?
He's leaning.
They made a mistake. What can I say?
He's about to move. Hikaru's about to move, so I was wondering if we would catch that on camera. We'll see. I think he was grabbing the rook, and I think he was about to play rook b2.
Bishop f1?
Bishop f1, it looks like.
Okay, bishop f1.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Bishop f1 attacks the queen. And like you said, a rook normally wins the staring contest, right? You ever do the blinking contest? Let's do it right now. Don't blink.
I'm going to turn my head to focus. I'm pretty good at staring.
Oh, man, he is really good. All right, never mind. We're not going to do that. We're going to go to the analysis board, trying to get you to lose the staring contest. But the reason, everyone, is that the queen is worth more, so she has to find safety. It is not an equal trade. Probably we're going to see queen g4.
But just h3. I mean, that queen is really being kicked around.
Yeah, queen g4, h3. She has to run again.
But then d5. I mean, I can just start pushing all my things forward here. And
this looks really good for white.
I think the queen's going to b1.
You think she's going to b1?
I think that queen is going to b1.
Well, wouldn't that be fun?
You already got that right. Wow. I mean, honestly, though, how often do you see a queen all the way on the enemy last rank that didn't involve a promotion?
So then, Almira, what's the response here? Rook b2 is the immediate response, but perhaps you need to take care of this trade first. What do you think on the line we might see?
Rook b2 and rook e8, of course, are the moves that I've been looking at. First of all, you need to understand the difference. Why do you need to play rook e8 first?
Okay. Oh, wait, he slid to g4. By the way, Jan does have the best facial expressions. I agree with you. I think Hikaru has the most variety, but Jan's facial expressions are...
What was that username?
I didn't want to read the use. Some of the usernames I don't read by design, but Jerem Muro is one I'll read. Nepo's reaction. Lol. Great profile pic there for Jerem.
Maybe you simply lose a pawn after rook e8, rook b2, and rook b7.
Okay. So Almira's pointing out maybe why Jan didn't go for this, because it would have been takes, e8 takes, rook b2, queen a1, and then rook b7, and perhaps Jan just
He didn't like this position, yes.
There's bishop takes a3.
Yes, but there are a lot of pawns hanging there as well. So.
And there's a queen a4 ideas. This is really complicated.
This is super
stuff.
wild. But the fact that Jan is still playing so quickly is just shocking to me. Our analysis doesn't like queen g4, meaning the eval bar.
That was the first question that I asked Robert. What if queen g4 is?
Yeah, no,
it looks like a mistake, right? I mean, queen g4, h3.
But I think, speaking of mistakes, one mistake that all of us might find ourselves making is looking at reacting to the eval bar every turn. Because there may only be one pinpoint precise path that leads it to, what is it, +1.5 over here.
Yeah.
And most other moves might just still be like 0.6, which is
Right.
0.6 of a pawn better, so still an advantage for white, but not anything to write home about. But what I don't like from Jan's perspective is white's moves, h3 is like the most obvious move ever. Bishop f1 was
Hikaru
also
looked like he
obvious.
was already about to play it, by the way.
Yeah, he's
But
going to
go
play h3. And then where's this queen going? Like, you're just kicking this queen around, getting free tempi as white. And Jan is perhaps suggesting that his underlying structure, everything that's going on here, that he'll still be okay.
Yep.
But I just don't like how this game is going. It feels like it's playing into Hikaru's hands without any counter punches.
Maybe he was looking for some tactical ideas while the queen is still on g4. I can play rook e1, so you cannot take with the knight. Then queen e1 and maybe queen e4 back to exchange queens. But then rook comes to e2.
Yeah, rook e2. And now who controls that open file? Clearly white.
You move the queen to b1.
D5. Where's your knight going? Can't go to a5.
a5, you lose the knight. Although the bishop on c1 is hanging, but yes. Also, knight d4 is coming soon.
This is...
I mean, the longer the computer thinks, the more it seems to like white. I mean, wow. All right, well, whether Jan has the best facial expressions or not, chat, I'm not sure you're going to see the happiest of facial expressions here if Hikaru somehow finds the forcing line that proves the engine right. We don't necessarily know what it is, but it definitely feels very scary. Just from a practical perspective, we don't have a safe route for the queen. And by the way, the more we look at it, now that I understand that d5 is coming, Robert, just having found it in that line, I feel like that's a key point. This is a really hard position for black.
Can we briefly just go back before queen e4 was played, just 2 moves ago?
Yeah.
So
queen e4?
Yeah, after c4, black can go queen d7, and I don't think you have too many issues at the moment. Like, it's just a game, right?
Yeah.
But putting your queen on e4, like voluntarily placing it in the path of the rook, then immediately going over to g4, where it gets hit by this pawn, I mean, this just feels wrong. Like, ignoring the eval bar, we have that showing us that, yes, it in fact is incorrect, but I'm sure Hikaru was sitting at the board like, what is Jan doing? And they have tremendous respect for each other. They're elite players and have been for a long time. But sometimes people just make weird moves, and they are in fact bad.
Yeah.
And Jan is making some bad choices right now.
Yeah.
Well, I just thought before the show started that how patient Jan was, and I feel that he's completely on tilt right now. All these moves, you know, queen e4, queen g4. What can we expect here? Queen g6?
I guess.
I think your idea of rook takes e1 was probably what he had in store, but the more we looked at that, because if you just move the queen, you know, to g6, I think the d5 idea is still coming. What's funny is, okay, again, it's hard. We're doing commentary. Of course, we have the eval bar guiding us, but once we started analyzing that concrete idea of d5, now that I see that in every line I look at, I really like white, right? The more I look at the position and see that d5 is coming, I think that's one of the key points. That not only is the queen running out of squares, but this knight is going to be kicked from the central defense of both e5 and d4, and the white counterpart is ready to take that job.
And we've been complimenting Jan for not beating himself, right? He's played pretty well thus far. He got a win with black. Then he won yesterday's game after being a bit surprised. But I mean, the last few moves it's a different player. This is not Jan Nepomniachtchi 4 games past that we've seen. This is like a completely different player. And Hikaru, he's making the right responses, but he's also like being fed them. It's like, you put your queen on e4, I simply move my bishop. You put your queen on g4, I push a pawn, creates love for my king, attack your queen's going all over the place, then I'll play d5 to attack your knight, gain space. I mean, it just does not feel like the Jan Nepomniachtchi that we have seen to this point in the tournament.
And we were talking about the opening choices, so this opening doesn't suit him that well, finally. He's not a player who is seeking, to equalize.
Well, it's funny because we were talking about earlier as maybe a good opening choice against Hikaru, who wanted to win. He was the tournament leader. But I think what you're saying about the style of his chess maybe is more important than whether it was the right tournament choice because of the standings. And that might be proving true because we've been sitting here thinking, well, we're like, okay, Jan's playing fast. Now we know that there's a game Hikaru played. He probably knew it. He obviously must have a plan. But then he doesn't seem to have a plan. I don't know what's going on.
Queen e4 is a move that if you make me go through the players in this tournament, Fabiano Caruana would never play that move. Liren would never play the move. So you got to give Jan credit for creativity because he does think outside the box amongst the best in the world at it, right? Like he's able to find winning chances in positions that most people are like, there's nothing here. But he also just found himself some really good losing chances by bringing his queen to e4. He could have just slid the queen back to d7, just played calmly. Instead, he's going for it. And look at his face. He is dejected right now.
Yeah, he's like, what was I thinking? And so what's funny, though, let's unpack, like, how it gets here. Because I think, obviously, from our chair, like, we now see complete information. We have so many advantages the players don't. And clearly, we're not wrong, right? Obviously, Jan has messed up, and now maybe for the first time, he's realizing he messed up. But often what happens in these lines, Almir and Robert, is he saw something that we don't know, right? He saw something, he thought there was a clear line, right? So, Almira, I mean, I saw you nodding your head just now. What do you think, if we had to guess, what was it? Because often, these guys don't just make blunders, chat. They had some idea. Maybe it was the Queen B1 idea. Maybe that was what he underestimated. What do you think it was?
Well, first of all, what I wanted to say is that while he was preparing for his game, he was forced to to look at many lines in the Petrov. So this is one of the ideas, to play Queen e4, but I think this might be a simple mix-up. You've seen so many positions that you know that you have to play Queen e4 at some point, or Queen d6, like depending on the line. And I have a feeling this is what happened.
Yeah.
So
he thought he was pulling from memory, but
exactly, he thought that he'd seen it.
By the way, the pacing Fabi, and he stopped and stared a few times. How much do you think Fabi's rooting for his fellow American in this game, Robert? I mean, obviously, Fabi only trails Jan in the tournament, right? I think he'd like to see Nakamura shake up the standings here.
Although at the same time, that adds another person towards the top.
Yeah,
right?
and maybe a streaking Nakamura is not what you want to see. Pun intended.
Thank you for that.
Okay, that slipped out the wrong way. But okay, maybe a hot streaking Nakamura.
Danny?
Okay,
a Nakamura on a roll is maybe more dangerous than Jan to Fabi. Fair point.
He's done worse things. So.
I found the right way to get out of that one.
And also if we think directly head-to-head, that Fabi had black against Jan in the first half, and he already beat Hikaru with the white pieces, so then second time around, Fabi will have to play Hikaru with the black pieces.
Yeah, Hikaru gets white.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so that's a part of it. And I think Almir makes a very fair point contextualizing it, that Queen e4 is an idea in many positions, but that's why you have time. And look at how much time Jan has remaining.
Yeah.
He should have spent that time after c4 to verify that he's just not walking into a fire pit. And so he plays this, and it feels like his old bad habit took over, right? It's like, you know, this gargoyle that's turned to stone, and then finally it's let out, and you're like, well, I don't know what to do with that thing, and maybe you should go back into being a stone. And so he just played too quickly here, and now he's like, wait, what did I do? Why did I put my queen there? I could have just gone Queen d7 and wouldn't have these issues. So I feel like, look at Fabi over here. He's like, yeah, what's your queen doing over there on g4, buddy? The queen could have just safely went home to d7. So I think that it's a situation where he just needs to use his clock in that critical moment. And maybe he didn't realize just how critical it was, but now he is, and now, unfortunately for him, it's 2 moves too late.
Oh man, well, Fabi pacing makes me want to back out a little bit and at least get a view from the top of what's happening in all 4 games, even if we don't immediately dive into Fabi, because a pacing Fabiano probably not something that Richard Report is happy about. It might mean a very confident Fabiano. We see the pawn is advanced to g5. Report is on the clock. And what is ahead in that very, very ominous-looking kingside attack coming to Richard Report. But, all right, Before we dive in, we are going to take a quick break. And on that note, before we do, I want to remind everybody that the 44th Chess Olympiad is coming to Chennai, India. This is the biggest team event in chess, with more than 100 countries competing for gold. Coverage begins every day at 2:30 a.m., Robert. I know you will be wide awake when we're back in the States at 2:30 a.m. Pacific time between July 28th and August 9th. Right here on chess.com.
I'll be wide awake because I'll be in India.
You're going to be in India? Oh, you're being an Olympic coach. LOL. At least you know your plan.
You're like, wait, I thought you were
don't.
commenting.
Yeah, all right. We're going to take a break, everyone. Don't go anywhere. Round 5 of the 2022 FIDE Candidates will continue from Madrid in just a few.
Want to hold a massive chess tournament with dozens of clubs or hundreds of players? Or maybe a small chess tournament with local but competitive clubs? With Club Arenas, you can. Club Arenas allow for tournaments of any size with any number of clubs and players. Customize the arena with any time control, with standard chess or mini chess variants, and with any starting position you want. Club Arenas are the most flexible tournament format on chess.com. Try one out today.
I figure it's time for me to really blend in, you know? Dress like a local. I obviously wear jackets all the time. Okay, so we're ready for the candidates. Every local Madridian visits the chessboard on a daily basis, I hear. They visit and kind of pay tribute to Queen Isabella herself. I hear that this is a statue of Queen Isabella herself. Yeah.
We are here at the 2022 Candidates Tournament in Madrid, Spain, and we have our man on the inside, Danny Wrench, who's been with the players a lot, going to the players' meetings, and he's here to tell us about some special requests that a few of the players made. Danny, what have they been talking about?
Yeah, well, obviously we want to and always ask the players and get them in the spirit of the city, right? The place that they're playing from. So a couple of actually kind of unique ones that have been thrown out there, and I'm going to try to represent these as well as I can to FIDE. Okay, but the first one was a lot of bonus requests if you play and win with the Spanish on either side.
Makes sense.
Right?
Yeah.
Makes sense. There was a suggestion, you know, that anytime you move the queen, you drop a dab for Queen Isabella.
Yeah, she's the one that made the queen powerful.
Makes sense.
Okay.
But then the players were unanimous on one in particular, which was that every 2 hours into every round, they'll have a nafta.
Well, we'll see if any of these rules are implemented for the tournament. Especially if somebody plays the Spanish, they got some money coming their way.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem likely, but I don't even want to know which players made these requests, but I've got a couple ideas in my mind.
Yeah, well, you know, and anything that gets the players to play something more than the Berlin, right, the most exciting draw in the world. Now that we have some money on the line, perhaps we see some exciting Spanish games. So I'm actually excited about that one.
There you go. You gonna do some Alex Honnold on us? Yeah, the Alex Honnold of chess, folks. Climbing without a rope.
Oh wait, I can do it. I don't know why I'm doing this, but I feel like a little kid when I get around big things.
Slowly checking our insurance
This is like
policy.
chess parkour. Oh, did you catch that on camera?
Can you tell he's the dad of a teenager?
Always move like a knight, guys. I think I'm gonna go hit a siesta over there with the, seems like the thing to do with the locals.
You do you, baby girl.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll see you guys in a couple hours. Yeah, it's been a long day, Dan. You deserve it, buddy. You deserve it. Go ahead and throw that down and just buckle up, buddy. Yeah.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join Chess.com today.
Madrid. Civilization here is almost as old as the game of chess. Some claim the queen was given her powers. Now that, my friends, is a chess legacy. Passion for chess continues to thrive in Madrid. For the first time in 30 years, Spain's capital plays host to the Candidates, the most important tournament in chess. At the Palace of San, stakes are high. 8 of the world's best players competing for the right to challenge for the most coveted title in chess, the World Chess Championship. The Candidates is grueling. The winner requires mental endurance and unbreakable focus. There are those familiar with the biggest stages in chess, yet still chasing unfinished business. And others from the next wave of stars with little patience for yielding to those before them. Mis amigos, the next challenger to the world champion of chess must come through Madrid. Like Queen Isabella before them, the Candidates is all about leaving a legacy. Mis amigos, we are back here. Mis amigos, we are here. I'm here with my friends. We're all going to have a great time when we're hanging out with our amigos. And you know, the players are being treated like superstars as they come to the building every day, fans begging for autographs. Robert, anyone ask you for your autograph on your way in?
I don't think anybody knows I'm here because it's my first day. So I just, happily came early. Nobody saw me, but maybe in the future somebody will.
Elmira, what about you? Any fans stop you on the way in?
Well, no, I'm coming here like way too early, 2 hours before, and I actually love Robert's comment. He's coming here completely incognito,
Yeah.
So it's
completely incognito, and we are here. We are here early, just so everyone knows, but we are also going to be here every day. We've got International Master Almira Skripchenko, Grandmaster Robert Hess in studio for the first time. We're super happy to have him here with us in Madrid. And I think there's a game that maybe we already knew was going to be a marquee game coming in, but we might need to get right back to it because we left it knowing that something had gone wrong for Nepo, and all we're getting is confirmation of that fact with every move that's played, Robert.
And look at him. And, they're only a couple moves by him and by Hikaru have been played, and he looks distraught. He's looking at his position, hoping to find something to save him. And if we look back at the Candidates, the previous one, he was in first place. He loses to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and then the tournament stops.
Yes.
So we know that Jan can be a player who has hot and cold streaks, right? People have talked about his endurance. Can he play a full 14 rounds in a row? And he hasn't lost the game yet. He still has plenty of chances to hold, but the way this game is going, it makes you wonder, like, can this collapse this tournament even though he'd still be in fine position in the standings?
I love Elmira's opinion on that because it was just you and I doing commentary for that candidates that came to a stop, obviously because of COVID. Seems like lifetimes ago for all of us in 2020. That tournament didn't resume for an entire year. But Robert and I said, Elmira, that probably the biggest beneficiary of the halftime break that ultimately gave them a year was Jan Nepomniachtchi, because he tends to be a streaky player, right? Really thriving when things are going well. The only loss he had in the tournament ended up being the final game before they took a year break. Do you believe that break was critical to him not going on tilt? And how do you think he will deal with a loss should it happen here with Nakamura?
Well, I agree with you, especially, well, this break came after a loss, and we talked about the importance of how Sovic's players, or how Sovic's school recognizes of making a draw, just, you know, to calm yourself down. But here you have to continue. And yesterday you've said of how, well, all of us are creatures of habits, you know. And I feel like Jan's mind is playing some games with him, because it's like, stop smoking, yes, you know. And you're looking at this and it's like, okay, just one. You know, he was very calm and patient during those 4 games. And here is something went terribly wrong. You know, It's like, you know, we have our own proper mechanisms. So this one kicked in this game.
Yeah. Well, okay, if indeed this proves to be a loss, and again, as you said, still plenty of life left for him to try to hold this, but that may be a storyline that we're looking back on in several rounds if it ultimately is the last time we're looking at the tournament leading Jan Nepomniachtchi here on cam. It might be because of whatever the bad sides of his habits that got a hold of him.
It's unrecognizable decision-making in terms of this event,
Yeah.
but it is something that has plagued him in the past. Right? We can name so many examples of it. And for Jan, right, his blessing is his curse. Right? He's very quick. Not just, you know, in terms of playing blitz chess or anything, he just sees sharp variations. He sees through them very quickly. And there's a reason he was up an hour against Alireza Firouzja yesterday, beating him on the clock, the board, and just in every which way. So for Jan, I mean, Queen E4 in this game, the first time, not the why it's here now, and that's just a move that if you gave him another chance, just say, Jan, you're going to sit for 3 minutes, and then you're going to make your move. He's not playing Queen E4.
Right.
It is just, and that's why I feel bad, because it feels like we're harping on a guy who's already, you know, down. I mean, just look at him, right? He's very unhappy. He's actually red in the face, but it's just so beneath his level. And these players far stronger than I am. And it's not, you know, trying to say that. And I think that's the reason why I get worked up about it, because he has so much time. And if he just sat there for even a couple minutes, he would not have played Queen E4.
And Robert, again, is referring to Queen E4 the first time, which was in this position. Both Queen D6, Queen D7 were better for black. Queen E4, just in hindsight, clearly a mistake. The computer immediately says, wait a second, to use the done. It goes, what? Right? And then it only keeps whooping from here on out. As with every move, black is getting in more trouble. Now what's he going to do with that Queen on E4, given that D5 is coming? Is the big question that we have ahead. Let's look at a line. So probably Queen B1 is it the only? I mean, what else can you play here besides Queen B1? I mean, this move, I assumed there was some sort of discovery, and no other squares are safe for the queen. I think this is the only move on the board.
But Queen B1, very directly, white plays D5.
Yep.
And where's your knight going?
And immediately, it's funny how all it takes is one move on the board for the computer to say, yeah, this is a real problem. And by the way, you were right about queen takes A5. I'm just realizing, because after takes, you just take C7. The whole house is falling, and there's 2 passed pawns here. I mean, look at Jan's reaction right now. This is the opposite of the Jan we saw yesterday. The Jan we were applauding, the confident Jan, as you said, deliberate in his intention, right? He managed his time yesterday, which means he played fast, but when the critical moments were there, how many times did we see him take a sip of tea, right? You and I were joking, there was an hour on the clock, with Alireza had a minute, right? But he was still patient. But today, playing too fast, he may not be able to take that time back.
But you know what I was saying before, the French, they have this saying, like proverb, like chasser le naturel et le revient en galop. Ça veut dire que, well, you fight against yourself, you're being patient, confident, exactly what I wanted to say, but then it comes back even stronger. And that's what we see today. You know, he's been impatient. Robert said so many times that he had to take some time to think, you know, to reevaluate the position and to change his plan.
Robert, you were raising your finger too. Were you going to suggest there was a different move? I think maybe Queen D3 is better than I first thought because there isn't a great discovery.
Yeah, Queen D3. I mean, this is calculating by process of elimination.
Right.
Queen B1 looks really bad. Queen D3 doesn't look great. It's the only other move that doesn't lose your queen, though. So
can I still just play D5?
you can play D5, but after D5, so there's no knight A5. We should point that out because the queen covers that square. It's just losing the piece. But you have knight D4.
That's the difference. The queen on D3 allows knight D4, whereas the queen on B1 does not. Okay, I can see, and the computer immediately says that's why. So okay, that's got to be why Queen D3 is the best move. It's not because of D5. Back to the discovery drawing board.
Actually, surprisingly difficult to punish, right? You would think that any rook move should be really good, but rook E8, black can just take that rook.
Yep.
Because you'll take my queen, but I'll take yours, and we're just trading everything off, and you see black's even better there. So rook E8 doesn't work after queen D3. What about rook E7? Right? We're trying to win the C7 pawn. Now this queen goes to B1, and importantly, there are no rook B2, things like that go after the queen and the B7 pawn. So rook takes C7, you think, yes, let me just grab your pawn. Bishop D6 traps your rook. Your greedy rook is gone.
The queen with full board defense of the B7 pawn, that's not something you see every day. Okay, wow, so queen D3. All right, so if Jan finds queen D3, it's going to take an accurate move from Hikaru to keep the edge. We haven't spotted it yet. Is it, okay, we were looking, I think, at the E file for discoveries. That was sort of our original obsession, but what about just going to B2 right away? Same idea.
I'll go back to E4.
I'm
going to keep arbitrary, and this very important point. The rook takes B7, you know, at some point it looks like you're going to win a pawn, but the D4 pawn will fall in any which way, right? There's like the rook on B7 is loose in many positions as well. So, wow, I mean, queen D3, shockingly, is a move that keeps black in the game, and the way that Jan is spending his time here, I think is ultimately the move that he's going to choose.
Can we try rook E3 here? Because I still want to play D5, and that's the only option.
Queen B1.
I see to do this, and D5 here.
Right, so I can play knight E7. So normally you just take twice on E7 because two minor pieces are better than a rook, but as you're highlighting, that bishop on C1 is just too loose to make this.
But I still like Almira's idea because if we establish what was the reason queen D3 is best, likely because you can meet D5 with knight D4, so it would stand to reason that rook E3 seems like a good response because if the queen is chased and we're back to D5, black no longer has knight D4. So if it goes to knight E7, maybe we just go back to knight D4, Robert, and forget about it. So, Almira, I think you're onto something. This might be best response. But by the way, look at that. Jan, a little bit of a smile there almost. He knows it's not over yet. He does find the best move, and we still have a game.
Oh, and here's, you know, Hikaru is, was he going to adjust the piece, or was he about to move?
No, he was about to move, I think.
And he was about to play rook B2, I think, which would be a beginning of,
wow.
Indeed, it doesn't mean he's offering repetition, but one thing that this move is doing, everyone, is saying if you go back to E4, my best move might just be rook right back to E2, which is, you know, as Almira and I said, the original way to offer a draw, to repeat moves.
But I think what Hikaru is doing is that, you know, traditional school of chess, you're the one down in time, you have the better position, let's get closer to the next time control.
Yeah.
That way, you know, when it comes down to it, I don't have to be quite as worried because I've thrown in a repetition. So I think Hikaru probably will play rook E2 back, because if you don't play rook E2, we're going to see the evaluation start dipping, and then black's going to be okay. Like if let's say you move your queen to C3, now black stabilizes with B6, and no longer you're threatened to win pawns, and the position looks more and more reasonable.
Almira, what do you think? Is it just the every Soviet chess kid knows you always repeat? Is that what's going on here?
Well, especially with this time control, and I think a few players, including Hikaru, have expressed their concerns about this time control, or maybe about different time controls being used in different tournaments, so you don't have time to adjust. So what do you think, Robert?
I think you're 100% right. In fact, we're seeing it on the board, and I definitely don't think we'll see a draw, although if it happens, I will be very disappointed. Hikaru takes a moment now to say, I've gained a move, like you said, Almira, now on move 22, so 18 moves remain for us to ultimately make time control.
And some may see this, oh, look at these 41 plus minutes remaining. That's all the time in the world. But in order to keep your advantage, you need to start burning clock to make sure that you don't make one careless move and all of a sudden the position is equal. We were just showing some variations where you make the move rook e7 thinking you're just going to win the c-pawn, and in fact after queen b1 you take that pawn, your rook gets trapped, and there goes your advantage. So Hikaru, he needs to show accuracy right now. Jan, he wasn't doing himself any favors earlier. Now he sat, he thought, he found this queen d3 move very instructive, and Hikaru, you can see he's searching the position, and the previously like distraught Jan, who maybe thought he was just going to lose the game, he really looked red in the face. Now he's looking at this with a new lease on life. You can see the way he's walking around. Now it's Hikaru, the burden's on him, and actually the exact path forward, not that easy.
Okay. Yeah. Well, Hikaru does have 40 minutes to find his next move. Will he find Almira's rook e3? I think you're right, Almira. I think that's the best idea, rook e3 followed by d5. But in the meantime, we're gonna back up and remind everybody that all 4 games are still in progress here in round 5. Where have you been? We've got almost 30,000 of you with us. Actually, we do have more than 30,000 of you with us just on Twitch alone. Thanks for making us part of your day. I think we know where we want to go because I'm biased toward the position on the board. Producers reading my mind here. I think we should head over and see exactly what it is that Caruana and Report are up to, because they've made a few moves in this. Now looking very, very, look at that. Fabi completely denying castles with rook d1.
Yeah, but I mean, Report quickly bring his a-pawn forward, getting some counterplay for himself. I can see the evaluation, and I'm actually trying to ignore it because I'm just thinking, what would I be thinking if I were in this game where Black isn't close to castling, but White legally cannot castle. You move both your rooks. So it just feels like a fight.
Almira, you said that Report doesn't mind playing. We know he loves chaos. He's a creative player, right? Hairstyle reflects his chess playing on the board, just like kind of a wild rock star of a chess player. You also said he doesn't mind playing bad positions. So how do you think he feels in this, facing Fabiano's pawn storm?
Well, I think that's exactly what he wanted to get today.
It's a fight.
It's a fight, a very unbalanced position. Once again, and I have a quote from Game of Thrones. You know nothing. You know nothing, Fabi.
But what do you think he's thinking about now that Fabi is also showing he's up for the fight? Because you don't have to play rook d1, just like you don't have to play rook f1. But Fabi is fully committed to bringing the heat as fast as possible at the neglect of his own king. You think that a little bit of a taste of Report's own medicine, Almira?
Well, first of all, I like bishop c6 move. It was a very nice prophylactic move. Now, there are 2 points. I protect the d7 pawn, and I protect the b5 pawn, preparing the advance. It's a very nice move. So I understand Fabi's hesitation in this position because he maybe initially wanted to castle long, so he had to switch his plans as well, and thinking that the king is maybe safe in the center,
What do you think? Maybe he should have castled long? I mean, this might have been the safer option.
But then a5, a4, like the same exact plan, just with your king now in potential danger.
It's funny just how much better I feel in this line, just as someone who's played positions like this too. Like I mean, maybe not f5, but
maybe you can take first because can you?
But I don't even know that I'm worried about this because I want to do this, and I want to do it before you get your king out of the center.
No, I meant like after f5, you played f5, maybe we had a possibility to take as well on b3.
In a4, after f5?
Yes.
Yeah, saying maybe Black can take on b3.
I don't think f5 is good though, probably because of I'd rather actually play this move in hindsight, and then play f5 to stop knight e5.
Yeah, it's a really rich position. I have to say bishop c6 was a marvelous move by Report.
Yeah.
Because we were talking about every which way. It seemed like Fabi would have a clear plan. And then Report said, well, why don't I just take away the pressure on d7 before you even get there, so preemptive move. And playing a5, a4 creates a play for himself. And he realizes that his king in the center can't easily be attacked. Yeah, F4, F5 does look scary, but it's not quite quick enough to force the Black King to flee. So Bishop C6, I mean, that is a great move, and if Rapport can even get the upper hand and maybe play for a win here, we might be talking about that move as kind of like one of the moves of the tournament. This quiet move, you're not seeing a sacrifice, but really an excellent choice in a position that was looking very worrisome.
But are we looking at a game where neither of the sides will castle? You know, it's like, you know, because it cannot find a way for Black to castle. So it's a, there was a proposal, you know, to play a chess game without castling, I think, from Vladimir Kramnik, you know, so here's a perfect example of how dangerous it might get.
For those who don't know the direct reference Almira is making, the AlphaZero papers, Vladimir Kramnik, the chess expert, sort of brought on to Google's team at DeepMind as they did the AlphaZero neural net machine learning project, which was a fascinating project. And one of the variants was that the proposal that you would play normal chess, but you're just not allowed to castle. Like, it's not even a move anymore. And it was, I think, one of the more interesting variants to consider, right? Because it allows a lot of things that we know to be prevalent, but king safety becomes a real issue in a lot of games, which is a lot of fun. So, all right, Fabi didn't go for what we were saying maybe with castles and F4. He played G5 in the game.
I just had one question. If you can quickly get back to this variation, because I assumed that it was made, but it was no, with castling, just to understand these ideas, because I wanted to take on B3. I thought that was made, but we still had just F5 you played, I think.
I don't want to play F5 though.
No, but just okay, but the F5, I was thinking just to play take.
I think F5 is just bad because of knight E5.
No, but what if you take on G6? I still can't figure it out because I wanted to play rook E1, rook A1, check. So why can't you take the piece? Yes, that's. I thought
that. C takes B3, if you just take the knight, because there's no checkmate.
It looks very dangerous.
Rook A1, knight B1, and suddenly it's like, wait a second, is that worth the piece? And the engine, the cold-hearted engine, cold-blooded, just says H takes G6 and Black's better.
This is what I don't understand, because what I thought is like rook A1 is mate. Of course, I missed knight B1.
Because I just disagree fundamentally, religiously with where this position is going. But apparently the computer says, no, Black is better. You know what, computer? But I don't want any part of this.
Doesn't it seem completely insane?
This is insane.
Yeah, this position is better for Black, who's down a piece for just 2 pawns right now, and it doesn't seem like a checkmate is coming.
There's a threat of taking H2. There's, natural move threats, I guess, just to bring pieces out. Maybe this bishop gets involved at some point. It's obviously a mess, because I think we could say the computer says better, but also it's close enough to say this is one of those, what do we say they say in the books when they don't know the answer? Unclear.
Yeah.
This is unclear, and...
No, you have this queen A8 ideas with rook. Now that I start digging deeper, queen A8 with the idea of rook B1, queen A2, queen A1 mate.
That's another mate, yeah. Okay, well, all right. We'll see where this goes, because I want to kind of just catch us back up to the live position, because there's some other crazy stuff going on. Apparently the Firouzja Duda game might be about to peter out, so I want to head over there. As you can see, everybody, he only has 16, since last game against Jan, where he took a ton of time, right? Now this game, history repeating here, and not getting anything. I'm going to go back to a storyline I said. I didn't double down on it early on because, there's no reason to. But Almira, I said that the pro of the storyline of you didn't play this year, right? You're keeping some things secret. You're reinventing yourself. Maybe you'll show some new openings. We've seen a little bit of that. The con is the direct reference to Tal Botvinnik, right? And the autobiography about the match. And again, it's still a game. And when you have to manage your time, make critical decisions, right, under pressure, calculate your way through variations, you can't replicate that unless you're playing against the best chess players in the world. The only event he played was in Bucharest. It did not go well, right? And we see some, I don't want to call it clock mismanagement, because what else was he going to do yesterday besides think? He was losing. But here, he's been better, and still, just an hour down on the clock, doesn't seem to have settled in these games here. What do you think? That's my practical argument, is that his time management is showing.
Well, he does feel a bit rusty. But
that's what I'm saying. He's rusty.
So does Ding. He haven't played that many tournaments. So rook B1.
This is
maybe
amazing sequence, by the way. Queen takes
Queen
d4.
d4, yes.
This is like beautiful stuff.
Yeah, a lot of fun.
The geometry that saves this game is actually just gorgeous.
It's Queen f1.
Well, yeah, and just but look at this move. The only move there was Queen takes d4 because if you traded rooks first, thinking you're winning the knight back, you get back rank checkmate. So the mutual back rank checkmate.
What's funny is
really cool.
White can play Rook takes a1 here.
And Queen f1, of course.
Right. Oh man.
Please save
yes,
my queen.
yes,
Come on.
exactly.
Yeah.
Oh no, my queen.
Anyway, all right. So I know I went on a long tangent there because I think it's something I've been curious about because Alireza Firouzja disappeared and a lot of fans were missing him, right? And he wasn't playing online chess either. It wasn't just that he wasn't playing over the board. He wasn't playing anything. And I wonder if that's something that, you know, he needs to shake off the rust as fast as possible here in Madrid.
But if you think of the flip side of rust, is experience. And no matter how much he was playing, he just doesn't have the experience that others do. And he had a fantastic, a meteoric rise. I mean, to get to 2,800 at his age hadn't been done before.
Yep.
So nobody is dismissing the potential. And I wouldn't go and dismiss the current. When you say potential, it often means that they're not there yet. No, he's there, he's a star. But this tournament is just one that he hasn't played before. Fact, he's never played the Candidates.
Yep.
And the Candidates is so special because you're playing 14 games in a row against players that are incredibly difficult to defeat. And if you make a mistake, they will beat you. Whereas on his rise, he did beat some of the players, and we see the result in the books. The draw is agreed to. There are no pieces remaining. This is fair. But he beat Duda 4 times. He's shown that he can beat some of these players. But he hasn't done it round after round after round after round the way that Fabiano Caruana has. It's just a fact. So Firouzja still has his chances in this event. I'm not counting him out, and if you do, then that's on you and this is wrong. But I think that, you know, he's a youngster and he is just getting his feet beneath him.
I just had a small observation. That's the first time that I've seen Alireza not smiling after finishing the game, because even after his loss, you know, yesterday, he still had a smile and wanted to analyze because that was a very intense battle.
Right.
But here, like, he left the board. He never smiled. He left the board immediately. You know, he didn't analyze his opponent. He was clearly disappointed.
Yeah. Speaking of his opponents, we're analyzing his next 2 opponents with that game in the books. He gets White again, so that's a pro against Fabiano Caruana, but not someone who he's played well against, right? We see 2 losses there, and then ends with Ding. So Robert, you said it. This is the first half of this event that is really going to challenge the young Firouzja. Nobody has ever won the Candidates their first time in the tournament.
Right.
And for him to turn things around, does it have to start with game 6 and 7?
Actually, I think it kind of had to start today. Not that he's out of it, but when you look at these pairings, he does have 4 black pieces in the first 7 rounds, which means in the back half, he gets the first move advantage in 4 of the games.
Yep.
But Duda was the player that you pencil in on your your list of opponents. You're like, that's the guy that I usually beat.
Yep.
And I'm 4 wins, no losses against him. And everybody else are kind of like, no, I can beat them. But you're not like looking at that game, the other games like this is one that I need to win, because when you have White against Fabiano, I mean, it doesn't matter what color you have against him. He could beat you if you make 1 inaccuracy. And Duda, of course, can punish Alireza. He just hasn't done that in his career thus far. So I think that Alireza, I mean, today was a big mischance because it's not just about the result, right? Often as chess players, it's about how you put pressure on your opponent, where you'll feel okay with a draw as long as you were able to make that sustained pressure. You knew you were better and you made them suffer for a while. If they played like Hikaru Nakamura did and survived that suffering, just credit to the opponent. But when you liquidate in seemingly like 15 minutes and then the game is a draw, you're kind of like, I'm not on my A game.
Yeah. Well, I think you painted it well, right? It's not just that it was a draw, it was the lack of fire. But we are not lacking fire in the game between Nakamura and Nepomniachtchi. Elmira, Hikaru found your move. Rook e3 as the best response to queen to d3. And after queen to b1 and d5, we see knight e7 and we see the advantage for White remaining. I think that Nakamura will not make this mistake of taking e7 given that c1's hanging. I'm guessing knight d4 is the main option. Maybe there's other options here, Elmira.
Well, knight d4 seems very strong to me.
Knight
Because,
d4, the bishop
I
moves.
cannot see how black can coordinate his pieces. That's probably the biggest trouble.
Meaning you don't see how black can
Yeah, I
coordinate.
don't
Yeah,
see,
that's a
yes,
good point. The thing I just spotted about knight d4 now that it's on the board is it also guards b3, so I'm immediately considering whether I can respond here. Note that this is a different position than we had before, because if you go for this line, I can take this pawn now. Maybe I can't because I'm mouse slipping, but you get it. So knight d4 is a double attack of not just the bishop, but also the b3 square.
Although when the queen slides over to a1, like we've seen in many positions, it also attacks the knight that's on d4. So
okay, that's fair.
It may
that's
give
a key move.
black the necessary time to attack the knight and then try to defend b7. We can see it's good for white, but I mean, in this moment, knight d4, the bishop, I guess, doesn't necessarily have to move from f5, which is because the knight on e7 defends it. So the move queen b6, like just retreating, throwing our pieces backwards, that's another option that is in fact possible here, I guess.
Yeah, it's a very clever way, queen b6, to keep the balance, because I still cannot take on e7 because you attack my knight on d4.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, because by the way, everyone, the moment white can, taking two pieces for the rook would be an easy decision for Hikaru and probably an easily winning endgame. So if this queen is not spying a piece, look for Hikaru to go for that. Looks like he was just about to go for the knight. He was reaching. Another idea that...
But why can't I, Danny? Like queen b6, rook e7. You play queen d4 immediately. Okay, that's very important.
Okay, your idea was obviously if takes, you take f5.
No,
okay, but
then I wanted to play rook c7. That's why I dismissed it.
This is probably possible, but it may not be as much of an edge as you want.
The rook gets trapped.
Oh,
again, the rook is always running out of squares. Queen b6 first, and okay. All right, well, Hikaru, is he going to find knight d4? Is there another move here? I was thinking that, again, moving the queen to a square, because the other thing I've been spying is just finishing development, coordinating my pieces, and it's not just because, you know what I'm thinking about always, we'll checkmate over here, but not really a thing in this position.
But Hikaru, I mean, he's hesitating right now. And if we look at the clock, 27 minutes, and we're on move, it's about to be White's 25th move. And we were just talking about that before. You need to be precise. If he makes one inaccurate move, that evaluation goes from plus 1.5 to, we've seen many different ones go to plus only 0.5 or even completely level. So Jan, the good thing about his bad position is that there are going to be a few only moves where like you see that your queen's under attack and you move your queen away. Or now the threat is rook takes knight on e7 and gain two pieces, so you have to deal with that. So the position, the foundation of it, and it looks like knight d4 was...
No, knight d2.
Knight d2. Okay.
Interesting.
Wow. Wasn't expecting that one.
Well, but
Hikaru taking a different approach to coordinating.
You cannot play queen b6 here, so you have two options, queen a1 and queen c2.
Right, you need to keep in touch with that bishop on c1.
Yeah, if you move the queen to anywhere that doesn't attack c1, rook takes e7 will be played. But a passive move, right? Maybe Hikaru has different plans for the knight than d4. Is it doing something over here?
Maybe queen a1 is met by knight b3, and then if you go queen b1, knight d4. Well, what do we obtain? Yes, like.
But then we just transpose.
Also, the queen can go back to f6. Like that queen can just sprint back over there, and while black is all tied up and passive, there are no like weaknesses in the position, right? We have 6 pawns for black.
Yeah.
It's not even easy to start targeting anything. So that's the good thing for Yana, and he's kind of forced to make certain moves. And after that, it's not like there's a knight outpost. There's no pawn that Hikaru can just gang up on. So I really believe that when Jan paused and played queen d3, he felt a renewed sense of belief in himself, in his position, and we can see him working hard. His head's not in his hands. He's like, you know what? This game is not over. I did something that I can't even possibly comprehend, but now that we're here, let's keep digging.
Yeah. Well, that's good. Maybe it took a couple of mistakes for Jan to kind of find himself, but if he is indeed feeling confident again after queen to d3, then we might be seeing the Nepo that we know, who qualified his way into the World Championship. Let's take stock again of what the expectations were on Nepo and the great player that he was in our nextchess.com, in our nextchess.com player profile.
The defending champion Jan Nepomniachtchi is back at the candidates, effecting his second straight bid to to challenge for the World Chess Championship. One of the more experienced players, Nepo brings to Madrid an aggressive style that is both challenging to face and entertaining to watch. 2 years ago, Nepo made the most of his debut in the Candidates. With a round to spare, he won the event in convincing fashion.
That's all he needed. Jan Nepomniachtchi is the 2021 World Chess Championship challenger.
That victory led Nepo to a World Championship match with Carlsen and also secured his return to the Candidates in Madrid this year. Despite being one of only 2 players in the field to have won the Candidates, the expectations for Nepo are not particularly high this time around. However, his confidence from having won here before, in addition to his years of competitive experience, may offer him a shot to turn some heads. If Nepo should pull a major upset and face Magnus Carlsen again, the two know each other well. Nepo has competed against Carlsen for decades, ever since the two prodigies were 12 years old.
Jan Nepomniachtchi, maybe riding the ship here against Hikaru Nakamura. Expectations, again, on Jan. Do you agree with sort of the summary that John, you had, just that maybe the world's expectations weren't that high for Nepomniachtchi, but he certainly doesn't feel that way based on how he's playing, Robert?
Yeah, I wasn't gambling on this event, but I saw the odds makers, and he was all the way towards the bottom. I think that people thought that maybe he was a one-hit wonder, that he didn't win anything before the Candidates. He hasn't really won anything after. He lost very badly to Magnus Carlsen in their match, although it was really tight for the first 5 and 3/4 games, or even towards the stretch of Game 6. So I think that people just somehow think of Jan as like, he can't do it again. But of course he can, and as we have his results thus far, he gets white against Duda tomorrow. He's already at 3 points, and if he can hold this game, I think in some ways holding a game where you've made a mistake is the best confidence builder, because not just when people are misplaying things against you or playing an opening they don't know, and of course he had to work for those victories against Ding Liren and Alireza Firouzja, but when you have to just give it your all because you're the one who did something wrong and you're still able to survive that game, I think that can give you all the confidence in the world where you feel like, well, I am handing chances to my opponents and they still didn't beat me. That must make you feel really, really good.
Almira, Hikaru kind of backed up that storyline Robert just said in the last interview I had with him before the Candidates. He won another event on chess.com, go figure. But he said that often you feel one of the biggest indicators that you're on form is not how you win, but actually how well you can hold bad positions. So your thoughts just more on that storyline.
Well, I agree with it, of course. And, well, once again, the computers have showed us that chess has so many defensive resources that we previously ignored, and now that we are aware. And as you have said, that before we might have resigned in certain positions, well, now you continue to play on and you find very difficult moves. So, well, Hikaru is in great form in this tournament. I'm worried a bit that he's feeling a lot of pressure in this game because he knows that he has to deliver here because he has an advantage. And he's getting very low on time. I mean, for the classical time control, he has,
15 more moves to make.
15 more moves to make, and a little bit more than 20 minutes. So he knows that he needs to be precise, and I'm afraid he's going to get into a very difficult time scramble.
Yep.
I think he feels it slipping.
Yeah, I agree, and I think the time pressure thing is even more of a talking point, because if knight d2 wasn't as accurate as knight d4, the advantage has already come down a little bit less. An unclear position without a lot of time on the clock versus Nepomniachtchi is usually not a recipe for success. So even if you are Hikaru Nakamura.
Queen a1. I mean, look at this position. If you show this to the players in Zurich 1953, they'd be like, what game are you playing? I mean, there's a queen on a1. All right, there's a queen on a1, and that queen is darting right back to f6. And as soon as that happens, then you start looking at the position like, wait, is black even worse anymore? We see the evaluation bar. Black is, in fact, with a disadvantage. But, I mean, I think from the perspective of a player, when you're sitting there, you're like, this is not as good as it once was. And instead of thinking it still is better, even if it's not as big of an advantage as I had, some of you just let it all slip. You're like, nope, this is fine for black. I don't see any way to get the knockout. Knight B3
Knight
was
B3.
played.
That was kind of what we were predicting, but you made the point that the queen doesn't have to go back to B1. It can go to F6,
I love-
and Jan does it.
No, I love Robert's comment because I was thinking, for example, if well, Hikaru would be McEnroe, you know, that's it. And he would stand up at the times, like would go to the arbiter, say, he doesn't respect me. So you see, this exactly was. Well, chess has changed at different times.
I like the plan though from Hikaru. I mean, we see it now showing. You know, clearly he had something in mind when he goes Knight D2, Knight B3. A player of Hikaru's level would. And this move, Bishop D2, was, by the way, he gave it a little bit of a Garry Kasparov shake when he put it, like, not quite the twist, but it was like a choo-choo-choo, right? And he like puts it on D2. It actually has a bright future. Maybe on C3, maybe even on B4, right? Go ahead.
I feel like you just missed a great pop culture.
I was going to say he needs to wear shades,
No,
but
I was saying you could have said shaken, not stirred.
Shaken, not stirred. He prefers his bishop shaken, not stirred, but all right. Let's back up and make sure we take a peek at the other games, because this one could suck us in big time, but OMGs or snaps. The Caruana report game, it just is getting more and more wild. We might even be, in the end, looking back at a positional masterpiece by one of the players in Rajabov Ding Liren, but hey, we're a sucker for tactics, and we're going to go right back to Caruana report. Sorry, everybody. How did the queen get on G7? Let us go to there. We're going to back up and find out. Rook D1 was met by Bishop B4, which invites Queen D4, a double attack of the bishop and pawn. And report plays Queen A5 and just says, I don't care. Honey Badger takes what he wants. You take that pawn, but I've got pressure over here. And then A3. What?
Oh my goodness.
Man, what a game here.
And my first thought was, if I play Rook A1, can you actually take on B2, or what's happening?
I think you can. Let's show it. Rook A1, you take B2, because that takes, you get a queen with check.
But then your queen's hanging on.
And the knight is pinned. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, King D2.
Oh, you're
King D2.
King D2, you protect the knight, and the queen is hanging. And the rook is hanging.
And then you play F5 at the end, and you remove the knight from protecting the rook on H8. Like, I think that the position collapses for black. So you allow black to get black sacrifices the queen, gets a new queen with check, and then immediately loses the game. That's fun.
It's fun for you. I mean, I am a nervous Nelly over here, and I don't even know why. It's not my game. A3. What are the other options? Rook A1 looks fascinating. The other option is to find a way to unpin the knight so that the knight could hop in.
Can you play something like King E2? No, E2.
You said E2?
Yes, okay, King F2 maybe, well, it could be...
Maybe King F2 was better. I don't know why.
Why? It's like the computer doesn't
I think
like
there's
it.
some bishop F8 and like B4, and then the king being on the light squares may be misplaced in some of these positions.
So same right idea from Elmira maybe, but let's put the king on a safer square on F2.
Wrong square, yes, okay, so I understand.
And what if black just takes it? Let's not even pretend like we need to figure this out. They got to do the work. We can just analyze.
You need to move the knight to knight E2.
I want to go here, man.
What?
I don't want to move the knight. I just want to go all in.
But take?
I don't know. Just come on.
And what if I just move
Can you play bishop C3?
You probably can play bishop C3 as well. I was just going to move my bishop to B7.
Bishop B7.
And ask Danny.
I want F5 and just everything. Okay, fine.
You want it all and you want it now.
I want it all and I want it now. Thank you, Baruka.
What in the world is happening in this position? It says zeros, and it's like either player, more likely black, could just be lost in like 3 moves.
But it's one of the most fascinating things of 2800 level chess is that every move has an opportunity to be a blunder, yet they're maintaining the balance so well.
And I see why. E5 traps the black queen, the white queen, excuse me. So you're going to play bishop F8, and the queen goes to F6, and you play bishop E7, and then you make a draw.
This is the line. The computer says that this is just going to end in a fancy draw.
It's just incredible.
Wow.
I'm almost want to like sacrifice the white queen somehow, and wow, what a ridiculous position we have here. I love it.
But what I think what was really important about what you're pointing out, Robert, is that if the players don't see that line, then this position is not zeros, Elmira, right? I mean, that's the point. There's one line that's zeros, and if that line doesn't happen, we're going to have a train wreck here.
Oh, it's like having universe mysteries being unveiled in front of us. Really, that's a total chaos. But yet, everything is in perfect order.
The Taoism of chess. It's Richard Report's style.
But Fabi, I mean, look at him, right? We have him on camera here. He looks like he's just calculating, and this is the type of position that he does tend to thrive in. So something that other players do is they make speculative decisions, whereas Fabi, maybe it prevents him from winning certain games because he's not taking the risk. Think about how Report got here. He won that final game in the second Grand Prix leg where he took a risk and he reaped the rewards of that risk.
I mean, against Adrakin.
Against Adrakin, exactly, in the final. And that was brilliant. But imagine he lost that game. He wouldn't be here and nobody would be calling that decision brilliant because it was risky. So Fabiano is not really the type of player who just throws pieces at his opponent and says, hopefully this works out. He's going to sit here. He has 40 minutes on the clock. It's still plenty of moves until time control. But he's going to evaluate, am I going to move my king? And is F2 really better than E2? Or can I put my king on his diagonal and perhaps that's okay? Can I make this rook A1 move, which is as spicy as it gets because black can take on B2, giving up a queen to get a new one. And then we found out that's not good for black. So it just kind of says, no, you think about it. Your turn to figure out if this is going to be okay. It's really an immensely difficult position to calculate.
Almir, I want to go back to the point Robert made about whether Fabi likes speculative decisions, because I actually did a video series with him about his World Championship match with Magnus, and he talked about that game 8, which maybe in hindsight was really the best chance he would have had to win the World Championship. He chose this move H3 instead of Queen H5 for those who know the game. And Fabi, okay, now he does play the very accurate technical move. Fabi was critical of himself in saying sometimes his strength is his weakness, that because he doesn't make speculative decisions, the time where he really needed to, that wasn't his instinct, right? So what would you say about that?
Well, I would not feel that this is definitely true now, because I've seen so many games where he was going for the long-term initiative, especially, for example, if you remember a game against Dink in the last Candidates, which he lost, but he sacrificed 2 pawns in a very speculative way. So, I think that he's made some adjustments and maybe he's trying to be more precise about it. It's sometimes you're taking a very calculated risk.
By the way, they're going for this line. This is insane.
This is going to be the draw. Bishop F8, Bishop E7, Queen F6, Queen G. This is
welcome to 2800 level chess, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. I mean, seriously, this is fascinating and brilliant. But if this is a draw, this might be one of the most exciting draws we're going to get in the entire event.
It also might only be 24 moves, and people are like, they only drew 24 moves, they're not trying. Do you understand how rich this game was? There's a black pawn on B2. Neither side is castled.
Yeah.
I mean, E5 is just a great move by Report, and perhaps even a cold shower for Fabiano, who was maybe liking his chances playing for initiative. But there is no way possible to stop Bishop F8, Bishop E7. Now, the queen can slide via F6 to F5. So maybe there is a way that Fabi can play on, but he might also be taking...
Not if you play F5, which is the best move, right?
Exactly. You play F5, but what if you...
Should I take on E5, for example?
Yeah.
Okay, I have an idea.
Queen
now
F6.
that you said that. What if I play King G1,
right,
castling by hand and opening the F file? Then I can do your idea.
Okay, and Queen F5.
And now I have threats of taking E5. Oh, computer says, yeah, Danny, good call.
Yeah, but okay, look, Black's best move I just saw was castle.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I would love for this game to continue, because as you said, this has been a rich game. This has been a spectacular performance from both players of accuracy and, frankly, guts. Like you said, Almir, Report loves chaos. He thrives in this stuff, but Fabi's not shying away from the battle, so let them play on. Come on, chat. Let's send them the positive vibes, right?
What Fabiano might do, though, is if he thinks he has this draw in his pocket, he might go watch the Jan Nepomniachtchi game against Hikaru Nakamura, because the last thing he would want is Jan to win, and then he draws, and then
now it's a full point.
It's a full point distance. So it's too early to really consider what your adversaries are doing. But I do think that Fabiano, if he plays Queen F6, Queen G7, he can say, you know what, this is not the moment where I need to take an unnecessary risk, because, I mean, there's a pawn on B2. That pawn is 1 square away from queening. And so Black could easily win this game if White just says, I'm going to move my king and try to avoid the draw. So
Almira, Robert is excited about the pawn.
Well, and what I wanted to say is it's all started with bishop c6, a very quiet move. Remember,
Yeah,
Robert?
bishop
yes?
c6. It all started there.
Yeah, it's all started
Bishop
there.
to c6 was brilliant from report. I mean, I wonder how much of it was just at the board or coming in and playing a interesting line in the Taimanov like this. How much report was prepared for this type of fight? So,
I think this is report doing what he does best, showcasing his brilliance. And I mean, wow, what a game we have in store, and what a game it's already been.
And if I take on e5, are you castling still? Like bishop f8, bishop e7, a queen f5, you castle?
Probably, yeah. And I can even castle queenside in some position. I mean, the white king is no safer, and well, in this game, the kings are.
chat, we see you screaming for Hikaru. We've got the game board back up. We're, in fact, we may not even wait for Fabi to make his move, but that another move by Hikaru already played. Knight a5. The big thing I think that chat is getting excited about / nervous about, because we know there are so many fans, is he has 12 moves to make in only 13 minutes.
And his evaluation, or his edge,
that's slipping a little bit. Knight a5. I mean, okay, forget about what the computer says. I see the idea. He's attacking the pawn, and if b6 is played, the knight's coming to c6. That looks like a very strong square.
Yeah.
So I kind of like the idea of knight a5. Maybe there was something better, but at least he has a clear plan. He wants this. He wants the knight on c6 to put the bishop on c3 and just sort of strangle black a little bit, because the queen and the knight, they're running out of squares. So,
but I feel like b6 is a move you kind of have to play at some point. And then after knight c6, you think, all right, where the knight looks good on c6, and it probably will go there. But can I not bring my bishop back to d7 and just flush that knight out of c6?
Right. This was kind of my thought about the goal, but you're right. Maybe the queen just moves somewhere, maybe here.
How is white crashing through, right? And if you don't crash through and you give black a couple turns, we talked about the pawn structure. That a3 pawn, still loose over there. The bishop can park on c5 in some positions. And if that bishop gets to c5, it could be the white king that's suddenly in some danger over here.
Wow, okay. Robert's long-term foreshadowing of White's potential problems in this structure could be coming back to haunt Nakamura if he doesn't find the most accurate moves. Almira, is there, maybe he can play bishop c3 first, though, before knight to c6. What are your thoughts on where this game is headed?
Well, it's a very unexpected turn of events. I think from chess point of view, psychologically, yes, we were trying to predict it, but then I think that now he has to find a way to exchange and to bail out. So maybe to play bishop c3, knight e5 to exchange the last pair of knights, and when you said bishop c3, bishop.
So you think Hikaru is already trying to bail out?
I think he needs to do so.
Okay, well that would be a huge turn of events, but given the time pressure situation, I'm not sure I can really disagree with you. I mean, the more we look at the fact that the edge has slipped, if you make this too spicy and black gets bishop c5 and queen g5 and knight f4 or knight h4.
It's what I was trying to highlight earlier. When it said +2, there was some sequence that, with absolute precision, you maintain this advantage. But the foundation, Jan plays bishop b7. See, this is what I mean. If he plays instantly, yeah, he's capable of finding the best moves. But earlier, that queen e4 move was just bad. But what he's doing now is he's saying, the worst is behind me. My piece is now on good squares. None of my pawns can be attacked. And so that +2 from earlier, it wasn't 2 extra pawns. That's what it means in computer speak, right? You're 2 pawns better, but it wasn't being up 2 pawns in a rook endgame. It was still really complicated. Hikaru couldn't find the right path forward. He's now playing bishop c3. I do think we will see this queen just hop on over to g5 from Jan. And if that rook leaves e3, then black can try to take over the e file. At any moment, black can consider playing bishop takes c6. The a3 pawn is loose. That knight on g6 could hop into the game. Of course, white is hanging in there. White's fighting. But to Almira's point, I think even if you don't ultimately bail out, you need to have that in your back pocket. You need to make sure that at every sequence, that there could be a series of trades that mean that you're not going to get in trouble, because this is the exact type of game where someone with a huge advantage at some point, they're feeling it. They're like, I gotta win because I was better. And they don't recalibrate and say, am I still better right now? They think sometimes that psychological trick, like, I was better, so I am better. But right now we can see the evaluation bar.
Right now, we also see that we're about to have a handshake in the game between Fabiano and Report. Unfortunately, he did not hear our call that we wanted this game to continue. So we see that F5 was indeed played. Bishop E7 and Bishop F8, the only real option for black. And to remind you, everybody, it is the only option because if you move the knight, you lose the rook. So that's it.
Report is brilliant, and Fabiano is a very stable player.
Yeah.
Like, he was not going to take the risk there.
Fabi didn't go for the spicy and probably objectively worse Rook A1 moves or what I was hoping for, this King G1, keep the queens on the board. But our second sort of short game in this round, we've already seen a draw between Alireza Firouzja and Jan-Krzysztof Duda, if you're just tuning in. But this was the opposite of that. If you were here, you heard Robin's comments on kind of the fact that Firouzja was never able to really get anything. This could have gone wrong for either player. So they get credit for bringing the fight and being accurate to the draw.
I think Fabiano's upset because he had the white pieces and he couldn't make the most of it, he couldn't capitalize and get a victory. But it's also the type of game that gets stuck in your head forever. And you're just like, can we talk about this position for the next 3 hours? Oh, wait, we got to go prepare. So,
yeah.
Good to play you, Richard. Those two are good friends. But it was a fun battle. But unfortunately for Fabiano, not a good result because he had the white pieces. You need to strike with white, generally speaking. And for Report, a great result. And he's shown his own resilience in this event. 2 games the black before this, he was in huge trouble. Now with the black pieces, I mean, he gave Fabi everything that he could handle because if Fabi played on, it would have been himself getting in trouble.
Well, Almira, this game might see a similar fate. We already see a repetition here. What are the chances you think we see Bishop back to C3 and not some other move from Hikaru?
I think it would be a very good practical decision here.
Given his clock,
yes, given his clock, yes, of course. It's or he can repeat, get closer to the time control, but I think it would be safer to take a draw here, especially Robert explained very well, like that once again your mind is playing these tricks on you. So you were better and this is haunting you.
Yeah. Well, you said Hikaru made comments about the time control, right? We know that he's been doing amazing post-game analysis videos for his YouTube community. He's also often been joining his own channel, if you didn't know that. Talk a little bit more about why this is so dangerous, right? 9 moves with 11 minutes, and the increment time control we saw for 20 years is very different than no increment. And Hikaru's criticism, Elmira, was that it seems to be changing a lot, right? Like it's like he wants FIDE to decide on the right time control for top-level chess, right?
Well, and I agree with this, although I told you before that I find this time control rather logical, so you would add this extra 30 seconds only at the last stage of the game where you would need it to convert an advantage, not to lose with an extra queen. But playing with different time controls is very difficult for professional chess players because they have to handle team competitions, individual competitions with time control where you have to adjust yourself all the time. So I really find that he has a very, well, it's a good point. So
yeah, it's funny because I think I agree with you too. I think it's a good point from Hikaru, but I also kind of like this time control if they can stick to it. I think Hikaru probably doesn't like his position enough. We see that head shake there. Doesn't like his position enough to continue. Kind of knows that he let an advantage slip. He may not know exactly where yet in his head, or maybe he does, knowing Hikaru. But I think that's a look that says,
yeah, that's a resignation to the draw.
He's resigned to the draw, shaking his head. Perhaps it was then the moment of knight d2 instead of knight d4. Who knows what he'll feel in hindsight he could have done to keep an edge.
Yeah, it's a position where he like clearly wants to play on. Like,
yeah, he wants to.
The hunger inside of him, that chess player who wants to strive for victory, it's like, maybe I should do this. But look where his eyes are concentrated, all on the queen side over here. So he's looking at bishop b4. He's also looking, if black were to take this knight on c6, that's an imposing piece, can I get away with that? Like, I get some bad pawns, there's a bishop against knight scenario, will that be acceptable? And he doesn't really have the time to calculate it because it's not just about seeing the position in your mind's eye, it's about assessing it correctly. Both players can see bishop takes c6, pawn takes c6, and stop there and be like, oh, it's a bishop for a knight, bad pawn structure for white, but now you have a light square bishop that if you could bring that bishop into the game, then that's great. But you need to assess it properly, and he just has 9 minutes.
I was just about to say, you're talking a lot about the disparity or the difference of opinion maybe about which move to play here, but I think the disparity on the clock is ultimately what's going to be influencing his decision, right?
Yeah.
40 minutes of an advantage. Jan maybe got away with one. We were talking.
Oh, yeah.
It was playing too fast. It was not the type of habits Jan has built, Elmira, that got him into the World Championship match. But he caught himself just in time, found this queen d3 move, and then has been probably playing the best move on the board every move ever since.
Yes, I agree with this, but Robert also said that they were the only moves.
Yeah.
So he had to find those, of course. They were difficult ones, but now he coordinated his pieces, and
It's funny, we can see Jan standing behind us.
Where?
We see
Oh.
Hikaru there. We can see Jan standing over Hikaru right here. For the record, the computer says white should play g3 here. I just looked at it. And says that, on to Robert's point, white may still have an edge, even if black takes on c6. But like you said, it's the imbalance of that position combined with the imbalance we have on the clock that is likely going to influence Hikaru to accept the draw and not keep the fight on.
It's a move you play when you have ample time to calculate, but you then play it and you're like, am I really going to win this game or am I risking to lose? Because it's a big decision to play g3. The point is you protect, in air quotes, the knight or the pawn on c6, because at the end with the pawn on g3, right, the bishop gets to g2. So white defends that pawn tactically speaking, so that's where it makes sense. But I mean, you're looking at the clock, Hikaru keeps thinking, the more clock he burns, the less time he has for the remaining moves, and it's not like the game just ends with g3 and all is said and done. Like, there's a lot of life left in that position. But he's thinking about it.
We see, I saw a couple comments in chat wondering about the ding game. We see that he's got an advantage there as black. Don't worry, we'll probably have plenty of time to get there, because I have a feeling that the #1 player from China might have his first real chance to win at the candidates, even with the black pieces in today's game. But okay, we'll get to that in a little bit. Don't you stress. We don't want to miss what could be the final moments of Nakamura's round 5 here.
It's very bad news for the field if Dingley Ren wins with the black pieces.
Don't worry, you hold your breath. We are going to dive into that. If Dingley Ren wins with the black pieces,
oh boy,
you better change whatever plans you had to not be watching our coverage every day in Madrid, because we might have another dog entering the fight in a real way. Well, I think we know it. He's now 4.5 minutes in, and I think Elmira, and here he goes. Yeah. With every second that went by, the result was even more certain that he would not choose to play a fighting move. That move offers a draw to Jan Nepomniachtchi. When Jan comes back, I believe he can actually call the arbiter if he wants before playing queen f6. Remember how the rule works. Before the position is on the board, you're supposed to make the claim. So
you have to write the move down, stop the clock, and make the claim.
What?
You have to write the move down, stop the clock, and make the claim.
Yes, you have to write the move down on the score sheet to prove to the arbiter. Tell them that's the move you intend to play. Hikaru has put on his coat. Sorry, I got distracted, which means Hikaru is just waiting for Jan to come back. We're not going to go anywhere until this game ends in a draw. It's going to happen the moment Jan comes back to the board. In fact, here it is.
Great advice for the average player. But super GMs, they don't wait for the arbiter. They make the move. They look at each other. And they play a little eye dodging, right? And then
we've had it happen here though. I don't know if you saw one of the rounds. We had someone do it the old-fashioned way. Call the arbiter. Wow. Because you're right. Most of the time, that's not what happens. Hikaru puts on it. Yeah. Look, both sides, they have too much pride to do it. Neither one of them is going to do it. But now Jan is taking a peek. Is this like an unspoken thing? It's like me and my wife, neither one of us wants to say we're sorry. It's like, how long are we just going to stare at each other here? Okay, finally.
Yeah, they both know, right? I wish I could hear what they're saying.
Yeah.
No, we have commentary provided by Danny every day. Of
Insight.
Those moments, yes.
Okay, I think he's probably describing what went wrong for him in the line, kind of saying what he forgot. Oh yeah, he said c5, queen d5. That's what he was describing. Yeah.
And that's such an important save for Jan.
Yeah, very important. It may. We talked about how a loss could put him on tilt, guys. If he goes on to win this, we might be talking about this game as one of the early games that really influenced his 2022 candidates victory. So They're still analyzing here. The arbiter, by the way, shout out to the arbiter being very conscious about the cameras.
Oh, I thought the arbiter was giving his advice in the position.
Oh. Like, Hikaru, did you miss 19-4, buddy? Because...
Yeah, but I mean, you can just look at the players' faces and what's happening here. Hikaru is like super upset with how that game went. Jan's like, sweet, I drew it black.
I just drew a game I shouldn't have drawn. And speaking of Hikaru, whether he's upset or not, we know that he bounces back well, even if things don't go his way. But tomorrow, he'll need to do it against the highest-rated player in the field coming in and someone who might be getting his first victory against Liren. So that should be a very interesting game tomorrow, getting his first move in a row.
Half the field gets the same color 2 games in a row. It's pretty interesting, right?
It's one of the ways they even it out, I think, based in the end. But anyway, white against Ding and then black against Duda is what faces Hikaru in the first half of the candidates here. We still have one game going here in round 5 at the candidates in Madrid, and all eyes will be on that man right there from China. Can Ding Liren find the mojo? Can he find the mojo? Can Stella get her groove back in a position with an advantage versus Timur Rajabov? But okay, before we head to the break, one real quick reminder to our community that if you want to share your thoughts, then get involved. Join our Discord community. We have a discussion room set up every single round. It's there for you. Use the command Discord and chat to join the conversation, exchange ideas, observations, all the things that you see. Talk about what Robin and I are wearing that day, or the different songs Elmira is singing over there. And get involved. Let us know how much you're enjoying the show. We're going to take a very quick break. When we come back, we have one game to focus on, one man who's going to try to see if he can right his ship. We'll be back from Madrid in just a few moments. Don't go anywhere.
Want to hold a massive chess tournament with dozens of clubs or hundreds of players? Or maybe a small chess tournament with local but competitive clubs? With Club Arenas, you can. Club Arenas allow for tournaments of any size with any number of clubs and players. Customize the arena with any time control, with standard chess or mini chess variants, and with any starting position you want. Club Arenas are the most flexible tournament format on chess.com. Try one out today.
The FIDE Candidates is the most important tournament in chess. Taking place every 2 years, the Candidates qualifies the victor to challenge the reigning world champion in a World Chess Championship title match. The 2022 Candidates will feature 8 of the world's best chess players. They've all earned their spots through 2 years of fierce competition. They now head to Madrid, Spain, where everything will be settled over the board. One of those 8 spots is always reserved for the previous World Chess Championship challenger. Jan Nepomniachtchi would love nothing more than a second chance at the throne, but he has to get through 7 other great players in Madrid first. 2 spots went to the top finishers of the most prestigious open chess tournament in the world, the FIDE Chess.com Grand Swiss. Alireza Firouzja won the Grand Swiss, turned the heads of everyone in doing so, and has become the youngest player in history to cross the 2,800 ELO rating barrier. He would become the youngest World Chess Champion of all time should he win the Candidates and ultimately the World Chess Championship match. Fabiano Caruana joined him, taking the other spot from the Grand Swiss. The US #1 and 3rd highest rated player in the history of our game is also the only person to never lose a classical chess game to Magnus Carlsen in a World Chess Championship match. 2 of the spots were claimed by the winners of the dramatic 2022 FIDE Grand Prix cycle. Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura is a former world #2, a blitz and bullet chess legend, and the most popular chess streamer in the world. He was joined by GM Richard Rapport. The Hungarian #1 is one of the most creative and dangerous minds in the game today, and nobody is looking forward to facing him in Madrid. FIDE awarded one of the 8 spots to the wildcard invite Grandmaster Timur Rajabov. Raja missed the 2021 candidate cycle in consideration of COVID concerns. But as the oldest, most experienced player in the field, he's looking to use that knowledge and punch his ticket to the World Chess Championship title match. And finally, 2 spots go to the top 2 finishers of the world's largest knockout tournament, the absolutely grueling FIDE World Cup. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, the Polish #1, punched his ticket by ousting none other than world champion Magnus Carlsen in the semifinals of that event. Duda would ultimately defeat Karyakin in the final to win the World Cup. However, Karyakin, due to suspension from play by FIDE, sees his spot go to China's #1, Grandmaster Ding Liren. Ding Liren takes the spot due to being the highest rated eligible player according to the May 2022 FIDE rating list. So that's how each of our 8 competitors earned their bids to Madrid. Inside the Palace of Santona, it's about who can sustain the mental endurance to secure the coveted slot as challenger for the world title. Well, we're not sure who that will be just yet. We do know this. We'll enjoy watching every minute of the Candidates with the Chess.com community as we see how the most important tournament in chess plays out together.
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
And we are back here. By the way, the Candidates is going, but the Chess Kids have their own candidates going. How awesome would it be to play on the same boards of your chess heroes? I never had that chance. That would be amazing. Shout out to all the kids in this event. It's super fun to see this happening. I mean, I literally think this is like one of the coolest things we've ever done, to be honest. Having these kids come here and playing the Candidates, and I say we, shout out to the Chess Kid team. It was their brilliant idea, and it's been awesome and exciting to see more content for you. If you're looking for more content in between these amazing matches here by the best players in the world, check out Chess Kid TV. All right. Speaking of Chess Kid TV, one of the winners of that event may actually end up being interviewed by us, so we'll see. We'll come back around and confirm on that.
Well, when I was a kid, Ding Liren would have been one of the players
Would have been one of your
winning that event.
Yeah, and Ding Liren is the only game still going here inside the playing hall. Will he get the W with the black pieces against Timur Rajabov? What a story that would end up being for today. But back here in the studio upstairs, we have Elmira Skripchenko, Robert Hess, Danny Wrench. We're having a great time. We hope you are too. The game that just threw us into a bit of a tizzy right before the break was the draw between Nakamura and Nepomniachtchi. We talked a little bit about what's facing Hikaru in the next 2 rounds. Let's remind everybody of what's facing Nepo in the next 2 rounds before all eyes focus on the battle between Rajabov and Ding Liren. White against Duda. I mean, I'm just looking at Jan and just super impressed right now. He just held that draw. Now he gets white right back at it. This guy in his next 2 rounds, Robert, still the man to beat.
Yeah, and if you count, he was at 4 black pieces in the first 7 rounds. In the back half, he gets the first move advantage in 4 of the 7 games. So he's in great shape. He's leading the tournament right now, and he just showed resilience for the first time. Like against Fabiano early in the tournament, he didn't have the best position, but it never got to the point where it looked out of control. This game was spiraling, and Jan Nepomniachtchi showed that he could dig his heels in, say, all right, my position's worse. He sat and thought, found that queen d3 move, and if not for that move, he was going to lose that game.
Before we move on for this, I want to say that because Robert just said it is kind of his tournament to lose right now, he gets 4 whites on the back half. So does he come into tomorrow's game with Duda as aggressive as he did against Alireza Firouzja, Almira, or maybe something a little more solid?
Well, I'm not sure. I think he's going to be aggressive tomorrow because look at the last round pairings. He's playing against Richard Raports, and what strikes me, he never won against Richard, you know, so this can be dangerous waters for expecting for him. So I really think he has to capitalize on his advantage. He's on +2 now because the last round is not going to be like a picnic, French would say.
Nothing's a picnic for anybody in this event. And another player who didn't have a picnic in this round in the end. He played well, but Fabiano Caruana came up with a draw against Report when at one point we thought maybe he was going to convert a big attack. So what do you think he's thinking about now that he gets the black pieces against someone hungry for a win in Alireza Firouzja?
Yeah, I'd argue that was the best kind of picnic where everyone's having a good time. Someone brings great dessert. Other people bring the
Someone
entree.
brings a surprise dish, Bishop C6. Oh, this tastes so good.
Yeah, but going forward against Firouzja, that's a tricky pairing, I would say, for Fabiano. I think that he's very pragmatic, so he's not going to look at his head-to-head and say, I've beaten him twice. He's never beaten me. Let's try to beat him from the black side of this game. I think he's more looking at the tournament as a whole because in round 7, he gets the white piece against Timur Rajabov. Timur has not been overly impressive thus far. So why should I take some tremendous risk against maybe the most dangerous player in the field, in the teenager Alireza Firouzja, when I can just work my first move advantage in game 7? So you pick your moments in these tournaments. And Fabiano being so experienced, he's won this event before. I don't think he's going to go out of his way to do anything risky. I think he's going to try to be solid tomorrow, hold. If the opportunity presents itself, he will play for a win. But first and foremost is neutralizing whatever opening prep Alireza has, and then he looks at game 7, and if I'm looking at the tournament overall, you have to pick somebody to try and beat, and so far Rajabov is probably the opponent that Caruana would be looking at.
You mentioned the prep, though, of Firouzja, and it makes me wonder, Almira, Fabi's the storyline we were covering about his approach to Firouzja, but there's another person, takes 2 to tango, right? Is he going to have a choice? Do you think Firouzja is going to really look to be aggressive tomorrow? His last white in the first half of the event against Fabiano.
As much as I loved Robert's analysis, I was looking at this game from Firouzja's perspective. There's also something dangerous about this situation because if he loses this game, this is where he crashes. So that's, how do you approach this game?
Yeah. Okay. So maybe prep hard, but don't get too crazy, right? That's what you're saying. All right.
And you're looking at the head-to-heads there, right? Fabiano hasn't lost to either of those 2 players, Firouzja or Rajabov.
Yep, so good. It's a good ending for his first half of the event.
But you could also get put in this comfort zone, which is weird. Like, oh, those are my customers. Those are the people that I like to ring up the wins against. And so you have to kind of tame your emotions in this moment.
Fabi tames emotions maybe better than anybody. Liren trying to tame Timur Rajabov in this game. It is the only game still going in round 5 if you're just tuning in. 3 draws, none of them really disappointing necessarily. The Firouzja Duda game was not as spicy as the other 2, but we've had exciting chess despite the peaceful results, so don't just look at the scoreboard. Back up, check out our highlight videos, continue to look at the analysis because they were interesting. But there's only one interesting battle that we need to jump into, and that is this game between Rajabov and Liren. I want to do a big reset in this game. I think we're going to be here for a while because I think Liren is going to try to push his advantage. He can maybe smell blood, and he may not get another opportunity. Because of that, I think we can take our time and go back quite a ways to the last time we looked at this position. It might shock the people in chat. Whoa, okay, yeah. The last time we looked at this position was on move 15 after knight to e5 was played from Ding Liren. That's it's been a while, and at the time, Almira, we were thinking kind of equal, right? I mean, you know, nothing super spicy yet, and the pawn structure completely symmetrical.
Maybe even a bit better for white, because
Yeah.
I wanted to point out that usually these positions are played around one square, and this square is c6. You know, might be considered as a weak square here, so that's why Timur tried to, well, he pushed f4 in order, you know, to prepare this.
Well, we know what happened in the game, and because we're doing a reset, everyone, you'll have to provide the analysis we're about to give you with the live position in contrast, because we see that Rajabov was aggressive, right? He advanced. Looking at the position, he advanced both the e and the f pawns, and he started with the e pawn. After rook fd8, traded rooks, and then immediately advanced the f pawn. So this looks, you know, aggressive. Here comes Raja, right, with the pawn structure on the king side. So the question is, where did he maybe let it slip a little bit? We'll find out. After knight to g6, knight to c4, bishop c5. Oh no, it was queen to b7 first. That's a nice move. I wonder if already knight to c4, although it looked good, might not have actually been the best move, Robert, because within a couple moves, a3, bishop c5, that knight was headed right back to d2. And we see that Ding Liren's pieces appear a little more coordinated than white's, especially when sometimes you wish you could move a pawn back with an exposed king.
Yeah, no, black's king is just safer, and that's what's telling the story. Because in order to kick black's pieces away, because you're nervous about all of them, you're creating other holes. For instance, just a few moves from now, as this game develops here, like white is just thinking, like, how do I do something? Can I play e5 and kick your knight from f6, and that way I protect my e4 pawn, putting it on a square protected by pawn. But as you're showing, it hands black d5 and f5, and that bishop on b2 will never be a good piece because it stares into its own pawn at the end of the road. So these kind of decisions are not ones you make lightly, and as the game continued here, like white is maneuvering around but doesn't actually have a plan. And what Ding is doing is he's trying to optimize the placement of his pieces. Now he's got a pin on the d file. He has pressure on the e4 pawn. How do you get out of this pin? You have to move your queen once again. And so Ding, he just continued his shuffling. He didn't have a clear path through just yet, but then he started to strike forward on the king side.
Yeah, it's interesting because, again, it's a position where the computer likes black, and I guess it's just because of what you're pointing out that white seems to have more targets. But the more we look at it, the more we look at the live position, I mean, there's nothing concrete for either player just yet.
This move is fantastic.
H5?
Because look at the knight on d4. It requires the defense of both the bishop on b2 and the knight on f3. So now the threat from Ding's point of view is to play h4, giving up that pawn in two different ways. You can't take with a knight because you lose your d4 knight, and if you take with your...
Make some move to show it.
Yeah, and if you take with the pawn on f4 instead so you don't drop a piece, then your pawn on f4 is a target in addition to the double isolated h-pawn. So this is just not a situation you want. You can already see the evaluation going sky high for black because knight h5 will take care of the f4 pawn.
H5 just continues to be the move we see people play, Almira, when they're playing for a win. The alpha zero influence continues. It's like you could say, I'm going to sit on the position, but if you think you're better, advance the h-pawn. And again, it's kind of funny, but it's just an idea that, not to say that chess players weren't aware of before, Alpha Zero burst onto the scene, but really appreciating the depth of how there's always some way to pry open a seemingly looking solid position. Forces Rajabov to play h4, and then now we have a new weakness. So yeah, h5, what a fantastic way to pry things open. A little bit of tickle. Rook c8, queen d3, now back to g4. There's no longer the idea of creating a threat on g7. That was the purpose of rook c8. And after b4, queen d7, rook d2, and rook c4, the position as it stands, a little better for black. But what is the plan for Ding Liren to make progress here, Almira?
Well, somehow they transport to sort of the Queen's Gambit accepted structure, with those bishops being on b2 and b6. So first of all, white is to move. I think he needs to exchange a few pieces if it is possible. Is there a way? You can see knight b3 doesn't work here because queen d3. Yes, so that it will simply lose. Is there something we can make with it? Tempo.
Well, the pressure's coming to the knight, so you got to do something with it.
Oh,
You said knight to b3,
no, knight b3. I think I feel it loses immediately after queen d3. So it's,
and then it's rook c2, I assume.
Rook e4.
No, rook
Okay,
e4.
rook
Yes,
e4.
you
That's
take
four.
the pawn.
Okay.
Yes.
So no knight b3.
No, that's not possible. Then okay, knight f5 is possible, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. But
That's
how?
a spicy move.
But I think it's just super direct. You take on d3 because the queen, has hanging. Take on e7 with check. The king goes to f8, and in this position, you can even throw in the move rook c2 check if
I
you
think you
want,
probably should, yeah.
which forces rook to d2. And the problem for white, there are long-term issues. Look at the pawn on a3 and b4. Look at the pawn on g3, f4, h4, all on dark squares. And in this position, the knight is going to come to e3 with check to protect the rook. Then you're going to
Or maybe even after you
Yeah,
can, you
in
could
some-
even take and then do it.
some order over here. And the problem for white is that all of these pawns are going to become potential targets. So even though the evaluation says white's only slightly worse, from a practical point of view, it feels like all your pawns are about to be potentially picked off, and it's deeply uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's definitely a position that speaks to a theme that Almira and I have talked about a few times, which is the principle of two weaknesses, right? White literally has weaknesses on both sides of the board that are on the color of black's now demon bishop, right? Because if that bishop gets going, you can poke and prod. So I really like that. Knight f5 it's a very direct solution. It's interesting.
But what I don't like about knight f5, although if you exchange a pair of knights, then your pawn on e4 is, is hanging all the time.
And
So
maybe-
you don't
maybe
want
for
to
that
push
reason
it
you should just
e5.
take.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, g7 at some point, you should probably consider capturing that, but e4 seems more important in this position.
Yeah.
You could even go for checkmate ideas, right? The
Yeah.
king on g2 isn't that safe.
No, the only thing that's saving it is rook d2. If not for this move, rook d2, the rook flips over to this side of the board, and with the knight and bishop working together, there's a lot of danger.
Okay, but this is beautiful. Rook c2 check.
Okay.
Rook d2. You just take and play f6. You don't even go for pawns. That bishop is about to be trapped. So how do you save your bishop? You play e5.
Or this. Yeah.
Well, my king will just hunt you down. King f7, king j8. So now I play f5, and your bishop is shut out. And importantly, this pawn on g3 is an extra pawn, but it can't go anywhere because black has his claws, f5 and h5 there, saying your pawn can't move. It's stuck in place. And you know that a3 pawn we were talking about? You're not going to see it on the board for much longer because black can bring the knight in or the bishop in, as you're pointing out, and this is actually just looking winning for black.
Pawns locked on one color have a natural predator, and it's that color's bishop, right?
Yeah.
That bishop is always hunting, always looking, and so that was a fantastic line, Robert. Welcome to Madrid. that was a fantastic idea. Seriously, that sort of theme could be game changing because while it's unlikely to be missed, it's possible even the best players in the world could underestimate an idea like f6, where suddenly the bishop is completely shut out. So, man, oh man.
And Rajabov, he spent a lot of time on this move. Okay, they're on move 35, they're nearing the time control, but you can sense that Rajabov understands this is the moment because either he's just going to be worse and groveling for a draw, or his position just collapses because he makes a bad move, or if he finds knight f5, there's some way to liquidate trades of pieces, and then he can save his king and his pawns in the process, then it's worth it. But you can see, like, even after knight f5, black has this move knight d5, and it's just chaos.
That would be quite the mess.
Knight d5?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I haven't seen this one.
Like, I mean, all of black's pieces are aiming at the white king, so maybe you want the queens on the board.
I got a feeling about Ding Liren's chances here in Madrid, maybe turning around. But while we wait for Roger to figure out what his feelings are in the position, we know he works hard. He works super hard. One of the staples of the way Rajabov plays chess, and he works super hard to get to the candidates. We're going to take a second to remind everybody in Chess.com's latest player highlight how the oldest player in the field got to Madrid.
The oldest player in Madrid at age 35, Timur Rajabov is competing for the third time at the candidates and for the first time in 9 years. Once ranked in the top 5 in the world, Raja qualified for the candidates 2 years ago, but was unable to compete due to COVID concerns. For this year's tournament, FIDE offered Raja a wild card, which Raja accepted. Born in the same Azerbaijani city as former world champion Garry Kasparov, Raja beat Garry Kasparov at age 15. In fact, he has never lost to the former world champion. One of the peak achievements of Rajabov's career was his victory at the FIDE World Cup. In that tournament, he defeated the top seed Ding Liren in the final to qualify for the 2020 Candidates Tournament. In Madrid, Raja hopes that he can lean on his experience at the candidates to post some impressive performances, even though expectations for him here are not as high as they once were.
You know, it's interesting because the way that Rajabov got into the candidates, by the way, was beating the person who he might lose to in this game. You think Ding Liren remembers that, Robert? A little revenge?
Yes and no, because the top 2 people from that World Cup qualified. So once you make it to the final, you kind of don't care anymore. Ding wanted to beat him, and he probably is like, I'm going to get you next time. But when 2 places are up for grabs and you're one of the 2, I don't think you necessarily care which part of the pecking order you finish with.
It's actually a very interesting comment, because he didn't feel that way. When I interviewed him in St. Louis after beating Magnus Carlsen, you know, he just won Sinquefield Cup. That was such impressive performance. And I asked him, like, if there was a lot of media coverage in China, and he explained to me that since this is a private tournament, it doesn't mean anything. So the only thing that means something is the World Cup, the candidates, the Olympiad, and the World Championship match.
That's fascinating, actually. Well, expectations obviously not super high on Rajabov, and I say obviously with all due respect. He's had an incredible career. Unfortunately, right now he's in the bottom of the standings. So, what do you do with a mindset where you know expectations aren't high, but you don't want to become a punching bag either, right? How do you keep yourself motivated throughout the event, especially should he lose this game to Ding Liren?
He gets another white pieces against Rapport, and that's a stylistic clash. Rapport is a highly energetic, exciting player who, you won't even know what he's going to play on move 1. Rajabov is a seasoned veteran. He also has this style where if he gets a slight advantage, he often will press it. Now, in game 1 against Firouzja, he did actually have an advantage, but he sort of liquidated too quickly, and then he was a material up, but there were not really winning chances. So I do think that round 6 matchup against Rapport is one where Rajabov will have a very interesting chance, because Rapport is somebody who is like so different stylistically than the current Rajabov. But the earlier Rajabov, like when he was younger, he was playing the King's Indian and all sorts of crazy openings.
Okay, wow. Queen E2 played by Rajabov. I'm even more impressed that Queen B7 immediately responded to by Ding Liren, because look, he puts the pressure right back on Rajabov, who has 4 moves to make with only 6 minutes to do so. He does not go for the forcing knight f5, decides that this was not correct, and given the brilliant idea you saw, Robert, with this bishop e7 being trapped, I kind of agree that might have not have been the right way to defend this position. But this is about to be really tough. Again, no increment. So no increment. I'm going to keep saying it.
It's just deeply uncomfortable for white right now. You can't move your pieces. The knight on d4 can't move because your pawn e4 is loose, so he goes queen d3 back.
Look at this. He's decided he can just shuffle puck until reaching time control, just repeating.
But he can't very easily, because now Ding can make the move knight to g6, and we remind everybody that they get an additional hour after move 40 is made. We're move 37. But the move knight to g6 also threatens e6 to e5 in many positions, because white's king, it seems safe enough for the moment, but if I can get more pieces into the attack, I mean, that king is losing its shelter very quickly.
I love that idea. In fact, it almost makes me want to play e5 right away. I don't think you can or should, but even right away, you're already thinking about ways to just pry open and break open white's king in a position where your opponent's under time pressure. Like, for example, if white took with the pawn, I guess maybe e6, and it's not a good idea. but I was just thinking about some crazy variations where the position opens up.
You can see the EVA bar. Even this.
Yeah,
looks...
even that's my. So it wasn't maybe as good, but I really like your idea of E5 and knight G6 preparing it probably even more solid. Yeah, the computer likes that better, but from a practical perspective, Rajabov's position might be hanging by a thread here. This right here might be the move that either wins the game or not, because if you play not just a strong move here, Almira, but a move that makes Rajabov think, right? That could be it.
Well, I was fascinated by Robert's comments, you know, that, and I tend to forget that I'm thinking about the position and we are still on air, you know. Yeah. I have to say something. It's how difficult White's position is. Like I was looking for bishop A1, bishop B2, or queen E2, queen D3, just to be able to hold.
Well, that's what Rajabov is doing. He's looking at queen E2, queen D3, bishop A1, bishop B2. What's funny, if not for the threat of E5, Robert, then Rajabov's idea has merit, right? He's like, hey, I can't do anything better with my pieces than I've already done. They're on the best squares. So it's up for Dingley Ren to show a way to mix it up. I really like the E5 sack that I came up with, even though it's bad. I just want to do it. I want to do it to spite chat.
Well, I mean, a way to get E5 in with the full force is if your pawn, let's say the pawn was already on F6, playing E5 would kick that knight out of there, and that gives black the E3 square, the diagonal for the bishop over there on B6. Like that king on G2 is really not safe. Yep. So there actually is serious consideration for the move F6 here.
I was going to say even right away, it gives up the E6 pawn.
It does, but if you take that pawn, here's where the problems are. Rook takes E4, and look at that diagonal now.
Yeah.
Right? And the rook E3 is a threat. Knight E3 is going to be a threat. The knight on E7 is about to jump in to F or D5. I mean, all sorts of places for that piece. So the problem for black is you just don't have that last piece in the game. The knight on E7 is controlled by the pawn 3 squares away, the E4 pawn. Yeah. So you're happy to make that trade because then your knight jumps in the game and White's position falls apart.
And can you exchange a few pieces, like rook C2, is it possible?
Yeah.
No, now I found knight E3 and then rook C2. Yeah. Yes, that's not rook C2, knight C2, but knight E3 first.
Yeah, that's a good
beautiful. So which line?
If rook C2?
Rook C, let's say like...
Yeah. Well, if takes, don't take with the queen.
Right.
Yes, but maybe knight E3 first and then take the rook.
Exactly. So knight E3 check, and you'd have to take it, and now you can't take back because the knight's pinned.
Wow. In fact, that's actually really huge. So that prevents White from simplifying the pressure here. Makes me like F6 more and more because it's like a slow. That is a time pressure move that crushes your opponent, right? You play a move like F6 with subtle improvement. Now a very clear threat is on the board that you only have 5 minutes to solve, and there's all kinds of ways it could go wrong. Rook C2 being one of them.
Yeah, though there is the downside that you've given White like a potential point of entry, the E6 pawn, and there could be a situation where you wish you were a little more deliberate and set it up better. So knight G6 doesn't change anything where you could play F6 next anyway. So it's one of these situations where I'm actually not sure. Both look appealing, and the only thing that I can see that black needs to look out for is some kind of back rank checkmate. Like, it's not completely out of the question.
With this knight G5 idea.
Yeah, there's some game-saving tactic for Rajabov because the black king also has its own problems.
It's one argument in favor of F6.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
Well, exactly, another point in favor of F6, but
I think that was Ding's idea when he played Queen B7 instantly.
Yeah.
He's preparing F6 and E5.
Right. I like that. Preparing to prove Ben Feingold wrong. There's almost nothing I like more.
Yeah, it's that definitely is an exception to that quote-unquote rule that Ben has.
Never move your F pawn. Yeah, it looks really strong. F6 will prepare E5. Again, as we pointed out, hard to make moves for White that aren't blunders when all your pieces are dynamically poised for tactics. Right? That's tension.
Yeah, and this would be, you can't even state how big a result this would be for Dingley Ren.
Yeah.
Because he heard his interview after his first loss, and he started talking to Dina, and he was saying how I played terribly, and then he's in a minus score. So beating players in this field is not very easy. But if Dingley Ren can win this game with the black pieces, we know he can beat anybody in this competition.
Yep.
And then he has that belief in himself that he didn't have in the previous candidates where he lost the first 2 games. So he just played.
He plays F6.
F6.
Here we go.
Wow.
F6. Elmira pumps her fists over here in studio. F6. I feel like everybody wants to see Ding Liren find even Timur Rajabov wants to see Ding Liren find his form. Can we just all agree that we want the Ding Liren of 2019 back? Can we all? Can I get a show of hands, please?
I guess,
play along.
I guess into this is Ding. I'm raising my hand in spirit.
Inside he is.
Is Ding Liren maybe like the most liked player?
Seriously, he might be the most beloved player. Who I mean, people just love Ding Liren.
Yeah, he's a really nice
total
guy.
sweetheart.
Yeah.
And again, the 2019 Ding Liren, I was saying in day one, you and I commented on the epic tiebreak where he beat Magnus Carlsen in 2019, and I remember you and I talking, is this a preview of the World Chess Championship match? But even more importantly, a challenger that Magnus might have trouble with should Ding Liren get through the candidates. COVID happened. Ding Liren has not been the same player since.
Well, he lost the first 2 games.
Yep.
In the previous candidates. He beat Fabiano in game 3, but he just was sluggish out of the gates.
Yeah.
And with the pandemic, with the lockdown and all those things associated with it, it was clearly very difficult for him. But then the second half of the candidates, he scored the most points.
Yeah, no, that's true. In fact, we should remember that. We see you, chat. Keep bringing it. Ding is going to make a run. If you're right, I think we have even more not that chess hasn't been entertaining here in Madrid, but I would love to see Ding Liren get on a roll. Come on, Ding. People are rooting for you. And like I said, maybe even Timur Rajabov inside is rooting for Ding Liren to find his form, the mojo that has been escaping him. But that's a good point, Robert. I guess I forget, because it was so out of reach, I really haven't remembered well that the second half of the candidates, it did go pretty good for Ding Liren.
Oh, yeah.
So,
and he beat Jan Nepomniachtchi in the final game where Jan had nothing to play for. Jan doesn't like losing chess games, but at that point the tournament result was in the bag. But Ding was a completely different player, and I think somehow, despite his 2,800 plus rating, number 2 in the world, people aren't that familiar with Ding Liren's chess.
Yep.
And what I like most about his chess is he has an extremely universal style.
Yep.
He often goes boa constrictor, like the game we're seeing here, whereas his opponent even making a single move is difficult. But then there are times where he just
sacks his queen and wins a tiebreaker brilliancy against Magnus Carlsen.
He able to crush people in 25 moves, and he beat Fabiano Caruana in the 2019 Singfield Cup actually in a really nice game where it looked very level and every move was difficult for Fabiano to play. So I have we all have a tremendous amount of respect for Ding Liren, but I think somehow he goes under the radar despite being the only other player besides Magnus Carlsen who's 2,800 plus at the moment.
Well, at the moment, Timur Rajabov only has 2.5 minutes. And what did we say about F6, Elmira? We said that's a strong time pressure move. If you want to learn how to beat your opponents when you have an edge and they're low on the clock, it takes poise, right? It takes moves like that give them multiple problems to solve and ways to go wrong.
Well, I also hope that once we'll have time, we can find Ding's game. I think it was one of the most beautiful games that I've ever seen. Played, I think, in the Chinese Team Championship when he sacrificed his queen, and it was a pure marvel.
I was remembering the queen sacrifice against Matt, although that was really just the finishing touches on a brilliant game from Ding Liren. But and again, and that's another reason why people would be excited, not just to see him make a run, but even play a match against Magnus, because as Carlsen himself has said, Ding Liren may be the toughest challenger he has left in his generation, and I know he's kind of said both on and off the record, right? I mean, besides the Firouzja comments, we know that Magnus has a ton of respect for Ding Liren's game.
Look at Rajabov right now.
Yeah.
I mean, he is desperately trying to find a move here. F6 was Black's 37th move. There are 3 moves to make and only 1 minute and 35 seconds of counting down for Rajabov. This is a moment where he's like, I don't see a single idea. We said rook c2 fails to knight e3 check. That would be a pretty logical move to play. I can't move my knight from d4, open bishop. And did he just go king h3?
King h3.
Oh my gosh.
Tucks the king. By the way, gets the king off the diagonal. So it makes sense tactically.
Wow, what a move. If this works, king h3? My first temptation is to bring my queen to the c8, h3 diagonal and just sort of chase you down. But I know that if I do that, then you'll bring your king back to g2 because you're not looking at my queen there and happy to see it. You're running right away from it.
But why go away from the plan you had? I mean, of knight g6 and e5, right? Can continue to go for this?
Probably.
If you play e5 right away, it's not as cute as having a discovered check, but you still open that diagonal for the queen to come there with tempi at some point.
I just get the feeling that if it like this could be a Zugzwang. If it were white to move, I feel like white might just be lost. I'm serious, right? It's like one of those positions where, what is white's move? If you said you have to move again, what does white play?
But why can't you play e5?
You probably can.
I just want. I want to find out like knight f2, you know, is followed, or there is something we're missing.
Check at the end. Like you always have to be careful. We were
okay.
earlier.
Yes, okay. That's the point. But maybe we can show it because it's not that obvious. Yes.
So e5, the points are remove the knight away from d4, so you have knight f2 check with a fork. But after you take on e5 and f takes back, now the problem for black is this back rank. So this knight even go to e6, and you can't play knight f2 check because I'll take it, and then queen d8 is going to lead to a big problem.
Lethal. Yeah, white's winning. Okay, probably checkmating black actually. Okay, so e5 is possible, but on knight e6 you just can't play knight f2 check. Although if you're not going to play knight f2 check, then why go for it, right? Why? Okay, so
exactly, yes.
So maybe that's not what Ding Liren has planned. He has 10 minutes for 2 moves, so plenty of time as compared to his opponent, but he wants to use it well.
Yeah, this is really instructive for people at home because oftentimes people ask, wait a second, my opponent has a minute and 20 seconds.
Yeah, just move.
Shouldn't I blitz them and flag them? But no, right now we just saw White's 38th move, so 2 moves left for Rajava to make time control. And as we just saw, the evaluation after e5 was White was very happy about that sequence. So what Ding is doing is he knows he's better. So if he can keep his advantage, he doesn't really care that much that it's move 40 because he's still much better.
Yeah.
But if he slips right now, the game could immediately turn from pressing for his first win of the event to Rajabov saying, I've wiped my hands of this position, I'm doing okay.
Nietzsche. We don't want that. We want blood.
So,
like I said, even Timur Rajabov is like, he's like, I'm not going to give it to you, but if you want to come and take it, we'd all be happy to see you on a roll, Ding Liren. All right, well, what other moves then? You established that the most forcing threat behind f6 is probably not the follow-up, a more subtle move, and Ding Liren plays a subtle move on that note. Your originally asked for queen to c8 is now on the board.
So I expect king g2, and then he might just play like queen d7 and say, what move are you going to make?
Right. Yeah, so it's a game of tickle, right? King g2, put the queen here. But then does the king sit on h1? I'm just playing the diagonal game. Okay, wait. We have a very aggressive move from Rajabov. With only a minute to play, he makes a move that the computer does not like.
Wow.
This is why time pressure hurts, right? Very rarely does time pressure actually end in you losing on time. Most of the time it leads to mistakes, and that's why we try to avoid such situations. Hikaru made comments, Almira, that he thought with increment, Rajabov holds the draw against him in round 2. With increment here, Rajabov maybe doesn't play that blunder. What do you think?
Well, that's we are having this time control.
That's why, because the people want drama, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you just like extend games, right, and you give all these top players 24 hours per move, Magnus Carlsen isn't beating players very often. Like maybe he'll win a game here and there, but there'll be many draws because they have all the time in the world. So we already don't give the maximum amount of time. So it's not, to me, that big of a deal that we change the time. I think there should be some uniformity, especially in a cycle. But this move, e5, I mean, I think it is both the duress of the clock, but also he's been under pressure forever. And the response here from Ding Liren that is so strong, I believe he plays move f5 himself. Okay. That is kind of a scary move to make because you hand g5 to white, but you also get d5. You get this diagonal from a8 all the way to h1, and this king on h3 is clearly not a very safe piece.
Some crazy diagonal game.
So how important is the human factor, I think, in chess? You know, we tend to forget,
that's a random thing to say, but okay. Now that you say f5, I really like it. Just the grip that black has, and although you have to calculate, so let's look at it. Is f5 going to be met with knight to g5?
I think you just allow me to bring my... So take on d4 first, I guess.
You get rid of one of the knights.
Yeah, and then put my knight on d5, and I have a field day here.
Yeah, this is just torture.
Yeah, we're playing
Absolute
checkers
torture.
on different boards.
Yeah, so f5, we'll see what... Is there anything else besides f5 we could see? I mean, what if I just take it?
Honestly, I didn't even think about it, but it looks pretty good.
Takes.
But now knight g5 is a pretty serious threat.
Yeah, and that also comes with queen h7. So the computer still likes black, but I agree with Robert that feels like f5 is the grindingly accurate move to play.
No, but can you somehow threaten mate on h1? I was thinking about your line, you take on e5, take on e5, take on d4 first. Because, no, take on d4 first.
Oh, okay, take on d4 first.
Yes, bishop d4, and now bring your queen to the big diagonal.
Ah, queen c6 is a nice square.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because you can't go knight g5 because queen h1 leads to mate.
Whoop!
And you know what else that means? That rook takes d4 is a threat.
Is threat, yes.
Because I'm just trying to remove the defenders there. If you take with a knight there, you get mated. Take with the queen, you lose your knight on f3 and then get mated next. So that looks pretty miserable.
I like that a lot. That feels like the super, that's the I'm trying to win right now if you feel like you see a concrete line. Because there's no way Ding Liren doesn't know that he's just much better if he plays f5, right? The position is super concrete.
Did you see him look at Rajabov?
Oh, he sees something.
He gave him that look.
He gave him that look.
Yeah.
Like I might see the win. I may have lost against the black pieces in round one, but if I win with the black pieces, the ship has been righted. That's what you're saying if you're Ding Liren.
It's a big moment for his
Yep.
chances.
Okay, will it be f5 and grinding, or f takes e5 with a concrete line calculated? Look at that right there. 5 minutes and 40 seconds to 59 seconds on the clock.
And it's just one of these positions where like f takes e5, White's 40th move may just be like f takes e5, so
Yeah,
he gets some
play
time
it,
control. But f5 is one of those moves you're frazzled. I don't even know what to play in response, and he does take it, so he's gonna go for that bishop takes d4 line that Almiro pointed out.
So Ding takes the very concrete approach of capturing the e5 pawn, as Robert said. The con of that move is Rajabov doesn't have to think on his 40th move. He just responds. Okay, so, but the problem is you're still losing.
That's a bit of an issue, yes.
Yeah, it's like out of the frying pan into the fire sort of thing here for Timur Rajabov.
And bishop takes d4 is just such an excellent move, and without it, black doesn't even have an advantage. But the point is that the bishop on the dark squares is something we actually kind of foreshadowed, that it's staring into pawns. It doesn't have territory to work with, whereas the knights on the light squares, and it all started with that move h5 by Ding Liren. That was such a great move by him, just inducing h4 by Rajabov, and that's the problem that has persisted, is the light squares.
Yep.
There's no light square bishops. Give me those light squares, and the domination remains all the way up to move 40, as Ding is still yet to make his final move in the time control.
Yeah, love replaying that h5. What a strong move. All right, Almira, he better find the follow-up to your idea, otherwise f takes e5 was no good. And we should actually show that, because if you make some other move in the position, like, I don't know. But you can't move the queen here because e6, I think, but just like queen d7, White has knight g5 coming. This is why we initially were liking f5. One of the reasons was we don't have to deal with this threat. So the key is you have to take d4 or f takes e5 was not the best choice from Ding Liren. He also only has 4 minutes, by the way.
Yeah, and he's spending his time here. I mean, bishop takes d4 is logical in 8 different ways. It just allows you to plan on an f5 and an d5, and as Almira pointed out, just the queen getting to the diagonal is so essential with all these checkmate threats down the line over an h1 that it does seem like Ding Liren should be finding this move.
But we haven't evaluated bishop d4, knight d4. We are still bringing our queen to the big diagonal, maybe queen b7, queen a8. I think we also have to consider this move. So knight f3 back, that's the only way I can see for White to hold at the moment. So how do we continue here?
Queen d8 and knight g5, by the way. So that might be why Ding Liren's a little nervous here.
Yeah, so maybe the queen on the 8th rank is somehow important, like queen a8 instead of queen b7, just to avoid those kind of queen d8 scary scenarios, because a queen trade will still be good for black in many of these positions.
Yeah.
Could he?
Knight f3.
And then just play knight f5 or something. Like queen d8's not scary as a queen trade.
Okay. Queen d8 takes.
Yeah, and I just bring my king out to f7, and
you're still in the dominant spot.
Look at the knights at f5.
And look at the bishop, right? It's just a bad piece, a big pawn, as we like to say. But yeah, but it has to be bishop takes d4. So it's either bishop takes d4 or you got nothing.
Yeah, a bit curious as to why he played f takes e5 and then started thinking for 3 minutes.
That's what makes me worried, is that he...
Maybe he forgot about knight d4. You know, like you're looking at bishop d4 automatically in some lines before.
Yeah.
Right.
But
yeah, he just, did you see that? He grabbed his head like, what am I doing?
But he's clearly underestimating his own advantage, right? We have the luxury of the eval bar, and if we want it, the engine lines, but Ding Liren is feeling like his advantage is not as big here as he wanted it to be, maybe regretting that he didn't play f5. Still, lucky for him, as long as he plays bishop takes d4 and gets to move 40 and doesn't lose on time in the next minute and 45, he's still in a great spot.
To be honest, I've been in these situations so many times because I'm like obsessed with one idea. So I was looking a little bit like Dinah, you know, I want to mate. But then when it doesn't work and I'm surprised by my opponent's reply, so now like I found a hole in my variation, so bishop d4, knight d4. And I start to panic because you're faced with uncertainty and with very low on time, like with very little time.
He's panicking. He's he's shuffling around. He keeps looking at the clock.
The good news of bishop takes d4 is a very safe move. Like, you know that even if you don't see a win after that, you know that you're not getting yourself into trouble. In fact, that it helps you in many regards. That knight is what's stopping him from playing queen b7 because the e6 pawn drops. And if the e6 drops, there's all sorts of checkmate patterns that the black king needs to worry about. So Ding Liren is down under a minute.
That's the thing, though, is Almira said that like it may be obvious, but he clearly doesn't like something. He's now under a minute. Is he going to panic and not play bishop takes d4? I mean, this is the problem. Now he's in his own head.
He has to play bishop takes d4. There's no situation where you want to leave these knights just prancing around. Knight coming to g5.
No, 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Okay.
Wow, this is make or break.
It seems that way for us, but it's like now he's here. Yeah, Almira's freaking out over here. Like he got himself in this spot and he's overthinking the situation. All he has to do is capture the knight. Okay. And he maintains the winning advantage.
And he definitely knows that he hasn't made his 40.
Oh no! That's the move that we were worried that he overthought the advantage.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, and you could just tell by his face. He went f takes e5 and then went deep in the think tank. Normally you follow up f takes e5 with your next move. And Ding Liren, I mean, this is not the first time this tournament, and you could just tell on his face.
The wheels. And it's what Almira said, though. It was like, you've been in those situations where you played a move you thought was winning, you then realize it's not, and the emotions get the best of you. You can't see the bigger picture of the forest through the trees. Like, hey, all you have to do is like keep playing the same idea, even though it's not as concretely winning as you thought, right?
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about, like your emotions, the human factor. So we were trying to explain some of the decisions that Timur took before, but that's the same is true for Ding. He was under enormous pressure, and he had to make his last move with a few seconds left.
It's funny because it's hard because from our perspective it feels obvious, right? And it's not fair at all. It doesn't pay tribute or do justice to one the pressure, right? That Ding Liren was under right there. And two, how difficult that situation is from a practical perspective. He has no information in front of him telling him to take the knight. He has no complete information at all. And when you calculate a line you think is winning, and then you realize it's not, sometimes you can become your own worst enemy, and that's what we saw right there.
I'll give you that. But at the same time, this is the Candidates Tournament. Everybody in this field is crazy strong. And if you don't capitalize on the positions that give you near winning advantages, and it wasn't that straightforward. There's plenty of life left. Of course, we have the benefit of the engine, but I feel like he knows it was winning. Just look at him. He knows he had something there, and he just didn't find it. And against Report, earlier in the event, he had a winning position. He allowed Report to escape, and now look at Radjabov. I mean,
he just looked at Ding Liren and raised his eyebrows. Of course, we saw you chat going nuts. We know how sad you are. We're all sad for him. Go ahead, Robert.
If Ding Liren doesn't compose himself, he could lose this game.
Yeah. No, that's how crazy that moment was. And again, so so hard to like judge, and I understand what you're saying. Like, you have to judge, right? But also, like, his emotions got the best of me.
We have compassion, right? We understand, like, we have an eval bar off the side screen, but the thing about it is that Ding Liren knew that he had a great position, right? He was shuffling, finding the perfect moments to strike, and then just something went wrong. Something went haywire, and unfortunately for him, it's likely going to cost him a point here that he very much needs. So while we can be, empathetic, and we do, understand this is the #2 chess player in the world, right? There's one person on this planet higher rated than him, that is Magnus Carlsen. If he is really trying to become the world champion and fight Magnus Carlsen in a match, he needs to win games like this. And it's not to be overly critical, and I know maybe sometimes it comes off that way, and it's easy to be in a chair and have the eval off to the side and all that stuff.
Armchair grandmaster.
Well,
that's me. You're an actual grandmaster. I'm an armchair grandmaster.
Yeah, it just, when you get that feeling, it's not someone's event.
Yeah.
Once again, it's feeling that way for Ding Liren. Somebody else was suffering from this was Levon Aronian. How many times did he enter the Candidates Tournament as the highest rated player or one of the top few and even get off to a good start, and then the second half of the tournament, he just kind of collapsed. So you feel for that player. We know how strong Levon is. We know how strong Ding Liren is, but something about this feels like, I don't know, the pressure might have been too big for him.
Go ahead, Almira.
What I wanted to say is that we should also calm down and have a look at this position objectively. Let's say maybe it was difficult to find this win after bishop d4, but if he plays bishop d4 now, bishop d4 and plays some...
Let's dive into the... We need to get to a break, so we have time control. So let's dive in. Save your thought. Let's go. Let's look at it objectively. I totally agree with you. So we're going to throw to a break right now, but before we do, I'll remind you, everybody, Blitz Champs is coming. It's the first celebrity chess event we've done in quite a while, really since last year's Pog Champs. So make sure you tune in for your favorite NFL stars as they throw down for $100,000 in charity. We've got the legends you see: Larry Fitzgerald, Hall of Fame wide receiver; Amari Cooper, Cleveland Browns wide receiver; Micah Parsons, Kayvon Thibodeau. It's stacked. There are several others, and it's going to be awesome. John Urschel, my good friend, joining me for commentary for July 9th and 10th. We're going to have all kinds of action. Make sure you tune in every day at 1 p.m. Pacific. All right, Ding Liren going to be feeling it. What a tough spot he has now put himself in. But just how tough is it? Like Almira said, we're going to dive in, see the chess moves, and find out, does he still have a chance to pull himself together. A beautiful afternoon here in Madrid. Don't go anywhere. Round 5 of the FIDE Candidates continues when we return.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join Chess.com today.
No stranger to the candidates, Fabiano Caruana stands as a pretty popular choice for winning it all here in Madrid. Fabi won this prestigious tournament 4 years ago in Berlin. In his challenger match against Magnus Carlsen, Caruana came just one endgame moment away from his first world championship.
I wasn't playing my best chess today, and Magnus, I think, played very well.
Soon to be 30, Caruana's chess resume is matched by few in Madrid. Born in Miami with dual citizenship, Fabi became the youngest grandmaster in U.S. history at age 14. A decade ago, he made history at the Sinkfield Cup, winning 7 straight games on his way to a 2844 rating, the third highest of all time. Precise calculation and deep knowledge of opening theory are Fabi's calling cards. The Italian-American used both to great effect in the FIDE Grand Swiss to qualify for this event. Caruana now aims to become the first player since Vichy Anand to win the candidates in non-consecutive years. But perhaps more importantly, Fabi looks towards another shot at the world title.
Que le dicen la voz de Cali, ay Morita, tira al aire, caso la vena, que confianza de hombre, nunca la tenga señora, nunca la tenga, que yo pegué un tiro al aire, caso la vena.
This is going to be a real-time breakdown of Danny Wrench's games all time on chess.com.
That's cool. Oh! In the last month, I am playing 83.12.
I'm less accurate than them in every stage.
Yeah.
Man, that stings a little
You
bit.
should
Okay.
do the more game review.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. Okay, so
Tuesday sucks. I gotta stop playing chess on Tuesday. Oh, it's because it's Title Tuesday.
Look how many blunders there were back in December 2020. And now December 2021, 1,600. Don't look at this number. look at this number. Best.
Let's go to tactics. Mates. I'll probably need to work on these ones. Yep.
Every single rook fork that has presented itself to me, I have found. No one has a higher percentage of rook forks than I do. Yes, correct.
These are literally the knight forks that you missed.
I missed knight d6?
You saw it just now.
What the is wrong with me?
I could have done here and then taken this pawn, and I'm winning because my pawns get held together. That's probably the coolest part about this feature.
Like these positions against Hess? Rook there for rook e2. And he blunders mate in one. Oh my goodness. I'm awful.
Madrid. Civilization here is almost as old as the game of chess. Some claim the queen was given her powers to honor Queen Isabella. Now that, my friends, is a chess legacy. Passion for chess continues to thrive in Madrid. For the first time in 30 years, Spain's capital plays host to the Candidates, the most important tournament in chess. At the Palace of Santona, the stakes are high. 8 of the world's best players competing for the right to challenge for the most coveted title in chess, the World Chess Championship. The Candidates is grueling. The winner requires mental endurance and unbreakable focus. There are those familiar with the biggest stages in chess, yet still chasing unfinished business. And others from the next wave of stars with little patience for yielding to those before them. Mis amigos, the next challenger to the world champion of chess must come through Madrid. Like Queen Isabella before them, the Candidates is all about leaving a legacy. inside the Palacio de Santonia. What a beautiful setting for an event like this to take place. Seriously, I have not given it a proper tour myself. I'm going to spend some more time. But Almira, you are a connoisseur of all kinds of artistic things. Your thoughts on what it would be like to play in an event like this?
Well, I actually wanted to drive a parallel between art and the way computers see, well, changed us the way we see chess. You know, it's a very strange parallel. But the same thing happened, I think, at the beginning of the 20th century, when especially one artist stands out is Marcel Duchamp. You know, he changed the way we see art, changed the way, well, the classical canons of the art. He was also a very good chess player. And I think that one of the way, as people were seeing modernism, is that you have to be innovative but subversive at the same time. So this is the way we're playing chess now. H4, H5 has been very subversive, you know. It's and we are challenging everything we knew about chess before. Every classical way of thinking is being challenged by modern chess. So.
Well said from Almira Skripchenko here in studio.
I hope it made sense.
Along with Grandmaster Robert Hess. No, I think it's true. We have, we have to. I can't say it as eloquently as you just did, but I would make the comparison: complete information, but also taking the practical opportunities with the aggressiveness with H5, the things that should have gotten Ding Liren in a spot to maybe win this game, but.
Or you could just staple a receipt on the wall and call it art. Sometimes that works too.
That's true, depending on which modern museum you're in. But depending on which modern museum you're in, that's not this one. But where are we at in the round 5 show today?
Did you know
we have 3 games so far in the books. As you can see, the draws before your eyes. There's 1 game still in progress. But as we see, Nakamura finished his game with Nepomniachtchi, and it was Hikaru who actually caught up with our own Dina Belenkaya after the game. We'll check in now to see what did Hikaru have to say about his draw with Jan Nepomniachtchi. What were his immediate post-game thoughts? Let's let the interview with Dina take it away.
Let's just say I lost a game in the Rapid Chess Championship. I mean, I think already it's many weeks ago now, probably like 2 months, 3 months. But I lost a game in this Bishop G5 line to Fabiano, and then I looked at this thing that I came up with in the game, this whole H6 G5 Bishop E6, thought it was interesting. Yeah, I mean, it was all prep up until about move 20. It wasn't very difficult to find moves, but then inevitably, like every other game so far, there was a moment where I got a little bit careless for 2 to 3 moves, and maybe Richard had some chance when I played this very strange King E5 and this whole Rook A1 thing, but
Anyway, so let's do a little bit of preview as we try to get that interview queued up. He has white against Ding Liren. He might be facing a much more dejected Ding Liren than he was about to now, Almira.
Well, I'm still having my hopes high, if I may say.
That Ding Liren's going to win this game?
Yes, okay, this is still not over. So.
Okay. But okay, either way, Hikaru plays Ding with the white pieces. So.
Well, either way, you know, he's actually in the lead. You know, he won at least on +1. They've made 6 draws, so Hikaru is going to push once again.
What real quick, interesting is, do you think it changes Hikaru's approach depending on whether or not Ding loses or wins this game, Robert?
I think about that often. Do you try to strike while somebody is down, or do you just treat them as if they're 0 for 0? And I think the players hope to be in the mindset where they just go in as if it's any other day and they're starting the tournament fresh. But I think that no player really does that, right? They're like, this person has shown that they're not in their best shape, so why don't we go for a potential line that could catch them off guard? Okay. And Ding Liren is the type of player who, he has a universal style, but he definitely has his preferences, and his tactics have not been his call
Yeah,
in this
well, not
tournament.
on point necessarily.
And against Report,
Yeah.
in this game against Nepo, just everything was going wrong. So, yeah, maybe it's a time, and it's weird saying about Ding Liren, but it's a time for Hikaru to say, that might be a person I'm going to try to pick on.
Hikaru did catch up with Dina, as we said, and we have that interview for you right now. So let's get his post-game thoughts after his draw with Jan Nepomniachtchi earlier today.
No, I mean, obviously, I suspected Jan would play something in this Petrov. I mean, I think I got everything I wanted. I don't know what the objective evaluation is, but I think if I don't have this sudden like brain slip and play knight d2 if I go knight d4. I mean, I think it's much better if not winning. So once I played knight d2 and I allowed this queen a1, queen f6, I mean, probably it's still a little bit better somehow, but I mean, I was already very upset at myself, and yeah, it just kind of petered out into this repetition. So I mean, quite disappointing.
You removed your rook from e2 to b2 and then repeated the position. Was it just the principal Soviet rule to repeat 2 times and then think?
I mean, you could say that, but also with no increment in this tournament, trying to get closer to move 40 is always preferable. So that was the reason I did it. I mean, basically it came down to this one moment when I was going to play knight d4, and then I thought knight d2 was simpler, and I just overlooked this queen a1, queen f6. If I play knight d4, I think I would have won the game. So yeah, it's not good.
On another note.
Wow, that's a pretty direct answer right there in terms of how we felt about it, right? Not playing knight d4 was the difference in the game from Hikaru's view. Go ahead,
he
Rob.
seemed pretty upset.
Yeah.
And so we're going to have 2 players tomorrow when he plays against Ding Liren.
Who's also upset.
Players who missed opportunities.
Yeah. Despite Almir's feelings that Ding Liren might win, I'm going to go with you that I think Ding Liren is going to be upset, draw or loss even. This is crazy. But Almira, real quick, so he said he got everything he wanted in that Petrov. So that was interesting to note as well, because part of our wondering was Hikaru where he wanted to be? Turns out he got a position he was okay with against Jan.
Yes, and I think he liked his position. So one more like argument or point like to add. So he's feeling quite confident. So he's looking for tomorrow's game.
Yeah.
Whatever the result might be today, and he will certainly push.
Well, there's one game that doesn't have a result in from today yet, and that is where we sit between Rajabov and Ding Liren. We see them sitting in the far corner there, and Ding Liren, just, man, your heart goes out to him. Now, the more we look at him, we had drama at the end of the time control. You heard it if you were watching live. We screamed. That was not faked. I couldn't hold back when G6 was on the board, although, Robert, with every second that went by, we knew he was overthinking it. You could just feel it. And now, you left us at the break, Robert, thinking that he could lose this game, potentially. Tell me what. I'm not saying it'll happen, but paint the picture for everybody. What goes wrong here for Black to such a degree that Ding Liren could even lose?
Well, it's, White has to capture the bishop back on d4, so let's start there.
Yep.
So the question becomes, what is White's plan? What are White's threats?
Yep.
A move like bishop c5 can already question that knight, and also the open d file could be good for White to attack the Black king. So there are very direct threats here that Ding needs to deal with. And he will do so by putting his queen on the long diagonal, most likely, and just threatening queen to h1, which will lead to a checkmate. So the difference and the reason why Rajabov gets to hold this position is he can bring his queen to f3. So instead of having a pinned knight on f3, he can bring his queen over, and with the queens getting swapped, there is still some initiative that Black has, but there's not going to be a checkmate, and it seems like Rajabov suddenly has everything under control.
Yeah. Almira, now your turn. I know you want to turn, but to say that you still think Ding Liren can win this game. So now you paint the picture of what could go right for Black if he was to still hold on and get the victory.
Well, it's not an easy task, of course. So I wanted to play knight f5, but you need to prepare this move first.
Yeah. Well, you can maybe do it.
Well, Robert rightfully said that after bishop c5, you will threaten queen d8 and then rook d7, and, well, it's not an easy position to defend, so maybe first exchange the queens and then play knight f5. So queen
so how do we exchange
c6,
the
queen
queens?
c6,
Like
queen f3. Yes.
Queen f3, shake and bake.
And knight f5 here.
Yeah.
Maybe you get still to play bishop c5. What do you think about this position?
I think that it looks like black is like a move away from winning after rook c3, but there's this rook d8 check, and I think that white is very fortunate, but doesn't matter how fortunate you are as long as you can hold the balance. And yeah,
King of seven.
King of 7, you get checkmated.
Yeah, we'll show it.
Knight g5, and then you have bishop f8. Exactly, king has to go the last rank, and that is check and mate.
Check and mate. Okay, so really important you don't walk into mate. Pro tip for Dan. King to g7.
And bishop f8 check.
Now you can go back to g8.
You have to.
What's funny, look at, there's no discovered checks that matter because every piece for white is on a light square. It's funny.
Yeah, but only the rook is on c3, but bishop takes b4 is not a legal move, unfortunately. Yep. So yeah, you can just move your bishop back and forth, and the king will go up to g7, and that's how you get to hold on to this game. Because if you move your king elsewhere, you're getting checkmated.
And the problem is that that might be the most likely variation. So as much as I'm with you, Almir, that we would love to see this not end heartbreakingly for Ding, the truth is that type of line, does black have any better than rook c3 here? That's the problem. Is actually, do you have anything besides rook c3? Because you might lose.
Yeah, you get, and it's funny because you're threatening checkmate on rook takes g3. So if the knight moves, there's no time for knight g5. So this is a very forcing sequence that is very likely to happen.
Yeah.
Can I try knight d5 then? I will try everything, really.
Okay,
knight d5.
Absolutely. Now knight g5, so I get to go.
You don't have to play bishop c5 here because then I have rook c3. So this been said, rook c6 and to.
But now this, okay, maybe you can't play it right away because of knight e5, but if we get bishop c5 now, white is pressing, keeping your pieces off of the open lines.
The knight can go from e4 to c5 and things like that. This is just a position where the worst is far behind white. So I do think we have to be careful though. So at queen c6, like just a couple moves back here, like instead of queen to f3, we can also play queen f1. So we shouldn't leave out the possibility that suddenly we want to keep the queens on the board because I want to move my bishop away from d4 and back rank checkmate you. So black still needs to be careful, and that's why I think keeping the queen on maybe a8 is more precise than keeping the queen on c6, just to cover the back rank and avoid any sort of checkmates.
This is fascinating. If you're just tuning in, you missed high stress, real drama, when right at time control, this position was on the board, move 40 faced Ding Liren, and bishop takes d4 was a winning advantage for black. Again, show you the basic ideas. If the bishop took, black can bring the queen up, and you see the difference between this position and the live game. The knight can never move to g5 without there being checkmate. And in fact, you might not have any move anyway because black is threatening things like rook takes d4, where the knight is pinned to the checkmate threat on h1, and if rook takes d4, queen takes, then queen takes f3 is an easily winning position for black. So for some reason, what happened was, despite the huge advantage here, you could have done it a number of ways. f5 is perhaps the safest move. He goes for the forcing line, but then overthinks it. Almira said that perhaps he saw knight takes d4, and this kind of panicked him, perhaps, because now on queen a8, maybe he misevaluated this type of position here. Didn't realize that he still has a very big advantage.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not so simple. There's not a knockout here. So, I mean, clearly this is better for him than what he did in the game.
This is the line. So knight d5 is a great move because if knight takes e6, it looks like white's just winning a pawn and black's position collapsing. There's knight f4 check, which is, I mean, that is just beautiful. And, if that's the line that Ding missed, then okay, we can easily understand that.
We'll just show it. Again, everyone, it's checkmate here. Queen takes h2 next. And if you take with the knight, you lose the lady on f3.
Exactly. So knight d5.
So you think that's the move that he maybe missed?
It's a pretty difficult move to see from a distance because after queen f3, you don't want to trade queens, as we're talking about like in the game.
Yeah.
You can move your queen elsewhere, potentially, instead of playing knight to d5, but it already starts to feel like white is gaining some activity. So knight d5 here, that might be, from the distance, what was overlooked.
It's likely true. And again, it's always useful to unpack and develop some hypothesis, because these guys don't just make one move blunders, right? There's something not in the current position that they misevaluated or missed, and that's what's going to influence a wrong decision in the current position. Oh man, what That was intense. That was intense, and I'm heartbroken for Ding Liren. The storyline, it felt so real. Felt like Ding Liren was ready to pounce. Felt like he was going to give us what we all wanted. Chat was going nuts.
You see Rajabov kind of staring at him, by the way. I'm very curious what that means. Like, is Rajabov going to play Queen F3 and force the queens off, or maybe he thinks he can play on somehow?
Yeah.
I feel like the White King is in more danger with the queens on the board. But if he's really feeling like he is an opportunity to strike, then Ding Liren missed his chance and is not playing his best chess, and make him like Rook D1 and keep pieces on the board and hope for more.
It's funny because maybe what he was doing was literally measuring Ding up, like looking at him like, does this guy not have it together right now? Because he is obviously the top player from China, but he's rattled. He misplayed the position at time pressure. All right, as Timur Rajabov considers whether he wants to let this one peter out or maybe push for a little more against China's number one, we're going to remind you of all the great things about Ding Liren in our next Chess.com player profile.
It took some good fortune, but Ding Liren arrives at the candidates with some very legitimate reasons to think he can secure a bid to challenge for the world title for the very first time. A visa issue originally kept Ding out of the last opportunity to qualify, but when a spot opened, Ding was next man up based upon his hot streak of late. The timing couldn't be better for Ding. An entertaining and unpredictable player, Ding enters the candidates rated higher than any player in the field.
The chat went nuts. They love their man Ding Liren. We said this is an engine move. Humans don't find it, and he found King F1.
I'm absolutely stunned once again. This is such a difficult move.
The strongest player in China's history, Ding is the only player from that country to earn a 2800 rating. Launched by an undefeated streak across 100 straight classical games, Ding has sat amongst the world's top 5 for the past 5 years. Once out of the tournament completely, Ding now aims to bring China into a World Chess Championship match for the first time in his native land's history.
Well, I know we're not looking at the happiest of Ding Liren in this last game against Timur Rajabov, but let's look at the happy career he's had. A 3-time Chinese champion, 2-time Olympic gold winner. We don't have Pro Chess League stats on there, but played for the Chengdu Pandas. Okay, that's another story. Pro Chess League coming back next year. He won the Grand Chess Tour in 2019. That was the event we were talking a ton about, where he beat Carlsen in a playoff. What an amazing performance that was. He 2-time runner-up at the FIDE World Cup. That's a big deal, by the way. It's so hard to make it through the gauntlet of that event. That tells you how much of a monster this guy is when he's playing well. And has one of the longest unbeaten streaks in the history of our game, with 100 games from August 2017 to November 2018. I remember the thrill ride that was, just every day wondering, will this guy ever lose a chess game? So unfortunately, he's going to have to probably take his opportunity to simplify this one, or he could lose this game against Timur Rajabov. So I'm anticipating, as Robert said, that line of Queen F3, Knight F5. I'm sorry, Almira, I know you don't want it, but here it comes. Queen F3.
What I find also very interesting is Ding's personality. You know, we live in a modern world where, with his results, you know, like everyone would be claiming it everywhere, you know, and he's such a modest, humble person, you know. So I don't have the social media, so I haven't been following all the debates, but I think he only concentrates like on the moves he's making on the board, you know. So
yeah,
so old school. Old-fashioned.
He is old school, and he's an amazing player. Unfortunately, nerves got the best of him there. Robert, before this one does ultimately go a direction we think it's going to, who knows, we maybe can see more blunders. I want to go back to something you said when we were off air and put you on the spot a little bit, because we were talking about your comments about that no matter how much compassion we have and empathy we feel for that moment where he just lost himself a little bit, but if you want to beat the world champion, be the world champion, you got to play like the world champion. Magnus probably finds bishop takes d4, or what you said, talk about the different approach of maybe playing f5 and why that might have been the psychologically right thing to do.
Yeah, it kept the position a little more locked. And
yeah.
I think the most surprising thing to me of all of that was that he went pawn takes e5 and then thought for all of his remaining time and then made the mistake. Like, mistakes happen, obviously, right? And these players, they are exceptional. He's number 2 in the world for a reason, right? He has earned his spot here based on a long history of great chess playing. But it just didn't feel like his response, they didn't work together, right?
And I want to show it on the board. We're going to back up because we've got some time here. It was right here where e5 was played because, again, yes, objectively he was still winning to take, and the move that had us go, oh no, was that he didn't play bishop takes d4.
Right.
But your point that Robert's told me off camera, he's like, Magnus, if he goes for this, maybe Magnus finds bishop d4, but he's like, Magnus probably plays f5 in the position. And it's just because of what you said. It keeps the opportunities for Roger to go wrong. It's the easier move to play. Psychologically, a little bit more difficult for your opponent to face this response.
I think it just doesn't give white any semblance of an out.
Yep.
There are no trades being offered. The position is closed. And in closed positions, knights are better than bishops. So you're going to take on d4 at some point, very likely. Your knight's coming into d5. Your queen is taking over all of these light squares. Your rook on c4 can't be touched and is in a great both rank and file. So everything is going well for black in this position. So it's both, right? f5 just kept it easy for him. And then maybe it's not winning necessarily. There could be some kind of fortress that is impenetrable. But the fact that he went f takes e5 and sat and thought and like scratched his head and just looked super uncomfortable, there's just something that he clearly overlooked, and it's uncharacteristic. And something about the candidates, right? He struggled in the first half last time. Even in his first go at the candidates, he never quite was vying for first place. Like, I think he ended up finishing +1, so 7 out of 14. But he wasn't ever in the driver's seat trying to take down the event. So I don't know what it is, and we have tremendous respect for Ding Liren as a long-time top 3 player in the world. He had a 100-game unbeaten streak. He took down the 2019 Grand Chess Tour, including the Sinquefield Cup against Magnus Carlsen. So his accolades speak for themselves, but it just is a moment where if you are going to become the challenger for the World Championship, you can't keep letting these moments slip, because against Report, and now in this game against Rajabov, it's not always even about the result of the game. It's about sort of how the move was missed. And in this case, it was just he froze. And it's very sad. Like I'm a huge fan of all the players in this field, and Ding Liren in particular in this case, and it just felt like something happened where instead of proceeding with bishop takes d4, which he made the next move because he had to, he just got stuck in his tracks.
Well, speaking of proceeding, Almir, you get your wish. The game is proceeding.
And it's a
Ding
very
Liren played
clever
knight c6,
move.
so he didn't go for knight f5 in the draw we were maybe predicting. I know you've been over there calculating it, so what's immediately one of the key ideas is this guards d8. So we're not getting checkmated, I guess, in some of these lines anymore. But what else do you think Ding Liren has up his sleeve?
Well, we want this c3 square, so he's forcing the bishop either to move, either he will trade it, on d4. So let's see if white continue with bishop c5. I think Ding's intention here is to play rook c3. And what to do here? Are you king g2?
I think you go in for this.
Oh, I was looking for king g2. Okay,
Same
rook
draw,
f3.
Same draw because the king can't escape.
No, but
Check.
rook f3.
You have rook f3, rook c6. You don't have rook f2, which would end the game on the spot.
And you don't have knight e5 either, because after rook c8... Oh, wait, no, I'll just take e6.
And then a6 and g6 are hanging, and that's not good.
White is cleaning up. So this is unfortunately... Okay, and again, not that Ding Liren's going to completely tilt here, but that would be the recipe of how you just don't swallow that the position is no longer something you can play for a win, and you get yourself in trouble.
Yeah, it feels like we're just going to get a simplification, right? Because you could take this pawn on e5 and start trading stuff. White goes rook e2 at the end, just win the e6 pawn. Like this, it feels like it's very difficult at this point for Rajabov to go particularly wrong here.
Yeah. And again, why is this isn't just good for white? Oh, there's a mating threat. Okay,
Yeah.
so you have to be very careful.
There's bishop g1 as a response.
King f7. If you take, we go in. Bishop g1. Probably a number of things now.
Then I can get to f3. Then you win the game.
Ah, let's try it.
but I guess you can just move your bishop away. And that's, well, yeah.
I just want to show it.
That's the problem.
That's the problem. You move the bishop, you get mated.
Exactly.
It's a fun little mating net to see.
The problem is, though, the knight can't control g4 and be on f3 at the same time. So in these sequences where you try to reroute your knight over here, the bishop moves away, and then after knight f3, now white can play the move g4 exactly. And now you've made space for your king.
If you go back, I go back, which is probably why the computer says it's a draw.
Yeah, that looks like a very forcing sequence.
I've been staring at this position, and I had the crazy thought that in case you would play bishop c5, rook c3, and then rook d6, rook f3, rook c6, is there any way that I could sacrifice the g pawn and then play g5 and then play king f7, or this doesn't work? It's way too much.
Almira's all in on the Ding checkmate train.
King f7?
No, g5 first. I don't know, but you can simply take on e6. No, 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 this is, yes.
Well, let's show the checkmate, though, because it's fun. If you take here, you're going to go the other way. Still not mate, but we want to get in here.
Something, yes.
Yeah, like rook, I don't know, b3 or something. And if again you take, you probably even do it, but.
No, but I can play king f7.
What's the idea? You're threatening mate.
And even there, there's bishop g1.
Yeah. Oops, sorry. Wrong square.
And now white might win this game.
No, my idea was to play king f7, king g6 to avoid perpetual, but this is way too much, you know, so that's...
Yeah, just rook takes e6.
Rook takes e6, yes.
Yeah, there's no way for Ding to play, and I think bishop c5 was just played. There's no way for Ding to play for a win without just maybe losing all his pawns. So, yeah, you can see it on his face. He knows the game is going to be a split point, and well, we kind of, for a moment there, were ruling Radjabov out. We thought he was going to lose this game, go to the bottom of the standings. Now, if he holds this game, he goes to 2 out of 5. That's, no, he's reasonable. He's still in striking distance.
Yeah. He's an experienced player. Obviously, we know that he's never. Raja is going to be the kind of player, I'll say, that even if he's in the bottom of the standings, he's never going to be a tough. He's never going to be an easy point.
Oh yeah.
He's gonna play super tough, and we saw here today that despite being in a spot with his back against the wall, he's probably going to come out with a half a point.
Well, I think in the first round, Firouzja kind of penciled him as maybe a point that he could go after.
Yeah.
And he sacrificed that exchange. It was a really exciting game. And Firouzja almost lost. Like, he was in big trouble at some point. So it's clear that you can't pick on anybody in this field, no matter what kind of form coming into the event, no matter what kind of form during the event. Nobody is a free point. And Radjabov has so much experience, and he, at his core is a fighter. In recent years, he hasn't been playing very much, and he hasn't won a game in classical chess in 3 years. So it's not likely that he can pull off a string of victories and win this tournament, but he definitely can beat any single opponent in this tournament.
I have a question for Robert. Did you play against any of the candidates in the field?
Have I played against
Yes.
them? I played against Hikaru, I played against Fabiano, and that is it.
So, how does it feel, playing a game against such strong players?
What kind of game? Speed chess?
No,
Classical chess?
classical is. Especially when you...
I've only played classical against Hikaru.
So Fabiano and I haven't played. We were kids. We were the same coach.
Okay.
We kind of grew up together.
This I didn't know.
So with Hikaru, because he's a few years older and he was always one of the strongest players, it's fun. I mean, he's the favorite, and anytime you're playing him, you're probably doing pretty well in the tournament. So it was, didn't go my way most of the time, but
Especially when you're a 16-year-old kid playing in a U.S. championship.
Yeah, so he of course has a big score against me, and I haven't played very much over the last decade, but it's always fun. I mean, these are the hardest workers and the best players in the professional. Those are the exact type of people you want to play against.
Yep. My story of playing Hikaru, I played him many times in Blitz, but Edward Levy Memorial, Denver, 2000 and before you were born. Before you were born, young man. No, it was some random year where I got crushed by Nakamura and Wojciech in a tournament in Denver. I remember losing to Wojciech fondly because he was yucking it up in the bar while beating me in his Maroxy bind, grind out game. And when I resigned, Almir Wojciech literally said, "It took you long enough." So that. Welcome to the chess world as a young American boy losing to a hammered Sorry, this is just the truth. Anyway.
That was a learning experience.
It was a learning experience on more than one level.
For all growing chess players.
For all growing chess
players. We have our own Mojo stories, and may he rest in peace. A fantastic player, obviously. Yeah. Went through a lot in his life. But yeah, to answer your question, anytime you get to play against players in this field, it's just such a great experience. And events these days, like the Grand Swiss and before that just the Isle of Man tournament, those give you an opportunity to play against these people. Whereas for the most part, the round robin format, it's an invitational for the top 10 and that's it. And so you don't get access. And chess is very difficult to have any sort of motivation because you want to play the best people, but you don't even have the option like you do in tennis, for example. Like you string together a few victories in tennis, then you get to play against Nadal or Djokovic or Federer or Serena Williams or whomever. Where in chess, it's like you don't even get a ticket into the arena.
No, I ask this question because, I had really a chance to play one of the best players in the world, and personally, I always had to overcome this fear.
No fear.
So that's I was not raised like Duda, who said that starting from 7 or 8, I always believed that I will be a world champion, and that clearly shows that when he's playing against Magnus Carlsen, he has absolutely no fear.
Yeah, well, and he does have a good record against Magnus Carlsen, that being Jan-Krzysztof Duda. By the way, Ding has taken on e5, which I think is the simplest approach, right? The least dangerous approach, as we were showing in the variations that were occurring. If you didn't take on e5 and rook c3, there were chances to lose. So I think Ding Liren understands that this one has gotten away from him here. Sorry, Almira. I know. It's okay. Yeah.
So rook d8, yes, this was the variation that we analyzed, and knight g5, or how did it go?
I think we also just looked at knight takes c5 and rook e2, and
yeah,
I think there are numerous ways to maintain the balance. And speaking of this fearlessness, with Duda, I actually think that serves Fabiano particularly well against Magnus, and he's beaten Magnus. I think it's 5 times in classical chess, and they drew all their games in the World Championship. So I think that some people, are just fearless in general. I mean, they may lose sometimes, but they just go for it. Whereas other people, they have there's just this magnetism, this almost fear and there's the Magnus effect. I mean, it's I think a very real thing that you get in this position where if you played somebody else, you'd feel okay, but you're playing Magnus, so you're scanning the board to wonder where you're gonna be exploited, which part of the board. So I think Duda's fearlessness is great. I think that other players have that as well, and there's a reason why these 8 players have made their way here to Madrid.
Yeah, well said. Is Raja considering whether he should play for a win or not? We'll find out. I think we're more than likely, with these 2 gentlemen focused behind us, likely going to see the most forcing line. So while we wait for that, we might as well let the fans see some fun that we've been having around the city. Of course, this game, not as fun as maybe it once was right at the time control turning point for Ding Liren, but we've had a lot of fun in Madrid, and here's another example of such fun that we got up to. You guys excited for the candidates? Hey, can we talk for a second about this? Here we go. To the plaza we go. Which way's the plaza? You guys play chess?
Yeah.
Yeah? There you go. Are you excited for the candidates?
Yeah.
Yeah?
You don't know what it is.
You don't know what it is?
I do, actually.
Okay, what is it?
We've watched the Queen's Gambit.
Oh, you watched the Queen's Gambit?
No,
Me too. Okay. You guys actually play chess, on your phone?
No, he does.
Yeah? What are you playing on, chess.com?
Yeah.
You're about 1,300 on Lee Chess.
Yeah.
So it means you'd be 900 on chess.com, actually. Yeah. Give me your username, I'll give you a diamond membership.
No way.
Not kidding.
He's gonna be a contender in like 3 years.
There it is.
He's up and coming.
So I'll give you a premium membership, and then you won't have an excuse. Then you can use our.
I'll go back to it.
Yeah. All right, man.
Oh, you're an IM?
That's me, man.
Crazy.
Yep.
Magnus. He's like #1. Oh yeah, the guy that like beats.
Yeah. So this tournament decides who plays Magnus Carlsen. So the next challenger comes out of this tournament. All right, guys, enjoy.
Thank you so much.
Have fun.
So much.
See ya.
Great trip, guys.
There you go.
No drinking.
No drinking.
Actually, yeah, we're 18.
Still
true.
no drinking.
That's true.
You guys are connected now?
Yeah, no, we're buddies on. We're gonna send each other some ticks.
Do you think they already talked about
and then
this?
we'll talk about it.
Is that your phone buzzing? They already
Yeah,
talked?
they're already hitting me up for my digits.
Okay.
Yep.
Maybe wearing a pager wasn't the smartest idea to fit in with them.
Well, I'm nothing if I'm not a man of the people.
And the man of the pigeons.
Man of the pigeons. That's right. That was a lot of fun. I had some good conversations with those pigeons.
It's fun to have fun, but you need to know how. Another great quote from Dr. Seuss.
You got to know how to have fun, right? Amir, what do you think about that? You want to join me in my next journey through the city?
Well, I definitely will. You know, I always considered myself to be like mildly insane, but you know that now I understand why you're keeping me in the studio. You know, so I just make it all legitimate. You know. So.
Yeah. Robert, what about you? What do you want to do with the free days? We got many left. I know you got here late, but we got a long way to go. So what are we going to do on our free days?
First of all, there's no we in this equation.
You're going to spend it alone.
But also, can we talk about what I want to talk about? You know what I want to talk about.
Talk about whatever you want to talk about.
I mean, you see in this video, right? You're saying the candidates, like, what's that? Candidates sounds like a TV show for like job applications. Like each episode is a new person interviewing for a job. So can we change the name?
I'd be fine with that.
Can we get like a name?
You could talk to FIDE after this show.
The World Championship qualifier, something that when she's like, oh, what are you here for? Like, I'm here for the World Championship qualifier. Like, whoa, that makes sense.
No,
that's cool.
You're not wrong at all.
And it showed in that video. They were like, what in the world is the candidates?
All right, well, we've got Feature Chat. He walks around giving out diamond memberships. I love it. What else? I got nothing else to give out. And of course I'm going to. Thank you, Pleefers. And I give away diamond memberships for Photoshop, too. Man of the Pigeons. Hess was quick with that one.
Also, our producers were quick to get that.
Yeah, they're all over it. Our team is crushing it behind the scenes. We love you guys, by the way.
Hey.
You met me in Madrid. Okay, that's hilarious. One of the people maybe in the video. If not, maybe a future cut. Shout out to the editing team, by the way, because we filmed hours and hours, and somehow they make it come together in the best way possible.
He's not bringing this up somehow that you're going to sing, you know, and we are going to take
It'll be an
pictures.
emote soon. Go ahead, sorry.
That you're going to be singing.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
it's
right.
like-
Oh man, I can't forget I lost that. Okay, that's something we're going to be doing in a future rest day. Elmira. Wow. All right, well, we're back to the chess. We've had a couple of trades, followed by rook to e2.
And I think that Robert also had a few suggestions, for your repertoire. It's not only Justin Bieber.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
No, but Danny really doesn't want to talk about this.
Yeah,
now.
we're going
Should we
to talk about that
anyway?
off air, and then we'll see where we go with that. Robert knows all the music I hate, and so he would be a very dangerous person to bring with me to a karaoke bar. Rook e2's been played. I want to transition to karaoke playlists as much as the rest of you. Okay, at this point, there's not a lot to go here, but let's give a good breakdown of why this one is likely to end in this perpetual. Again, the knight has to move, so just
Knight
take
g4.
what?
Knight g4.
Right. Taken in the obvious here. The knight has to move. White's going to regain the pawn. Because of the double attack on g6 and a6, it would be wise for black to go for a forcing threat to not lose a pawn. Something like rook c2 comes to mind because it threatens checkmate.
Right.
On that, white actually only has one move in the position. Every other move loses besides bishop g1. But after that's played, white is still going to win the pawn, and that's what got us to the variation we did with knight e5.
No, but can we continue like king f7? Once again, I give it the pawn, and then Robert's idea, knight e5, knight f3.
Right.
That's what we looked at, but the problem is that as soon as the knight moves, Robert, I'll let you explain. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the bishop goes away because the threat is knight f3, which hits the bishop, and if the bishop moves, rook h2 would be checkmate, so you just lose a piece. But if you move the bishop away, well, not...
Yeah.
Actually, you can't go there because there's knight,
It's actually an
rook
instructive
f6.
point to show another reason why this doesn't work.
Yeah, because rook f6 check. But now you land in a white win. But if you put the bishop on c5, just away from this for a second, the point is knight f3. It looks like it's leading checkmate. Next move with rook h2 mate, but white can push the pawn to g4 to give the g3 square to the king, and this is how you turn a position that should be an easy draw into maybe a little bit of difficulty.
Well, look at that. Ding Liren.
He's going to take the bishop.
He's... Okay. Well, no, he's just going for a different way to draw. I was like, hold on. Now he's starting to take the bishop, and we can get a very, very forced line with rook takes e6, knight takes c5. Okay, there's... Actually, I guess you just have to take back. It's actually funny, you can't play this. This would be a recipe to lose.
Yeah, the knight can just move.
For a second, I thought the knight was pinned, but the rook is protected, so... Oops, I just flipped the board.
Finally.
No, never again.
That was a mouse slip, my apologies. But after b takes c5, whatever happens here is just a draw, right?
Yeah, you're going to play king f7, so you take a6, you take c5, and now we're just even material.
The rook ending is ahead. In fact, Ding Liren immediately plays knight takes c5, which means we've more than likely pretty much agreed to the result on king f7. Roger could play both rook c6 or rook takes a6, but after he takes the pawn, well, you know what's ahead, chat. Our fourth draw of the day. Unfortunately, not a day that didn't give us fighting chess, everyone. So before you hit the social media, talking to you, Levy Rosman, Gotham Chess, before you just keep complaining about draws and top-level chess, Levy, why don't you check yourself before you wreck yourself? Today was a good day, Almira.
Not for Ding Liren, though.
But not for Ding Liren. Almira, your thoughts? I know you're disappointed. Ding Liren doesn't get the dub.
And the thing is, when you said that was the fourth draw of the day, you know, I felt like, what? You know, I felt like we had so many, you know, decisive results. I was thinking about the game that Fabiano played against Richard, you know, I was like, oh no, that was a draw as well. So it's not the feeling that I get when I'm thinking about today's games. So they were very hard fought.
You know, it's always interesting when you see players leaving, you know, the board and leaving the tournament hall. You would think that almost like Ding Liren played worse in this game based on body language.
Yeah.
He played the better game between the two. It just so happened that in a critical moment he let his advantage completely slip. But that's what happens in chess, right? Hikaru played, you know, a better game than Jan Nepomniachtchi did, and Jan was accurate when he needed to be. But Jan's the one who's very happy because he had a bad position. He ends with the half point that he wanted. So the players who actually had the worst positions today, they can breathe. They can go on tomorrow in the same exact standing they entered today with.
It is so weird. The same result for all 8 players, yet some of them are feeling really good about it, and some of them are feeling really bad about it. And it's funny because, like, Hikaru, I don't know if Hikaru's feeling really bad, but he clearly was dejected, knows that he spoiled an advantage in the middle game. Ding Liren's body language said everything we need to know about how he feels about that game with Rajabov. But why don't we weigh in on the other two that ended earlier? Almira, we'll start with your thoughts on Firouzja's draw with Duda. Again, just didn't get enough with the white pieces. Also, time management still an issue. Your thoughts on what went down between those two?
Well, maybe he was not expecting such an short and easy draw today, you know. So, but more that I think about this game, I feel that it's dawned on him how difficult this tournament is. You know, it's like, especially, you know, when I said that he was not smiling, he left the tournament hall immediately. So sort of realization, you know, this is not going to be easy at all.
Yeah. Well, I love what Almira said about it's dawning on Firouzja how difficult the tournament is. Let's expand on that point, because you said again, he got here by winning an open tournament, really borderline, right? Yeah. And he's never played this type of competition in back-to-back-to-back games. And what does he need to do to keep himself in the right mental state?
Yeah, I think part of it's unfair to him, not from us, but there's all of these people out there who are putting the weight of the world on his shoulders. And Magnus did it himself. Right? Yeah. Magnus knows exactly what he's doing. When he's saying, this is my challenger, and that's the only person, he's putting so much pressure on Alireza's shoulders. And it's really difficult winning any game against anybody in this tournament. Doing it, you know, over the course of 14 rounds. As you said, the way he got here in the Grand Swiss, he had a great performance, but he was often beating up on the 2670s in chess rating system. Not quite the elite of chess. Great players, right? But not the Dudas and the Caruanas. In fact, he lost to Fabiano in their head-to-head match. So I think that while Alireza Firouzja is exceptional, he just can't possibly have the experience because he's so young. And that doesn't mean he can't win this very event. He may go on to win it. But I think there's like these prognosticators who just are like, okay, Alireza is going to continue beating everybody. You heard from the other top players, they're like,
hold your horses, right?
But and not just from like a selfish, like, no, give me my chances, but from like a realistic perspective of what a lot of these top players used to be that prodigy, and maybe not quite as much of a prodigy as Firouzja, but it's just asking for so much for someone in their first candidates to suddenly just be beating everybody left and right, and he's a minus score after 5 rounds.
He does have a minus score after 5 rounds, and he caught up with our own Dina Belankaya after the game. So let's see what went down in that interview and how Firouzja's feeling after this game.
Alireza, it's great to have you here finally. Thanks for coming. How do you feel about today's game?
Yes, it was a very interesting game. My opponent played a very solid line, and the game was very rushed, and I couldn't really press him a lot. So.
In general, how do you like being here in Madrid so far?
Yes, it's okay. It's a good city, and I'm happy to be here and play. Yes.
You had your birthday recently. How did you celebrate?
I didn't have much time to celebrate. It was a very tough game against Richard, so nothing, just sleeping.
But wasn't that a great birthday present to save that game against Richard?
Yes, you can put it that way. I don't
That was a little bit of smiles there from him, but Almira at the start of the interview for sure kind of was right on point to what you were saying about it. Just doesn't seem like he's having very much fun, does he?
You know, everything about his body language, as Robert said, shows that, well, it's not the body language of a conqueror, you know, it's like he's still struggling in this tournament. And I also feel that Alireza needs to win in order, you know, to win again. You know, he's fueling on his wins, you know, on his victories. So he's really waiting for this to happen.
Yeah, it's a good. Like you said, you have to win in order to win again. Right. Like you have to win to get back on track, right? So, all right. Well, that was good to catch up. Glad Dina caught up with him. Let's catch up on where we stand after 5 rounds, everybody. Jan Nepomniachtchi, still the man to beat. In fact, everything about the standings as far as people's position pretty much remains where it was as we headed into this round, Robert.
Yeah, there are, I'd say, 2 winners besides Jan Nepomniachtchi. Everyone drew their games. Yeah. But people who can be very happy are Report, who drew Fabiano with the black pieces in a really sharp game. It was short, but the length of the game kind of belies how difficult it was along the way. And then Jan-Krzysztof Duda, we just heard from Alireza, who was saying, I got nothing. And you know, the point I was making earlier, I think, can be summarized as, to some extent, Alireza is used to overpowering people, a la Shaquille O'Neal style, but now he's facing all the other, you know, big boys where you can't just like overpower them in the same way. And you know, he's disappointed, but on the flip side of that game is Jan-Krzysztof Duda, who drew with the black pieces without major difficulties, and he continues to be right there behind the leaders. So, you know, he tied for 3rd place.
Solid, and I mean, you said it, so cat out of the bag, because we have conversations with Fabi in our own way, but Fabi's been impressed. Fabi even said, like, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, like, seems to be in form, and he's preparing well, choosing openings well. So, I mean, we'll see if that continues to be the case for him. All right. We need to turn to tomorrow, set the tone for what's in store in round 6. Rajabov Report right at the top, right? That's one where you have someone at the struggling right now at the bottom, but with the white pieces against Report. Firouzja Caruana, I think, is the matchup that we're all excited about. The youngster gets the white pieces, but against someone who he's lost 2 games against. And then the Nakamura Ding game. I mean, but all of them. Actually, Nepomniachtchi Duda. Welcome to the candidates. I guess every game is interesting, right? Almira, circle your favorite matchup for tomorrow.
Well, as much as I want Alireza Firouzja to bounce back, so he's one of the red lanterns, you know, of this tournament. It was very surprising to me to see that he's at the bottom of the standings. But I think that we should watch very closely Nakamura Ding and Nepomniachtchi Duda.
Okay.
Will Jan be able to increase his his advantage over the field? And how aggressive is Hikaru going to be tomorrow?
Robert, give me one game, your favorite game.
I'm going to surprise you.
Okay.
And I was going to pick this before you start talking. The game between Rajabov and Report.
Okay.
Because what Report showed us today was just stellar, over-the-board brilliance. Like, the guy just came up with his bishop c6 idea, pushes a pawn, made a complicated mess at a position that looked like it was going downhill for him quite quickly.
Yep.
And he gets the black pieces again, and he's playing somebody who clashes with him stylistically. Rajabov, as we've seen here, today was not a particularly good effort after the opening stage, but he does have this style that I think is particularly annoying to deal with because he wants a slight edge, and he's willing to press that advantage for like 70 moves. And for somebody like Report, I mean, that's not particularly fun. So these two, they're not kind of the names that everyone's looking at to win this event, but I'm curious to see if Report is here to stay. And from Rajabov's point of view, I'm wondering if he's ready to finally get that first victory in a classical game in 3 years.
Okay. First victory in classical chess in 3 years. What a day that would be for us tomorrow. But all right, we've got another day tomorrow, and after that, we have a rest day, but not for our chess fans around the world. Friday brings us a doubleheader of action that starts with the Women's Speed Chess Championship. The quarterfinalist from last year, Katerina Lagno, takes on the qualifier from this year, Women's Grandmaster Vantikra Agrawal, in a first-round clash. It's the 2 seed versus the 15 seed, and it starts Friday at 5 a.m. Pacific time. Right after that, we have the I'm Not a GM Speed Chess Championship. Canty got by Shuvalova. Then I ran into Trent actually outside the hotel here in Madrid, and he was pumped for his matchup. Whoever wins this, of course, will throw down against Eric Rosen. Hate that guy. In the final of the I'm Not a GM SCC. It's like, oh no, where's my queen? It's like, ugh. Okay. Whatever, Eric. Thanks for beating me. Anyway, this has been awesome. So glad to have you back. I know I acted like a child there.
Yeah, I was happy to be back until that moment.
So glad to have you back, Almira. We've got a partner here, right? We're not doing this thing solo, right? It's good. We got more help here. It's going to be great, these long days. So thank you both again for a great day.
The pressure is on Robert now.
Pressure's on Robert. Thanks to the whole team here. We're going to call it a night here from Madrid. That's the Palacio de Santoña. We see an interview going down right now as we speak between Dina and Timur. We'll have that one on air, of course, tomorrow. It's round 6 from Madrid as the evening falls on round 5. It's been a great day from the 2022 FIDE Candidates. Chess.com's coverage continues tomorrow like it always does, and we will see you then.